Salutations.
After all these years.
After all these
years.
It's been 2 months.
But
we are back with Beneath Dark Wings episode 2. Welcome back, everyone. We've missed this campaign. Hopefully you've missed the campaign. And but we're back. This is a campaign that is featuring the entire Legends of Avantris crew. Everyone is here
all of
at
us.
The same table. We're all here, all in the same space. This is what makes this campaign, one of the reasons that makes this campaign so special. And so welcome back. If you're returning and a fan, if you're new here, welcome. Hopefully you'll have as much fun as we do.
Jesus, Lord Almighty.
We're off to a good start.
Good
start. So, a few housekeeping things. This is a mature stream, so hide your kids, hide your wife.
Yeah.
And another thing is that this campaign is a little bit different tonality-wise from our other campaigns, at least from Prime, the main campaign that I Legends of Avantris, which I DM. And so it features some very dark themes, and if you watched episode 1, you probably remember that there's very dark themes. If you haven't watched episode 1 and you enjoy what you see here, we have it fully up, right, on YouTube? Fully up on YouTube, all of episode 1. We have a YouTube channel now, guys.
Yay!
We only have the first episode of Beneath Dark Wings and of Prime up.
Things take forever to load.
But it takes forever to load, but we will be working
Slowly
through
but surely.
Slowly but surely we'll be uploading everything. So please be patient, and thank you guys. So feel free to watch that.
Shout out to my boy Dusty and Reed.
Yeah.
Hey!
We got Andini and
James,
Daniel and Kelsey in the flesh
The
here.
whole gang.
Andrew McBadward, good to see you.
Oh my god, her 1cam3_, yes.
I can't see shit, but so like as far as chat goes. So.
But yeah, so if you like YouTubes and you eventually want to see the stuff that we do, you can search Legends of Avantris on YouTube, because we have one of those really long, stupid URLs right now, so it's difficult to link. Like and subscribe.
And if you don't like and subscribe, make sure you leave a comment about why you're not liking and subscribing.
Yeah, and if you don't like it, make sure to dislike it, because that actually still helps.
We want that feedback.
It's still considered engagement, even if you hate something.
So,
engagement, 1,000 times yes.
And so what are the other housekeepings? A mature stream. We have a YouTube channel. Please do that. We have a Discord.
Sorry,
if you're not on Discord, come hang out. It should be posting.
Dark, spooky themes.
Dark, spooky. This is a spookier campaign.
Spoopy.
Spookiest.
You know, there's a lot of kind of spoopy.
It's
a lot
dark.
of spoopy campaigns or parts of the
dark.
campaigns. It got dark last week or last 2 months. 2 months ago, and it will probably continue to be dark. We'll see. And we have a giveaway. It's 600 followers.
Speaking of giveaways,
Tell your friends.
so we have our prize winners for our previous giveaways, Rabbit Hat and Anzareth. Those will be shipping out. I will be messaging you guys within the next couple of days for addresses, updated addresses, because those will be shipping out next week. So, But yes, and then we have a new one.
And what is the giveaway? What are we giving away?
Yeah.
Whatever we want.
Yeah.
I think
a dice bag, I think we said.
A dice bag.
Yeah,
so
give away a
definitely
dice bag.
We're giving the dice.
Potentially another tome, depending on...
Do we want to show the Felix
yes.
spell
I
book?
would
we
love
do.
to.
Holy
So
the tome or the
today,
smaller one?
when I got here today,
Well, a smaller
lovely Nikki finished my amazing spell tome for Felix Ackerman.
He's a wizard.
So here you guys go. I'm going to put this up close like that. Look at how beautiful that is. We got a sweet transmutation circle. It's got a really neat little clasp here and a sweet little bookmark holder, little raven skull thing. So that's my gift from Nikki, and it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in the world.
And yeah, that one was also made by Nikki, the one that
It's pure Kino. It's pure Kino.
It's very Kino.
This is another custom one.
Oh
We're
yeah,
gonna turn
there's
it
a lot of
into-
custom tomes.
So they're very, very high quality leather, stamped. She binds them herself, so they're
I
threaded,
do.
and it's very, very nice.
This is my iris one.
You're gonna see the binding on this one.
Soon to be up
With
on
the binding. Soon to be up on
available.
Etsy.
Yeah, so
I
stay
am
tuned to
working
that.
on my Etsy shop. I'm hoping by November 1st to have my Etsy shop fully up and running, and we'll have information for that if you want to purchase them. I also do other D&D themed fun things, so more to come.
Cool.
Yay!
So,
leather
also,
guy.
tell your friends. We just need less than 60 more follows, so we'll be giving it fewer.
So
So tell your friends.
Tell your friends.
Yeah.
Have them come say hi and join in on the shenanigans. So giveaway. We could also show off the dice bag, which you may be giving away. You'll get something cool. You'll get something cool.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll show off a dice bag.
Okay.
Yeah, look. Custom,
Show off this fucking
it can
talent.
be, you choose your fabric.
They're customized.
Yeah, so that's my
embroidery.
Harry Potter one because I'm a Gryffindor. But I can make pretty much anything.
A Gryffindor.
You want it, I make it.
And there's a custom lining as well.
Oh, yeah.
Lining.
So it can be whatever the hell you want,
So
any
it's a
color.
Gryffindor lining.
It's a Gryffindor lining. Very nice, very nice. And a custom patch and a leather
Cording.
cording. Yes.
Cool.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
So,
I totally thought that was going to swing into your
You must protect the beer.
Protect.
It's on my life. Do you happen to have a
protect and
pen?
attack.
I have a pencil.
All right. What do we? Any
So-
more announcements?
I think that's it, right? We good?
For now.
Aww.
For now.
Just
For now. Well, so with that, we will get into what happened last time on Dragon Ball Z. If I can pull my music.
I don't have a third pencil, sorry.
Third pencil.
Don't only have two ways to the
good.
property.
Is that kid who came
Let
to
me
class
know
up there?
if the music is too loud. Otherwise, I will just continue to have this going.
Oh,
So-
in the basket with the scissors, there might be a pen. A blue
Last
pen.
time on Beneath Dark Wings, the campaign began at a crossroads. Through the sprawling dark forest of the Clockwood that covers much of the country of Koravakia, where you presently are on the continent of Striga. A gloomy land that is full of mystery and shrouded in darkness compared to the other campaigns that we've done. You were split off into pairs. Toa and Felix, Lufti and Iris, Persia and Caprice.
Yeah.
All traveling for your own reasons, but you had found a reason to travel with each other. And you were all heading, for whatever reason, to the same place, to the town of Kirschtein. And the crossroads, as it so happened, were bringing you all to the same direction. As the six of you met up, you also met up with another pair. A gentleman by the name of Godric Zolch and his ox. And
Sweet axe.
yeah, he had an axe. And his ox. He tried to get you all to kind of... You were all a little bit standoffish at first, and he tried to smooth things over with a drink and kind of gave you a little bit the lay of the land. But most of you were not too interested in sticking around. You all had your own business to attend to.
Classic.
And with that, you bid Godric farewell. He was the only one not heading. He was coming from the direction of that you were going, and he went on his merry way with his ox. And you decided that, given how relatively dangerous the Clockwood was, it was better for, six is safer than two, for sure. You continued onwards until you made camp. As you made camp, I think it was into one of the watches, you heard a scream. A male voice screaming through the woods, and the sound of rushing footsteps. You immediately all packed up your business and headed down the road. You then saw a lone man running for his life, screaming, horrified, and the sound of gnashing, roaring, frothing, as beasts chased after him. They looked vaguely humanoid, but were covered in coarse black hair. They had blood red eyes, and each of them had a small pair of black horns jutting from the forehead. As that was loud.
That's well timed.
The party ending up being quite a bit stronger than I think any group anticipated the others being. Dispatched the creatures and saved the life barely, of the man who fled. His name was Amos Crane. He was effectively shell-shocked, almost unable to speak from how horrified and shameful he felt that he left his village. You then got out of him that he was from the town of Miss Crow's Crossing, and that beasts from the wood came in the middle of the night to invade, and people started turning into the creatures that you had just slain. He told you where his town was. You decided to investigate. You left him armed with a javelin or something. Yeah, with a javelin.
With a javelin.
With a
One of
javelin.
Her's javelins.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave him a javelin.
Was slumped up against a tree, kind of with his head in his hands, and decided to investigate the town. You stepped into a site that was pretty horrific. Burning buildings. Bodies strewn over the floor. Bloodshed. But not as many corpses as you'd expect for a town of that size. Some investigation showed that footprints that seemed vaguely humanoid and normal human had run off into the woods. Mixed in were heavy hoof prints, the marks of jagged weapons. You then turned a corner to a graveyard where you saw figures standing on a hill, erecting some sort of shrine. You discover these to be monsters of some kind with heads of what looked like goats, covered in thick hair, wielding axes, attempting to erect some sort of dark altar atop a broken statue of the god Lathander. From a statue that had been part of a tomb. You dispatched these creatures and found some strange symbols. An rusty iron crown, a medallion that was this intricately woven circular just knot of loops and lines. You also found an emblem of what seemed to be a bull's head that you couldn't tell if it was a bull's head or a helmet. It seemed to be both in one. You then made your way deeper into the town and heard a loud smashing in the town square. You then saw another creature, considerably larger than the ones that you had previously dispatched. Bestial as well, humanoid but bestial. Rather than goat-like, this seemed to be that of a bull. Huge kind of jagged sword of some kind in his hands, and holding onto the leash were these three strange, almost canine-like creatures, but it's difficult to tell. They seem to have scorpion tails and kind of be this smattering of all sorts of creatures blended in. Seem to be knocking down some iron door that you later learned was a town vault or bank of some kind. You dispatched all of these creatures and realized that there was a survivor. She was clutching, a human woman, a mother, clutching her slain teenage daughter. She seemed even more shell-shocked than Amos did. You stayed the effects of death, or saved the effect of decay on her daughter's body and told her to go find a way to bring her back, and then left her to go see what else the town what other threats were in the town. She had mentioned that her young son, Thomas, had been taken out of his crib and brought to the church of the Raven Queen, the goddess that Korothakia predominantly worships. You made your way to the church and saw another dark altar, this one larger, and sitting atop it, an enormous bronze statue that looked like, was it a bull's head or a helmet in the shape of a bull, similar to the medallion you had seen, with a roaring fire inside, ash all around, smoke billowing from it, in front of the ruined church. You then saw a creature that looked similar to the bull man that you had slain, but covered in patches of thick black hide, mutations all over, carrying an even more unearthly looking weapon. And the priest thought it would be a good idea to go and try to talk to him.
Yeah, Persia went with him.
Yeah.
Cheers.
She went with him. She's not going to give up her
stood
friend.
in defiance.
Yeah, well, you know.
Or rather, in defiance against his future in solidarity with the priest.
I was very confident.
Very confident, and interrupted his chanting. And
That's true.
Through some quick thinking and some good rolls, you stopped him from immediately attacking both of you and murdering you immediately, and managed to draw him away from the altar, at the very least. He was very pissed off when he realized that you were duping him. But the battle that ensued ended in the death of said creature. You understand that he had been chanting and speaking in a language that none of you could understand. But then when you tried to speak to him, he then switched from the language you couldn't understand to Infernal, which you recognized. So you know at the very least he was able to speak Infernal. And from the ruins, you collected some magical items and the ruins, and you saw kind of the remnants of bits and pieces, the children's toys, booties, and rattles, and realized that kind of dark sacrifices and offerings being made at this altar. And you decided there was nothing more you could do for this town of Miss Crow's Crossing. You headed back, weary, spent, and you arrived back to the split path where you had left Amos, and you saw him in almost a near catatonic state, clutching the javelin. His eyes closed, but a thick layer of black fur covering his person, covered in sweat on his brow, and that's where we begin.
Before we start,
Yep.
because you can't read chat, that is really, really sweet what you said, James, and I'm going to read it so that Mikey can hear
Oh.
it.
Yeah.
I just want to take a moment to honor all of the fallen NPCs who sacrificed their lives in furtherance of making this stream the beautifully polished cinematographic masterpiece that indisputably towers in colossal fashion over all the other RPG streams of the unwashed masses that lie strewn across the landscape like hastily discarded biohazardous waste at the feet of legends of Evantra.
Cheers, James.
That is unbelievably kind.
That was very nice.
I'll
That was
drink to
really
that.
nice.
We'll drink to that.
But also, there's no
That's
chat inspiration.
Also,
You know what?
I'd have to
Screw that.
implement
You
just for
have
that.
chat inspiration
You know what?
for Feywild.
No, you
Just
had inspiration for tonight.
Really?
The very first and possibly only channel inspiration. Not to say stroke our egos, but that was beautifully written.
Yeah.
that was really well done.
And I'm already like 2 or 3 in. So,
Yeah.
so
You gotta wait till this moment to get
Yeah.
Mikey at these moments.
I'm
This
gonna make
is the
sure to
last
write that
one,
down.
but you never know.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, for real. Thank you.
So,
Thank
if
you,
anyone
that
else
is
wants
so
to track
sweet.
that, because I'm going to forget.
I
so.
am writing it down right now.
Kelsey, do you mind
Okay,
giving
so
that other bottle?
back in the
to Sarah?
game.
All right, this is bad. Okay, but before anyone does anything, just give me a moment, and I want to rush to the character to Amos, and I'm going to reach in my pack and take out an empty vial,
Okay.
and I'm going to pop the cork off. I'm going to pull out my Talon Guard knife, and I'm going to very carefully shave some of the black fur off of his arm,
Okay.
and scoop it in the vial without touching it.
Make a dexterity check. And right after you do that, I realize we haven't introduced our players or our characters. I knew I
Andy's just really excited.
would. No, I should have done
That's
that. So we'll do that after Felix makes his roll.
Sorry, I'm looking. Oh, just a straight dex check.
Straight dex.
All right, sorry. I'm navigating.
I don't.
I'm navigating D&D Beyond for the first time again. Oh, that's bad. I only got a 6.
You got a 6. So you managed to you kind of a lot kind of spill onto the ground, and some of the hairs kind of fall onto your wrist, and you kind of shake it off immediately. But you do manage to get a number of hairs into the vial. So before we continue, we'll introduce our players, and we'll just introduce all of us kind of before we get into the action. So why don't we just go around the horn here? We have Richie playing Toa Kamanui.
Himin, I'm Toa Kamanui. I am a Goliath barbarian of the ancestral Guardian variety, and I'm from a island chain with a bit of a islander Goliath tribe, and I am in Striga to investigate some certain disappearances on my home island chain. That it's very strange indeed, and I've heard rumors that the kind of dark forces in Striga might be involved. And that's where I met this guy.
And then we have Andy playing Felix Ackerman.
Hi guys, my name is Andy. I'm playing Felix, as mentioned. I am an evocation wizard. I am, without giving too much away from my backstory, I am ex-military. I am AWOL. I'm on the run. The military is looking for me because I am aware to some degree of some sort of plot to basically make people look like they have some sort of beast plague. But from what I understand, this beast plague is an illusion until the party together has come in contact with very real, what appears to be beast plague. I'm also looking for my brother, Milo, who was taken, presumably by the military, and has who knows what done to him. So I'm looking for my brother with Toa, and that's it.
And then we have Kelsey playing Lufti.
Hello, I'm playing Lufti, and I'm an Air Genasi, and I'm traveling with my very best friend, Iris. That's it.
Okay. We then have Nikki playing Iris of the Sands.
Hello, darlings. It's so good to see you back again. I am Iris. I am the daughter of the Pharaoh, and I am begrudgingly traveling with an Air Genasi named Lufti. I'm here because the Lord under the mountain, the god Anubis, has sent me on a mission to investigate some strange goings-ons on the continent of Strata.
Okay. We then have Derek playing Capriccio de Sesto, who goes by Caprice.
Hey, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Capriccio de Sesto. I go by Caprice. I'm a tiefling bard. The tieflingness is what can explain the sunglasses. You wouldn't be able to see my pupils looking at me, so I'm going to look a little Ray Charles this session. And I am also here in Striga for the purposes of investigating my own history, of sorts of family history. And I thought that I was on the lead last time, but I was sorely mistaken. So that's a little bit what you do, Caprice.
We then have Maya, who's playing Herja Ambleheart.
Hey dear, I'm Persia. I'm here to find my dad, Torvald Anvilheart from the clan Anvilheart, and we come from the base of the foothills of Grizzlepaw Mountain, and so I'm here in Striga with Capricci to learn where the hell my dad went, because for shame, I have no idea where he is. And so yeah, so it's been a moment. It's been a moment. So yeah, that's me. And so I'm gonna hand it off to our DM over here. He'll give you an introduction. By the way, Thud, this is Dakota, and she's my weapon.
I'm Mikey. I'm the Ironing Board DM. I roll dice and write fan fiction. But this is not really about me, it's about these wonderful characters. And so, we will continue.
Okay.
Felix has just shaved off some of the black hair on that has sprouted from Amos since you've been gone.
And I'm looking over my shoulder as I tuck the knife back into my cloak.
Is Amos awake? He's not conscious.
He's not conscious. He's sweating profusely, and he has this hair. He seems to be at least in some kind of catatonic state. He appears to at least be unconscious.
I'll walk up, having not seen, I guess, what Felix has done. Start slapping him on the face. Hey, Amos, are you all right there? Are you okay? Wake up!
Oh, thank you, Ansel.
Are you all right?
Say, Caprice, just be careful touching him. We don't know how this spreads.
Do I see this happening?
Yeah, you're all there.
Okay, what are you doing? What's going on?
I thought I'd wake him up.
I took a sample. I was able to get some of the hair. We have to study this the best that we can. This is clearly not an illusion, and I just showed him the vial of black hair.
Well, okay, I don't need to see your vial to realize he's got hair on his back, but this is
If it's
quite...
an illusion, you wouldn't know just by looking at him.
But
Holy
what
Christ.
do we do about this guy? He's clearly alive, and I feel bad just smashing his head in, but I could do that if you told me to do that.
no.
Caprice,
Take it easy.
you're smacking him, and as soon as you hit his face, your hand gets wet with his sweat. It's just completely covering it. And he kind of groans and turns, and his eyes flutter open for just a second, and you see it's deeply red bloodshot. And they close, and just, I apologize. And then the eyes flutter closed, and
He seems okay.
This guy's bonkers. Are you
just
fucking crazy?
tired. We should go.
No,
Honestly, I have no issue with people being covered in furs. Obviously, I am as well.
Yeah, he's starting to look like you, huh?
Wow.
Well, not nearly as beautiful. However, the thing that concerns me is he's sweating, and I find sweat to be disgusting.
I mean, he's clearly sick. If he jumps back up and he's a lot stronger than he was, I have to be honest with you guys. I'm out of steam. I got nothing left.
Oh, so you think he's going to turn on us?
Look at him. This is clearly his
Then
enormous.
you should definitely take his weapon away.
Yeah, so I know it's like my fault because I gave him the weapon and everything. So hey, Amos, Amos, I'm so sorry. Hey there. So okay, you don't feel like you're fully awake. I'm just gonna, okay, thanks. And I'm gonna try
Can
and.
you make an athletics contest?
Oh fuck.
You notice that he is gripping it.
Okay, proficient. Oh fuck, 13.
You easily rip it away from him.
Okay.
You kind of feel the resistance, and you get your
Good thinking there, Herja. I'm gonna, we should bind the man, but I'm gonna just. Does he have shoelaces?
He has boots. They don't seem to have shoelaces.
They don't have laces. Well, I was thinking of just binding his feet.
I have rope in my pack.
You have rope?
I do.
Well, do you want to help?
I'll start going through and fishing it out. I think I have like 50 feet, so I can cut off like 10 feet of rope, and I throw it to Caprice.
Okay.
I turn to Tell and I say, listen, we can give him the benefit of the doubt, but if he springs at us, kill him.
Alright, I think we should get his hands too. I mean, he could probably get himself out of feet bindings, right?
I mean, the
10
question is
feet
whether
rope.
he's evil. If he's evil and out of his mind, like the ones that we fought earlier,
We've
then
killed like 8
he's
of
just going to
those
be
guys.
stumbling around. He's not
Well,
gonna have the smarts, but-
if you need some rope, I've got some rope.
I have this 10. I have the 10 feet
I threw him 10 feet.
rope.
It's
Okay.
plenty. It's
Well,
just bind him
is
up.
that
It's
enough
just a
for-
question of what we're binding. I'm just going to start with the feet.
I have no idea what the fuck is going on. You just told me to get the javelin from him, so I did.
You did a great job.
Quick dex check
Well,
for me
okay.
to see how good that knot is.
What variety?
Dex, so straight dex.
14.
14. It's a pretty good knot. He seems to be firmly bound around his feet.
Should I also do the hands? What do you guys think?
Yeah, go on.
All right.
Just get out of it.
I take the same length of rope and I pull it, and I'm going to sort of
If you're
tighten
going
them
to
up
bind
into sort of
something,
a
I would say at
We'll keep
least
the same
bind his
roll.
hands.
We'll say keep the same.
The
roll for
DC on the rope is 17, just so you know.
Okay,
According to
17.
D&D Beyond.
Got
Strength DC of
that.
17.
Got it. Okay, so you managed to bind him up with a roll of 14.
I'm sorry to do this to you, buddy. It's just you're creeping us out.
And he just, as you're kind of moving, he says, I apologize.
How far are we from camp?
From where we were sleeping
Yes.
before we all came. How far are we? Would you say?
I mean, you guys are not far.
Not far.
You guys, yes, like you're right down the road.
I don't hate the idea of getting him out of the open and taking him back to where we were at least semi-hidden. I know that we don't have anything set up, but I'd feel better if we could at least watch him in outcropping
I
or
think that's
something.
fair, and then we can keep an eye on him. If he does fully turn into one of those monsters, we can at least take care of it right away.
Agreed.
He seems rather afflicted, and he keeps saying, "I apologize." Just in case, you're forgiven. All right, nothing happened. All right, so Toa, can you grab like a big branch or something that we can put between his feet and his legs, and then we can
Are
and
you
his
going to
arms?
roast him on a spit?
We're gonna carry him, right? I don't want to.
And-
Well, I'm
and-
not going to.
Be careful with contact. We don't know what this is or how it spreads.
I've already touched him. I'll be the one who contacts him moving forward, but I'd rather not carry him alone.
Minimally, just minimally.
I'll find
I'll
a big old
I'll
branch.
help you out.
Okay.
That'd be great. Thanks.
I don't mind touching him. He's a friend. I don't know what's going on, so
Well, let's work this branch
He's a
through
friend.
his
He's a
bindings,
branch.
and then we can lift him up and we can carry him back
Well,
and
to
forth.
be fair,
okay. So, but his legs and his arms are tied.
Exactly right.
Okay, so all
to
right.
be fair, he was bleeding. So we came into physical contact with bodily fluid with those creatures. I healed him, it was fine, but I think touching his fur is probably not the problem.
I just wouldn't chance it. That's all.
I pet him
Well,
to try to console him through this dark time.
Well,
Look, I'm okay. I'm
He's
okay.
covered in
So-
sweat. Your hand is disgusting.
I know. It's going to be fine. Don't worry about it.
Let
Are
them
you
do
ready?
whatever they
Who's
want.
going to
Don't
help
touch
me
the
with
man.
this?
I got one end. You just take the other.
Okay, I got the other.
All right, and we put it on our shoulders.
Okay.
I don't know how heavy it is, and I'm very weak. I'm not a strong person, so do I
Make an
succeed?
athletics check, please.
Do I need to?
Yeah, I'll say both of you make an athletics check.
You might roll higher than me.
0.
Okay, well, I got a fat 20.
wow.
So Herja, you pick up you pick up your end, and you notice that it's just completely lopsided. You see Caprice.
Do I feel like I can carry this specimen on my own?
So I'll hop in there.
Hold on. That's cute. No, hold on. Let me just.
Oh,
I'll take care of
thanks.
this.
Oh, thanks, Toy.
I'd like to. I'm assuming it's still very dark.
Yeah.
Should I roll?
I'm gonna light a torch and lead the way
Okay.
back towards the camp.
Yeah, and so it's very dark. You kind of notice the very first lights of dawn.
Okay.
Kind of creeping over.
I'll still light a torch.
But the canopy's so dark, very few rays actually
Alright.
get through.
I got a
So you light
21
torch.
on it.
21? Okay. Yeah. So Herja and Toa effortlessly, Toa one hands it. And
Caprice was hanging from it.
He's like this. Like I'm 7 feet tall and she's like 5 feet.
Toy, just let me know if he's like playing with Dakota or anything like that, because
I'll keep
I
an
might
eye
not
on
feel
The
it.
2 foot
Stay
difference
far behind.
is very
Touch on my
noticeable as
promise.
he's at an
Thank you.
angle, and you guys walk back to camp. You find it exactly how you left it. The fire's been snuffed out. There's still some very faint embers beneath your campfire, but really just everything is where you had left it.
I'm not sure about you, but I'm exhausted, so I'm going to lay down and go to sleep. Have fun with your friend, and I'll see you in the morning.
Gotta be on my.
Just remember to stay within 30 feet of Dakota over here.
Yeah,
otherwise,
Dakota. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Caprice, I interrupt.
Oh no, we've been doing this for weeks. It's great. For days. I'm sorry. It's you just stay near it, and if there's any disturbances nearby or what
Yeah.
have you, you'll just wake right up like
Yeah.
a cup of coffee. No
Absolutely
problem.
lovely. Lufti, please lay down so that I can lay on top of you.
Yeah, thank you, darling.
Aren't you like a foot taller than she is?
Yeah, but I'm like fluffy.
Yes,
Alright,
and
I
I
won't
can
judge.
get into a fetal position. But you have to get on the ground. And I will do the thing where I like press into her and like walk around in
make
circles.
biscuits.
I make biscuits. I walk around in circles, and then I lay on like the
You
softest
feel
spot.
your cheek just like getting her paw just digging in your cheek, and then you all fall asleep, and you're all.
Well, I was just going to say I trust this incredible weapon. I've seen it, but
It's
should we still,
Dakota. Dakota has a name.
Dakota's
Yeah.
you're right.
So yeah.
But should we still at least rotate guard?
Yes. Yes.
I don't.
Would that thing work if this guy's already?
not- Sorry, accents. It's not a thing. Okay, so she's got a name. You're going to from
sleep.
here on out. Okay, I'm going to clear up any confusion that her name's Dakota. It is not. It's a she. Okay.
Then I'll stay. I'll take the first guard for the first hour or so with Dakota,
Yeah.
and I want to watch and observe our subject here.
Yeah, so Dakota, this is Felix, and he's a little paranoid. It's okay. So you're gonna hang out with him a little bit so I can get some sleep. Is that okay?
You hear nothing.
Yeah.
It's a weapon.
Well, okay, but So all right. So I point
You
Dakota.
feel like she's like, yes, what a good idea! I'll wake everybody up.
Canonical voice of Dakota.
Dakota is a sentient being. Okay, sorry. I put her in the middle of all of us, and I put her shove her kind of close to Felix, like Felix is going to take care of you.
And I just want to at least, I assume if we're doing the whole average standard rotation thing for an hour or so that I'm awake, I figure I'll watch. I want to watch and examine him maybe a little bit, try to see what I can find, and then I think what I'll do is I'll wake up Toa when my shift is over, and just tell
I would
him.
have let you know, yeah.
Yeah, and then tell him to wake somebody else up, and we'll rotate that way.
I walk over to Herja and I start making biscuits. And I'm just fucking around.
No, I still right here, right in the lower back. I've been really feeling it.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah,
I sort of put my elbow
if
into
you
it a
could
little
just
bit. Yeah.
get in there. Oh, yeah,
okay.
that's good.
Yeah. Oh, glad. Hey,
Can
I was trying to make a joke, but I'm glad I helped.
So in my time awake, I'd like to do investigation on him. And again, this is going to be tough because I don't want to touch him too much. So I might like use a stick or my knife.
So make an investigation at disadvantage, please.
All right, 8's not bad. Plus 7 is 15.
15, okay. So you're kind of keeping an eye out on him, and you're taking, I'll say for the full couple hours of your watch, it's just you, Dakota, and Amos, and you kind of occasionally, he stirs occasionally like, I apologize. And you kind of seems the same, but right when you're ready to wake up Toa, you notice that there are 2 small bumps on his forehead.
Can I do a medicine check?
Sure.
Disadvantage?
If you're doing this whole thing.
I'm being very careful.
Yeah.
7 plus 2 is 9.
9. You kind of get the sense that that was the location where the horns were and the creatures that you killed.
Okay.
And that's what you'd be able to discern.
All right. Nothing else I was really able to discern.
He seems to be kind of, I would say...
like a fever? Is that why he's sweating profusely? I mean, like, can I discern that?
I'd say if you're not touching him, it'd be very difficult for you to see.
Right.
You can probably get the sense that with how much he's sweating, he may have something from your kind of field medical knowledge.
I do not want to touch him at all. All right, then I'll go. I'll shake Toe with Toe.
Yeah.
It's your turn. I'm gonna get some sleep.
And he looks the same as he did.
He's growing horns, I think.
Oh shit! Should we should we kill him?
Not yet. But I
don't want to kill him, but I think we should kill him.
I'm going to leave the judgment with you. You keep an eye on him.
No, I'm stay away. I can't do this on my own.
Toa, snap out of it. I trust you. You know it. You've done this a bunch of times. If you need to, just stomp his head in. Okay? Wake me.
Okay.
If anything happens, wake me.
I'm gonna break his head like a melon.
But until I get rest, I've got nothing left.
That's fine. Get some food, and then once you wake up, then you can help me.
All right. Good night, big guy.
All right.
And I go lay down.
Sweet dreams.
So
I sit within maul range of his head. A max 5 feet, holding it, just in case I need to go.
So Toa is just you, Dakota, and Amos. You notice kind of as he kind of occasionally is starting to stir a little bit more and more in his sleep. As you look, kind of the visible sweat on his forehead continues to increase, and he kind of starts to shake a little bit more.
Does Dakota say anything about this? Okay, well then I'm going to...
Hey fella, what was your name? Amos? Are you alright?
I apologize. And he starts kind of grunting a little bit.
Are you a goat monster, or are you just still a normal person? You just need to last like 2 hours, that's all.
He starts kind of shaking a bit more, and then he calms down.
I think you're alright, just hang in there just a little longer, and I'll just keep
watching. And then your
you.
watch is over.
I'm gonna get it up. I'll probably get up, I'll go to Lufti, and I guess your Iris is on top of her. Yeah, I would definitely go to Lufti. I would gently push Iris off of Lufti.
The moment she touches me, my back arches, my tail is up.
Just roll over. Come on, just roll over.
For what?
You've been sleeping on her for like 3 hours.
I've slept on her every night
Her
for the
arm is
past month.
probably asleep. Do you want her to like lose a finger?
I don't care.
Well, just Do you want to take watch?
No.
Well, then just let him
Wake
take
up,
watch.
Caprice. Good night.
Did you see his head?
And I do not. I am just completely out.
We have
Fine.
that stupid weapon. We're fine. Go to bed.
Hey, man. Hey, man. Is it Capricci? Is that what she was calling you?
It's not. It's Caprice. It's
Oh,
Caprice.
Caprice. Oh, that's fine. I'm sorry.
What's going on?
I just like to get some sleep, and he seems fine.
We'll go to
He's
sleep.
growing some horns, but nothing else.
Well, he's tied up. He's fine.
That's fine, but you should probably get up and stay up for a few hours. Do you mind taking watch?
Fine. I'll do it for you. All right,
Thank
no
you,
problem.
thank you.
Go to
Just-
sleep.
All right, and then just maybe in an hour or two, wake up. Who's whomever else? Just I'm gonna be. Just wake us up if anything happens.
Sure, no
All
problem.
right, and I'll go to sleep.
Okay. Caprice, it's you, Dakota, and Amos.
I'm going to examine the knots that I've made. How well his bindings are. Do I think that he could break out of them based on my experience of fighting previous beastmen? Should he transform?
Just make an investigation check. If you're gonna get up in his business, just do it straight.
Yeah, I'm just going to get up into his business. The investigation, you say?
Yeah.
That's going to be a hot 17.
17. Your knots look pretty solid, but as you kind of go over to inspect them initially, you notice that kind of where on his forehead there's tiny little black spots that have protruded from his forehead.
Do they appear to be like new freckles?
No, they're clearly kind of, you touch it and they seem to be of a horn substance.
Oh. Well, I guess that can't get any worse.
As soon as you say that, he goes, I apologize.
You can't get out. You're fine. We got Dakota. I'm gonna go back to sleep.
Oh, dear Jesus.
I go back to sleep.
Felix is rolling in his sleep because he knows something's wrong.
Okay, so you all go back to sleep and you enjoy a long rest.
Yay! Got these fucking spell slots back, motherfucker.
Am I still horribly diseased?
Boom!
No, you get ready to do this.
Now Felix is ready to rumble, baby.
Yeah.
What did you say about the long rest, though?
You get to enjoy a long rest.
And that's it?
That's it.
Well, you
We only gain one hit die back if we have two that we do.
yeah, half.
Okay.
Round it down. So, you awaken the next morning. It's later that day. You probably sleep in a little bit, given how late you were up and just the harrowing experience.
Iris
you
never
experienced.
sleeps in bed.
Well, you wake up.
I actually have a mechanical question. I was reading about the rules of a long rest, and it says that like either sleeping or like not doing physical activity for a full 8 hours, right? So could I sleep for 7, wake up that extra hour, and spend that hour like meditating, preparing spells, and it still counts as a long rest?
So, yeah, I think the idea
Instead of
is that
holding
if
everyone back an
if you
extra
take
hour.
a watch, I think the idea is just the morning routine of getting up is when you're preparing.
Okay,
So
alright.
it's not like you need to make everyone wait.
Just
So
wanted to
everyone's
make sure.
kind of waking up and they're getting ready for the day. You're just able to kind of flip through your spell book and start preparing, committing things. So, you all kind of wake up to the sound of apologize, and you all look down and you see Eamon. The black hair on his arms and his face is now way coarser and thicker. Kind of has this almost like these mutton chops that have grown overnight, and now very clearly are 2 small black horns that have grown.
This sounds really inhumane, but is there any way that we can, I can try to take like a sample of the horn, like with my knife?
You can certainly try.
I'd like to use my Talon Guard knife and try to shave some of it off into another empty vial.
Okay.
Hey, what you doing there?
I'm taking more samples.
Yeah, do we notice this?
I'm not going to hide it. This is for. We need to figure out what this is, and I'm gonna research it.
You're not going to get very far just sort of working it with your knife. I can actually touch him because I have before. If you want me to just hold him and then take the horn like that.
Yeah, I
If
can.
you're feeling like you can do that, that's fine. And I throw Caprice an empty vial, and I say, just put it in there.
Can I inspect him to see if it looks like this is some kind of like curse, disease, etc.? Just some kind of medicine check on him. To see.
I would do a medicine check. Yeah.
Those dice. You need to
9.
get rid of those dice.
It's very difficult to tell what this is.
I'm gonna cast lesser restoration on him
Okay.
and see if it seems to have any effect.
You cast, and what is this? The mechanical properties of lesser restoration? Just remind me.
Lesser restoration. You touch a creature and can either end one disease or one condition according to him. Condition can be blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. So if it's a disease, it would cure it. If it's a curse, it would not.
So you cast lesser restoration. You kind of feel that shimmering golden light come over him, and he seems to show no change.
Does Derek need to roll for the horn thing?
Yes, make a straight dex check. If you're just grabbing him.
14?
The more you can get, the better.
14. So he's, as you grab his forehead, he starts to kind of I apologize, and you kind of have to hold him down, and the knife is shaking.
Pull the hair. I really am working it.
Okay, and you manage to stick your blade into the horn, and it's very difficult, but you manage to just kind of like your woodworking, just very slowly get a nice healthy shave of this black horn into the vial.
Just like making a violin, no problem.
Thank you. I appreciate this, and I tuck it with the other vial back in my backpack.
Cool.
Do I observe that he's sweating more than usual?
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty obvious.
So I'll probably kneel over to him and I'll probably touch him and not think much of it and be like, "Hey, are you feeling okay? Talk to me here. Is what's wrong? You look really different. Like what should we be doing? Like what do you need?"
You just kind of hear him muttering and mumbling as he's kind of just shaking back and forth. He's like, I apologize, and he just kind of is starting to like shake more and more as he starts to just sweat profusely, and that's all he says to you.
Out of curiosity, I'm sorry to interrupt. Excuse me, how are you? Excuse me, how are you? I'm going to try that in Infernal and Abyssal.
Oh, you can speak Abyssal?
Yeah.
Is that new?
No, that was always true.
Oh, okay.
That's how you talk to that guy, right?
Oh, yeah, so you spoke to him in Abyssal then. That makes sense. And so you speak to him in Infernal.
And then wait and see if he responds.
And he just kind of, he's not really responding any particular different. As soon as he kind of hears the noise, he just kind of, I apologize. And he starts shaking.
So he doesn't respond to either Infernal or Abyssal?
I mean, just not anything different than he has with the others.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I just, it suddenly occurred to me that his voice seems to be changing. And I thought maybe, if he's going to be becoming like some sort of like crazy demon or what have you, that might be meaningful.
No, I feel like all of us here can recognize that he's transforming into something that we're not okay with. And I don't want to be the first person to go ahead and say, okay, let's kill the guy.
All right,
but
darling, then I'll be the first person to say it. Let's kill him. It's not a disease. It's not something I can cure. I don't think there's anything that we can do to keep him from turning, so we might as well kill him now instead of doing it when, I don't know, he's much more powerful and he has a full set of horns and little nubbins.
Unless he looks like he's going to get much more powerful, I 100% disagree. And the reason I disagree is because this is how we prove to anyone in Kirstein what's been going on with Miss Crow's...
Well, I'm not going to Kirstein. I'm going to Kirschtein. And I don't think the people there are going to give a shit what he
No, it was a mispronunciation. I think there was a little bit of a dialect issue. Capricci, I think that we were trying to go to Kirstein, right?
Yeah, Kirstein.
Yeah. So I think it's important to at least, I'm trying to keep him alive as long as possible. And Dakota hasn't told me otherwise that he's bad. And I don't want to get to that point where we kill him before Dakota tells me, hey, by the way, this guy's going to kill you.
You know that's just a weapon, right? You can't speak.
Yeah, but she's kind of sentient and she's like my best friend.
Do we know how far to
I'm pretty sure it speaks
Kirstein?
to her.
I think
Roughly.
probably another day or two's drive. Actually, no, I think it's another day's journey.
I do not think that we can walk a day with this thing in full-blown whatever.
He's gonna slow us down. Listen. I don't want to just kill someone who's innocent, but he's gonna slow us down.
I obviously didn't want to either. The reason he's still alive is the fact that I saved his life.
I mean, yeah,
That's fair.
But at the end of the day, it's not like we can sit here and do much for him.
Well, if he turns into one of the things that we've already killed, then killing him is no big deal. I mean, I've never taken like a life. You kill beasties and what have you. It's a totally different bag. If he turns and he truly, genuinely wants to attack us, it's one of those defense operations.
I feel really strange about killing somebody that's been apologizing me up to this point. So
He's
like,
quite polite,
not to
that's
say. Not to say that I'm not appreciative of everything you've done up until this point. Like I'm so glad that he's still maybe Amos. I don't, whatever his name is. Could you back me up here? But I don't feel right killing him right now.
Can we spare? I'm sorry. Can we spare 10 or 15 minutes while we talk about this? Can I get a moment alone with him?
Sure.
Yeah,
you do whatever you want to do.
Do what you want to do. I trust ya. I know I just met ya, but hopefully you don't kill him. If you kill him, we're gonna have a conversation.
I'm not going to kill him.
Not a very confrontational conversation, because from where I'm from, but
There's also a quarantine conversation that we need to have. I mean, if we take him to Kirschtein, then does that mean that we're going to just, the spreading of the whatever?
This is my thinking as well.
I'd like to
Maybe we
cast
should
Detect
just try
Magic on
and get him to
him.
Kirschtein.
So I'm going to sit for 10 minutes and...
Well, to err is to not see.
So,
To heirs. That's good. That was very good.
So you take 10 minutes. You're reading. You see Felix kind of his knees are up. He's flipping through his book to find a page, just reading off this page, chanting in some arcane language, and over and over and over again as he's with Amos. And Felix, you finally cast a spell, and you detect magic. You find a very strong source of transmutation magic throughout Amos.
Do I feel like he's alive still after Felix has investigated him enough?
He's still just like, I apologize.
So, okay, first off, I just want to say thank you for not killing him. First off, because I think we would be against it. But what did you find?
I wasn't going to kill him. I apologize between everything that happened last night and.
Oh no, he's turning too. He's now.
I was so tired. I didn't think about this, but
That's a good point. Are you alright? Are you feeling?
I'm fine.
You did say that you apologized.
I was able to.
Can I roll an insight check on Felix?
Show your arm.
See if he's okay. Ever since she said that, I feel like I'm paranoid.
After getting some rest, I was able to think with a clear head, and I was able to see if he was affected by any magic. And it's very clear after setting up this ritual that he's under some sort of transmutation magic.
Transmutation.
Oh, thank you!
Thank you.
So I don't
keep her for the snort.
I don't know much about transmutation magic, but it may be fixable. I mean, we may be too late to save Amos, but this could be compatible.
Just for the record, what kind of magic are you most familiar with?
Evocation, mostly.
Evocation.
Do I know what that is?
I know some conjuration, and I know a little bit of transmutation and divination, things like that. But I've always specialized in evocation.
Okay, well that helps. But does this feel like the same kind of magic stuff that you were running into when you were working with the big government?
That was strictly illusion magic. I can't reiterate enough. It was the first time I witnessed this. It wasn't real. It was truly an illusion, and now this appears to be real, full-blown transmutation magic.
From what you've described, it sounds like that illusion may have transmutated into some real magic.
It's a different school, but yes.
As much
changed.
as I love talking about the types of magic that we know, this is not getting down to the actual problem, which is that we have this gentleman here that we see is turning into something. That's transmutation from one thing to another. We know he's turning.
I was going to say that we need to get breakfast.
I could get behind that. That sounds.
As I was trying to say,
yeah.
is that we run into the problem. We can't take him with us, obviously, and there are two reasons why. If he turns, then we have to waste resources and abilities on something that is far more dangerous than where he's at now.
Totally,
if we
just step
get
on it.
him to Kirschtein, and we do not fully understand how this spreads, we risk spreading it to an entire town of people.
I agree.
We need to quarantine ourselves, every single one of us, for the next 24 hours at the very least, to make sure that we are not a danger to these people.
It's very thoughtful, and I think... So here's the thing, if it's magic, can you do something about it? Can you dispel it?
No, I cannot. I'm sorry. That's outside of my training.
Now, I understand that this is a touchy subject for those of you that do not seem to be as familiar with death as some of us. The Lord under the mountain takes and he gives, and sometimes people must go when they're not ready. Amos was not ready, but it may be his time, and when the Lord calls, we give him what he asks for.
I don't want to offend you or anyone
I'm
else
already offended.
here. I'm not going to apologize for that, but I don't even want to bring this up. But if we're going to finish him off, we should probably burn the body.
I completely agree.
I'm no stranger to it.
And that's not to say that I want to kill him. I don't want to kill him, but we have to look at the bigger picture here. It's not like this isn't an easy thing.
Hold on, do we know the kind of... Perhaps, if we can keep him very, very secure, we could gag him, we can cover his face.
You're into some weird shit.
I just want to be safe. All I'm saying is that perhaps there's someone in Kirschtein that could
But the
help
problem
him.
is, if we do not know how it transmits, we risk
agree.
the people in Kirschtein by taking him.
Listen, I have the samples.
We could now.
That's why I took them.
We could at least wait 24 hours before we continue our journey to know that the contact that we've had with him has not transferred it. But even then, we don't know how long he's been with them. It could take a week to manifest.
I can check all of us to make sure that none of us have transmutation magic now on us. I'd be happy to do it. I can't afford to wait a whole day to go to Kirschtein.
That seems like the thing.
Yeah, I'm okay with
Yeah,
that.
let's do
I
that.
touched him quite a bit.
I'm happy to
I guess
clear
that's-
everyone before we go on, but I'm not waiting a full
Oh,
day.
yeah, no.
Yeah,
How about
getting
this?
us?
We take him with us. We don't bring him into Kirschtein. A few of us, one of us, however many, goes inside and talks around. I'm happy to stay behind and wait with him. If we can find some kind of cleric or wizard or something that can help him, perhaps we can try. And otherwise, maybe then we take care of it. But it feels like without trying...
The speed with which this is progressing, I agree that
I
we
don't
probably
know
don't
if he's
have
going
24
to
hours.
last the day.
But I'm saying, if we can secure him, what's he going to do if he's entirely bound?
I just want you to be aware that we met him less than 24 hours ago, and he was a normal person. He now has qualities. If you think he's going to make it another 24 hours, then you are mistaken.
I hate to agree with her, Big T, but she's right.
Thanks for the follow. Material components. All our team focuses here.
Material component.
Yeah,
We're letting you down.
but I hate to agree with her, Big T, but she's right. I think the humane thing would be to put him down.
Well, so here's the thing. I agree with you. I don't think he's going to last. I think he will turn into a huge monster, but what I could do is I could just knock him out as soon as he transfers. I can knock him out right now. He'll be unconscious even as a terrible monster.
Look,
Yeah, I don't feel good about killing him, but maybe we just keep
Just
this cycle of, hey, as soon as he wakes
look,
up, we knock
could,
him
we
out.
could kill him, and I could extend his life by 10 days, and we could try and find someone to resurrect him.
That's the point at that point.
Is that
Well,
how
then
that
he's
works?
dead,
I don't know.
actually. It takes me about 10 minutes, and I have to commune with Anubis, and only if he gives me the ability am I allowed to do it.
I just think
So,
he's
yeah.
my...
No, go ahead.
But at
Sorry,
that,
I'm
real
not
quick,
sure.
real
at that
quick,
point,
real
we're
quick.
leaving it in a god's hands.
He's my fault. I just think that giving him a chance and taking him to Kirschtein might help more people if they can actually investigate a live person that's affected by it versus killing him.
Well,
And then do we just leave? We burn his body and then we just say, hey, here's some fur, here's some horns. I swear it's not from a goat or a bull.
Yeah, it might be informational.
also, here's the plague. Enjoy, Kirsten.
We keep it, maybe we keep him quarantined, and we kind of explain to people that this is just more for informational
I
purposes.
understand what you're saying, but you're missing out on the human element here. We can be as safe as we want to be, but one reckless person comes up and gets scratched by him, and then runs into town killing everybody, and that is still our fault.
I agree. I agree.
I understand.
Why don't we put it to a vote? I'm on the side where we take him to Kirstein and we show him what's going on. We make sure that no one touches him. In 24 hours, if I turn, we'll know that it's just touch, and then you can kill me and him.
Well, before we go to, I value what you're saying. Before we go to Kirstein, I'm checking all of us anyway. But we should put it to a vote.
Let's sort of put it to a vote.
Would all have like a general sense of how disease works and that it can spread and is contagious and that kind of thing?
I feel like that. Everyone would know.
But now that we know that it's
100% wouldn't know
transmutation,
But right now that it's magic, I feel like that makes it different, right?
Yeah, but I think that we could guess, given the fact that he said that they were all turning, the people in that town, and we saw him as a normal person, he's now becoming this, we can imagine that there's some way it's being spread, and we don't know.
And we don't know.
And that's the point.
No, I don't want to spread it. So if it's going to spread, let's end his misery. But at the same time, I feel like there's a chance here for us to learn more about what is going on, maybe proven what is happening, and we could show this to the people of Kirschtein to tell them, like, this is not our doing. This is something we can't control. But by the way, this exists, and this man was not the man he was before we met him.
I vote.
Well,
as long as he doesn't break free of his bonds.
Before we do this, I would like to attempt to commune with Anubis.
And see if he can give us any
Capricci,
guidance.
we should respect this.
Yeah.
So
Respect this, Capricci. Come here.
I'm going to attempt to cast augury as a ritual. It is instantaneous, or it takes 11 minutes. So Iris, you see her as she starts to draw in the dirt all these symbols and things, and I'll take the scarab off of my necklace and place it in the middle and begin chanting, and like this magic swirl of sand is just kind of spinning all around it, and I'm going to cast augury for the next 11 minutes, and essentially the GM chooses from the following possible. So I'm asking.
This isn't your first time. You've
Because
done this
damn.
before.
So Lord Anubis, Lord under the mountain, God of judgment, please provide me your guidance as to whether it is time to send this soul into the afterlife or to help to ferry him back to life itself.
And you get to choose wheel for good results, woe for bad results, wheel and woe for both good and bad results, or nothing for results that aren't especially good or bad. So I'm basically asking if we should keep him with us, or if that's a bad idea or a good idea. And he can either tell me yes, no, or both.
So how does it manifest?
You choose.
So I will say, you have the lamp, right?
The lamp?
For the fire gazing.
Oh yeah, the sensor. It's like
the lamp. So you see Iris kind of doing all these marks in the dirt and the sand. She pulls out a lamp, like in the Aladdin sense, almost like a sensor, and lights a small flame. You then see her sitting down, staring very intently into the flame as it dances. And as you commune with Anubis, you see kind of shapes start to swirl, and you kind of get the sense. As you're starting to, you understand what the fire looks like. You've cast this before, what wheel and woe mean. And as you finish your ritual after 11 minutes, you feel in your heart wheel and woe.
Well, darlings, we're basically back at square one. There are both good and bad outcomes from this. And my problem with and that is just for keeping him alive. I did not ask what the outcomes would be if he were to die. So in this case, if we keep him alive, we will be bringing something potentially negative into this world.
I think for me, that's always a risk. And I think that this whole place is pretty bad. No offense to anyone that's native, but this content is terrible. There's a lot of bad things that happen here.
It's no Galtica, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, and I'm
sure
it's wonderful.
Galtica's great.
But I think that the fact that your God told you that something good could come of this is enough for me. And I raise my hand.
Yeah, I suppose I will also say if he can bring good, I am in support of keeping him alive.
I've been holding my hand up for 15 minutes.
So wait, we got
The only thing that
got
I'm going to say
3 goods.
is that I understand what you're saying. There's nothing in that guarantees that the good outweighs the potential for the bad. And if I can prevent the bringing of hardship on someone, I could not prevent what happened to him, though I did try. I'm not going to risk doing this to other people. So I'm going to vote for
But if we bring him with us, most of the way, but we kind of like hide him, maybe put some leaves on him and leave him outside of Kirschtein.
Well,
and go get a drink and then we come back and see what happens.
so
And this is exactly why I'm voting no, because like I said, the human element. Thank you for
Geo double G.
Welcome.
I'm not letting this end in a tie. I vote yes, we keep him alive and bring it with us. I don't like this. I trust you, and I'm trying to make amends.
I just
don't
want
want to kill
everyone
innocent.
to know that should I be right about this, I am going to rub it in all of your faces for as long as I know you.
We wouldn't expect anything less.
Perfect.
But it's
All right,
worth-
let's go.
it's
She's
worth a
very,
shot.
very good.
So
I'll carry him the whole way if you
As-
want. Hoosier, if you want to.
No, so this is my idea.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Because I think that this is a terrible idea.
Okay. So, okay.
Lift. Yeah. Can you and Herja carry him?
9.
I'll buy you alcohol and get to Kirsch.
I'm pretty hungry too.
And then a burger or something.
Yeah, okay.
You can carry me, and they'll carry him, and then I will be amicable to the entire thing.
Well, I think this is the best
And-
deal that we're going
but
to
we
get.
also cannot bring him into town.
No, of course.
So we're going to have to
I
break up.
I will stay with him,
We have to have a couple people guard him while the rest of us go into
and I
town.
will
Would I
provide you
know
with
any
my
place
coin
that we could
purse.
hide him?
I would say, given that that's where you're from, that Kirstein is a town built into the highlands. And so there's all sorts of cliffs. There's a winding road to get there. There's all sorts of cliffs and outcroppings, and the river runs right through and embankments where you could probably stash him. I would say that you would know that.
So before we get started, is it going to be me and Lufti that ends up handling him, or is it clear that everybody else should go into Kirschtein? Is it clear?
We can decide that once we find a place to stash him.
Okay.
But
I know so many places.
this also is to be said, and I still am telling Toa this because I know he'll listen. At a moment's notice, you still kill him. We keep him alive for now.
I'll try to knock him out.
Look,
if that doesn't
once
work,
we
then I'll
get to
kill him.
Kirstein, both Toe and I will stay with him, as I'm the only person with any kind of healing or medicinal magic, as far as I'm aware, at the very least.
I
And
can have a
Toa
look
is
at that.
incredibly strong. I'll send you with my coin purse. You can buy yourself some alcohol, and I will be counting every single good piece of quality.
of
So I
course.
swear to God, if you try to buy anything else like
Would
a
I
man,
do something like
you
that?
have done it in the past and will do it again in the future. I
don't
know
remember
it.
that, but I'm
Of
not
course you
saying
wouldn't.
you're wrong.
I will send her in. You can go in, figure out who you need to talk to, and at least we will.
That'll be no problem. I know everybody.
Felix, please watch over her. She gets into trouble, and I feel like I can trust you to make shit happen.
I think that he'll take very good care of me. I can feel that.
Please
about
keep
him.
her clothes on.
Felix, you got any more of that rope?
About 40 feet, yeah.
Thank you. Swim bananas. Thank you.
Swim bananas.
Thank you,
swim banana man.
Thank you, Mel. We love you, Mel.
So I'm gonna go up to Lufti and I say, so, am I really gonna carry her? Like, is this something that happens?
You're gonna get used to it. She's a little picky,
Well,
but you know,
So-
look at her. She's gorgeous. Don't you want to carry her?
Not really, to be honest. So if I
said,
say
don't
no,
you
what am I
want to
dealing
carry
with?
her?
All right, that's fine. If you're fine
You're
carrying,
getting on.
no, yes, it's okay. So how do we do this? Is it like a piggyback ride, or
No.
we'll just
Lift me. And I just do this elegant pose and cross my legs.
I guess I'll just
Scoop her up.
What's your strength?
20.
Okay.
Yeah, so
You effortlessly pick her up.
she can
You're being
she
fun
can
like a
never
basketball right
she
now.
can never touch the
No.
ground.
No.
She cannot be on the ground.
I have 19.
We haven't leveled up yet, have we?
Oh, well, 19. So you have 19.
Oh, 19.
Either way.
Excuse me.
Either way.
Excuse me.
That's
Sorry.
okay.
Thank you for
Just make
reminding me.
sure.
Thank you for reminding me. I have 19.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's fine. You still effortlessly.
Caprice, you asked about the rope?
Yeah, well, right now he's sort of a bound forward, legs up against his chest and then that sort of thing. What we could do if we're really, really concerned that he's going to turn into a beast and try to attack us is bind him backwards, which is sort of a choking, like a suffocation type operation.
Yeah, so
you
like
bind-
the BDSM style.
Exactly right. You just go
or-
around the neck and then
Yeah.
down like the feet like
Caprice,
So
this.
they just
we're
like
learning a
just
lot
like
about you.
yes.
No, you learn a lot of things in the
I'm
city.
going to want to talk to like.
How much?
Yeah. So you and I need to. Yeah.
How much rope do you
absolutely,
need?
I'll pencil.
I
it
just
in,
need
but-
like an extra 10 feet or so.
I cut off
have-
another 10 feet and I throw it to Caprice.
Okay.
Okay, can someone make sure that he doesn't attack me while I do this?
Can I
And while we do
observe
this, do you want to
this?
make sure that we don't
Okay,
have any
I
of the
observe him.
transmutation magic?
Yeah, everybody line up one by one. We're going to take 10 minutes apiece and we'll knock
Can
this
we
out.
line up like 2?
Or it should be
Turns
once
out
you
you
do
can't
it,
get
it just
big
you have it for 10 minutes.
Whatever
right?
makes you happy.
Yes, you have 10 minutes.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I thought it was 10 minutes per cast.
No, I think you 10 minutes for cast. Then how long does it last? Right?
It doesn't actually
it for
say.
detect
It's just
magic?
duration.
Yeah.
It's for
Oh, yeah,
area.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then
we'll
I can just
say,
wave my hands.
So you wave your hands. The
I
only
promise this is doing something.
transmutation magic that you sense is on Amos.
At least for now, it seems like we're all clear.
Would somebody like to lick him and see if it changes?
I'm kidding. Please don't do it.
I mean, no, I'm pretty sure that this is sexual, so no worries. Let's.
I mean,
I'm gonna.
I've never. Wait, I'm sorry. Capricci, I've never experienced this before. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah. Well, there are certain things that can only be transmitted in a certain way.
Okay. And so what are you talking about?
It's not important. Help me. Just make sure that this guy doesn't wake up while I bind him.
Okay, I can help you with that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Are
fine.
you sure it's only been a few days with you? I'm just
Can you make
What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're crazy.
What are you
a
talking
dexterity
about?
check with advantage because hers is helping?
Happily. I lost the die. Live and let die, I always say.
Oh,
Whoa!
Jesus
That's
Christ.
crazy. Dex? 12.
Sex at D&D
12.
style.
So as soon as you bind him, you kind of notice that he thrashes. He starts kind of thrashing about, and he's like, and his arms just start flying out. As he's flying out, you notice that his nails have kind of turned this dark. Blackish brown color and have started extending into like claws as he starts flying.
I'm sorry, too.
And you manage to actually hold on. Yeah, you still manage with that roll are able to get him back under control with hers' help, as she's able to kind of grab onto his limbs and just force him into place.
If I may.
Yeah.
So I don't know what impact this has on Amos in particular, but I would like to cast protection from good and evil on him as I'm holding him down and realizing that his nails are coming through.
Yeah.
And that this probably gives me a sense of discomfort, but I'm still trying in my lawful good state, trying to keep him alive as much as possible. So I would like to expend a spell slot in trying to cast protection from good and evil on him.
You channel the power of Moradin, that same kind of molten orangey light descends over him, and he is protected from good and evil as you're forcing his hand and Caprice is all flying out.
I'm trying Capricci with every might that I have.
You're doing a great job.
I don't know what's going on.
I'm giving him lots of slack, but as soon as he tries to extend his legs, it's going to suffocate him to death.
Okay, well, I don't want to kill him. I want to knock him out at the worst.
He'll learn real quick. I mean,
It's
you
a
won't
lot
keep
of
trying.
Yeah,
let's just not leave him anywhere for an extended period of time.
We should also keep
we're
getting
gonna
a
be
move on.
together. Yeah, you and me.
You and me.
Okay,
Okay,
where I feel good about.
Okay, so he is bound. You're able to. Who's carrying him? Okay, I need both of you to make athletic checks.
Me?
Yes.
Okay.
That can be me.
That ain't good. That's
Athletics plus.
that's a
20 natural.
20. So once again, Herja, you pick up one side, and Lufti's like,
I can do it as well.
Lufti, come on.
Watching this, I
Lufti.
gracefully jump out of Toa's arms. All right, big boy, just go do it.
All right, it's all right. No worries at all. I'm happy
swear I
to
can do it, okay? Lucy.
That's fine.
Piggyback.
athletic check. I almost said Ronan.
Jump on your back.
So,
14.
14. I would say still for Toa, that is plenty to lift up the other side.
Better than
So once again, the 2 strength characters are the ones here.
I honestly don't know why we don't ask them to do this every time. We do this song and dance, and they end up carrying them anyway.
Okay.
We tried.
So it's about midday, past midday at this point, as you are all, you packed up camp, and you all make your way through, as I believe my music is continuing, it is. You've packed up camp. You travel through the Clockwood. You occasionally hear the occasional far-off roar of the forest creature, the song of bird calls. As you're going through, you kind of hear like the loud croak of the raven that you've gotten very accustomed to. Occasionally, just echoing through the forest.
The block of the raven.
As you walk through,
Can you do a raven croak?
Yeah, raven.
Quark.
Quark.
Does it sound like that? Or like,
That's pretty good.
That's a crow.
crow, come on, get your chords right. Anyway,
God, come on.
I can do the birds flying away though.
Do the spaceship one.
Oh!
Good. It's fun playing with him as a DM because he does all these weird noises.
yeah,
I'm like,
I can't do that. So,
Oh boy.
as you're walking through, the light of sunset starts to become more and more visible through the canopies as the forest, which was previously incredibly dense, the clockwood starts to get lighter, less and less dense and thick. You're making your way out as the forest starts to kind of disperse as you're making your way, as it starts to kind of go out towards the highlands where you know you're headed. I need everyone to make a group perception check for me.
Yes! I'm good at perception!
One character is not. Well, yep.
Erica might be putting your dice in jail.
I mean, sometimes that
Actually, I
happens.
suck at perception, it turns out.
13.
I find that the ones that are blue don't
13.
do the work.
Your dice are in jail,
Here.
Fernando. Put them in there.
11.
Vanished.
perception.
This is the first use of our dice jail?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just
Yeah,
bopping along and I got
you
a
can still
4.
enjoy the tray. 19.
19. Iris, Caprice, as you're making your way, you start to see that the light is coming through, and you're starting to see kind of the peaks of mountains up ahead through where the forest ends. As you make your way, exiting the forest soon, you hear the loud, familiar roar of the bull. Off in the distance.
Did you hear that?
Seemingly coming north, as if it's been heading in a similar direction.
Only the two of them heard it?
Only the two of them.
Did anybody else hear that?
What? No,
Not
what? No.
Did I?
I heard it. Yeah.
No, just the two.
13.
You both got 13s.
Absolutely.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's that same bull thing.
And it seems to be heading in the same direction between us.
I thought we met it last night. Oh, I was way off.
Yeah, because we killed that thing.
What's happening here?
I'm sleeping on you.
Okay.
In the middle of the day.
Aren't we? Here's pick him back up. I can't get
Oh,
him
I'm sorry. What
You can't
happened?
carry Amos and you're falling asleep on the tiefling.
Are you passing out? What's going on? It's like
no, I
the...
was sleeping. I'm sorry. Was there an anus involved?
No, that's the name of the... it's not important. The point is that where there's a bull sound. There's that same horn that I heard
Okay,
before.
so this is where we're at,
I mean,
right?
we killed the first one.
So either there are two, or it was not the same one. Did we hear it roar when we saw it?
We didn't. No, we heard it roar in the distance,
So
and
then
we
it's
assumed it was the
probably-
one we killed.
Well, assumptions are not facts, and
It's
so
true.
it probably was not the same creature.
By definition.
So my thought is that we kill Amos, and then we go.
We're not killing him yet.
Really?
Are either of you able to discern the distance?
And direction.
Dude, any direction or distance.
Oh! Hey, thanks, Reed.
Thank you.
My brother.
So you hear the noise. It sounds like it's coming on the direction of the forest of where Miss Crow's Crossing was, but kind of as if it's still like the same, despite you traveling for many hours. Kind of, it seems to be traveling the same direction, almost parallel.
Behind.
Basically,
with us.
next.
So if you think
Wait,
about where
wait.
we are, so
Literally
let's say
parallel,
Miss
not
Crow's
following.
Crossing was
Correct.
here, we were here with our camp.
But
As we've been
very
moving,
distant.
it's been
Yes,
walking.
yes.
But very.
Nikki's got it.
So it came from the north.
Yes.
Which direction is Kirschtein from us?
It's
You
literally
are
heading
heading
towards Kirschtein.
You're heading. You are heading east. So it's basically came from the south. Still kind of heading east.
So what you're saying is that it doesn't sound like it's coming for us. It's just heading in the same direction.
So should we
with
interrupt it? Should we make sure it doesn't get to Kirschtein? I don't sense this being.
I mean, it sounds like it's very far away. I don't want to take a detour at all.
Do we wait until it comes up on us? I mean, just kind of like hide.
Well, does Dakota work during when we're not sleeping? That sort of thing?
Yeah, she lets us know anytime there's danger within a certain.
We're not
30 feet.
taking detours, and we're not going to hunt every little thing that we hear. We need to keep moving.
We don't even know if that was the same bull. It could have been completely unrelated.
It's good to be aware, and we appreciate you letting us know, but we need to keep moving.
Perhaps it's a friendly creature of
we're
the
not
forest.
I feel like this is a different bull noise than what I've heard up
It
until this
sounds similar to the bull noises, but a bull, a
bull
scary
is a
bull
bull
noise
noise.
is a bull noise.
point. Okay.
Okay.
Well, do I get a sense that there's been any pattern about this? Has it been a specific time of day? Has it been a frequency? Do I get any pattern out of this whatsoever?
I would say,
Major
without a
TV
roll,
this
that
campaign.
doesn't seem to be any kind of pattern to concern. Okay.
Hold on. So, Lufti, are there any villages or towns in that direction to the north? Would you know that?
Like
Outside of
here in
Kirschtein.
Kirschtein?
Yeah.
You know that there are villages kind of dotted throughout the Clockwood, small villages very similar to Miss Crow's Crossing. But exactly the layout, you didn't really focus too much on that, I would say.
Yeah, there's places here and there, but I don't have a map or anything.
So I'm just worried about that creature. Maybe he's just some friendly creature of the wood, or perhaps.
Are you turning into
No, I'm just
tiefling?
Yeah,
into what?
The tiefling.
God, I hope not.
No,
I can't remember what his name is. Carpaccio,
terrible.
Cannoli, something like that.
old canoe.
No, my point is that perhaps they're doing the same thing to another village.
That is a concern,
But
but
it's not something we can
but
really
the
stop
thing
and
is,
deal with.
we've made the choice that this life, Amos, is far more important than every other life in the area.
No, it's,
So we might as well stick with that decision and head on to Kirschtein to give
agree.
them some kind of disgusting disease and kill everyone there as well.
We're not bringing him into Kirschtein. It's fine. Let's keep moving. Let's keep walking.
Who is keeping him outside of Kirschtein?
We're going to decide that when we get there. But for now,
I'll
we need
stay
to
with
keep
them.
moving.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna find somewhere to station.
Okay.
Gonna take us
So
somewhere.
you and I tried carrying him to Kirschtein until we said no carrying to Kirschtein.
Right.
Okay, I will be in the lead then, unless you object, and then if anything happens, then you and I will stop.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
So
Okay,
it's just
so you
keep marching.
You continue and marching, and as the forest becomes less and less dense, you kind of finally get the full blast of sunset, as the kind of beautiful oranges and golds of the end of the day paint the sky, which it's normally fairly gloomy. It's just kind of peeking through the dense gray cloud cover. As you are then standing before the forest behind you of the Stout Main Highlands, and you are all level 4.
Boom!
Well, give me a moment to change this
Unlimited cosmic power!
We need to change our current status of
the lamp inside of my bag to give us the vibrate.
health.
Yeah,
As you now find yourself shackled to
level
it.
4 is
So level 4 health is fine,
Yeah.
even though we haven't taken. Okay.
I would sell my soul for more spell
So
slots.
it's like a
You need to know
Feywild
anything
level
about-
where it just happens.
So I would say that none of you taking damage since you're long rest. So.
Correct.
yeah. We should be fresh.
Say that again. So we're walking towards Kirschtein, and where are what are they called, and where are they?
So you see, as you're looking ahead at the Stout Main Highlands, and you kind of see this dense, kind of loamy soil that spreads all around. As you're kind of, and you're seeing the Krolva Mountains, where the Stout Main Highlands are basically in the foothills of. peeking ahead, very, very, very faint snow-capped tips. As the Krolva, Krolva.
Cool.
Yeah, the Krolva Mountains.
Autocorrect
How do you
really
spell
funny to me.
Krolva. And as you are making your way down the road, you start to see that the elevation was fairly kind of hilly, but not too bad in the Clockwood where you had been. But it starts to kind of veer up and down around bends and bluffs and crags as you start making your way towards Kirschtein. And you see the occasional herd of wild horses running through the highlands, and you see farms far off dotting. Not too many, but several. It seems to be pretty sparsely populated with civilization.
Can I get a sense of what they are farming?
I would make an intelligence check.
20.
20. I would say, given your experience, you're probably getting the sense that they're farming wheat and barley.
That makes sense. I give them a little nod, and out of my flask, I start to take a sip of the delicious beer that a gentleman poured into my Godric poured into my flask the previous day. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate that. That's nice.
And so, you night falls over the highlands as kind of the clouds roll in. You kind of start to feel the pitter-patter of raindrops, cool water hitting your skin as you're making your way. The just faint glimpses of the moon behind the clouds you're able to see. You would need to be lighting torches in order to light your path. As your first night, you feel like you could probably get to Kirschtein by midday the following day. As you're walking through, you hear an echoing voice kind of reverberating around the rocks and the bluffs around you.
So there aren't really trees anymore.
Not there are the occasional tree here and there, but for the most,
shrubs,
it's
stuff
just
like that.
shrubs and bushes and like large rock formations, and you're just kind of basically weaving in and out of these things as you're making your way through the highlands.
Did anybody hear that voice?
And it calls out, it says, "Hey, somebody help me!" And then you hear followed immediately, very low, grumbling, deep voice. "I know they're gonna help you. Shut up! I told you 17 times!" Kind of echoing. Seems to be coming from the north side of the road. And it seems to be decently far off, but just the sheer echo.
Do we all hear it?
Yeah.
You guys,
That sounds
What
close.
now? Like everybody here has a problem.
do you recognize those voices?
I don't.
Do I? No.
Well, it sounds close enough. Let's go check it out.
Fine, let's go.
Let's go. Come on.
Are we going to leave the guy here? Let's take the guy.
With us? Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not
That's
carrying
not
him,
like
just-
coming with us.
All right. I'll run forward.
Okay.
I'll take the lead.
So Caprice, you're running ahead, and as you're running through, it says, "I don't fucking care what you tell me 1727 fucking times. Someone's gonna fucking find me, and you're gonna fucking die." And
This guy's spicy.
as you're sprinting through, the clouds start to cover the moon as it gets very, very dark. As you're weaving through up and down hills, as you're kind of hearing just the taunting of the same voice, the occasional run of, you're gonna put me to sleep, and you start to see the glow of what seems to be a bonfire of some kind, or a large fire coming from behind the turn of some you see kind of these cliffs ahead of you, and there seems to be the glowing of fire kind of illuminating the walls and the bluffs above it, as there seems to be a very haphazard structure built into kind of the side of this kind of crag into the side of this cliff. You see these large, heavy logs that have been kind of propped up into kind of just this haphazard barricade as you kind of hear the voices echoing from that little alcove.
Does it feel remotely like bull-like at all, like any of the architecture that we saw, the goats or the bulls erecting?
I would say make an intelligence check, Joel.
Also, how does our level up? Does it affect spell slots at all, or are those just gone?
So whatever spell slots you would have gained, you gained.
When I did it in D&D Beyond and mine was maxed out, it gave me 2 fresh ones. They weren't like consumed, so I had.
If you gain your spell
they,
slots,
they are so.
The one you used this morning was
just
still
ones are
Yes.
I've used 2.
Right, so then those are taken, and
But
then any
you will
new
get
ones
the
you
new
get are
ones.
empty.
1.
I got a 4.
Okay. You have no idea.
What was that roll for?
Just if the structures looked like they were made by bull creatures.
Okay. All right.
There they are. I think they're there. I mean, it looks like a very crude structure in bonfires. It feels familiar to last night, but it's probably unrelated. Let's go.
Do we see
Guns
any
a-blazing.
shadows moving from the fire?
I would say make a perception check.
That's terrible. All my dice suck.
Jail.
Arrgh.
Jail.
I already put a
Can't
bunch
jail
in
them
there.
Can't jail them all.
Yep, there are 3 dice in the mix.
Of 5.
5. You look and you see kind of
Put it in
shapes
jail.
are kind of shapes of shadow are kind of being painted on the side of this cave wall, or not cave, but the side of this cliff wall. But nothing seems to be moving, or nothing discernible that you can tell.
We're hustling right
Yeah.
through.
And
I was gonna look at Caprice and be like, let's just go. We're not stopping. We're going in.
let's do it. Okay. So you're just running and you're not even stealthing.
No.
So as you are approaching, you hear the kind of one voice of, "You're gonna be sorry tomorrow morning," and you hear one loud voice, the same one, and then a very loud, deep, guttural snoring, like,
Oh boy.
at the same time. As you're just sprinting in, you hear that same familiar voice that had called out, like, "Hey, I think I hear something!" And immediately you hear a secondary voice say, "Hey, what are you waking me up? What the fuck is going on?" And then he says, "Oh, get up, something's coming!" And you then suddenly see an enormous shape stand up. The structure had been kind of covering the scene as you're sprinting around, and a huge, it seems to be like 15 foot tall, 2-headed, gigantic creature looms up as you just run into this camp. As soon as you kind of run around these logs with one like narrow entrance, the stench hits your nostrils. As you look at this creature, it's just covered in the smattering of this hair all down it, and it seems to be covered in the rotting remains of the past meals for who knows how many weeks. As you see, there seems to be a large fire built in the center of this camp, which you realize on the far end, as you're running in, you see this disgusting pile of bedding, remnants of food, bone. You can't tell what kind of creature, as well as like bits of wood and cloth, just kind of like a mattering, like the smattering of things. And to your left, you then finally kind of, as you're getting in, the roaring of the fire, you start to hear the loud squealing, snorting of what seemed to be like hogs, and you look to the side and there's a very sloppily constructed pen of all of these just dwarfs that all kind of have this wild look in their eye. And the creature looks at you and says, like, "What the fuck is going on? I don't know, I'm gonna smash him!" And then it pulls up this massive club that seems to be like just carved out of this log, and it just gets ready to swing in. I get everyone to roll for initiative.
Oh.
Woo!
Yeah.
I have advantage because of my weapon.
Better.
Whoo, baby! Still pulling off Vandra's initiative,
12
let me tell
for
you.
Hersha.
Okay. So,
I'm gonna use the rest of it for my turn.
So coming up, coming up before we start that, I'm gonna smell that and then immediately start holding my breath.
What are we doing with
Oh yeah, let me know what you guys are doing with him.
Well, I'll just shout to the group.
We're still holding him.
Drop him in the back. I'll stay with him. As you guys rush forward, I can provide support from the back.
Okay, Toa, do you feel good about that?
So, yeah, I think that's fine. We gotta help.
I'll keep an eye on him.
allow me
Okay.
to set up here.
Should I squeeze this way or this way? What would be best?
Kelsey and because I need to run down real quick before we do this and jump on the puppy.
Oh, we're puppy checking. Okay, we have 5 seconds.
We have a really long
2 minute break. The sense
session.
that it is kind of stepped right here, we'll say, as the boars are all in this pen, and they look to be
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
angry. They call. Whoa! I think I slapped him. Oh, it's gonna be cross. I promise not to touch.
Ayo.
It's getting sexy. It's getting real sexy. As okay, I think that's 7.
Yep, that's 7.
7. Okay, cool. And they are all gonna just be.
And is that like gated?
That's like it's open, and so it's a very weak, like rickety wooden thing, and it seems like they'd be easily able to bash through it. And then you guys can place your menus wherever you like.
Where are we coming from? Over here?
Yeah, you're coming in from over there.
I would probably be within 5-10 feet of Toa.
Well, I guess which way did we come in? Just right here? I mean,
so he was in the front, right? We're probably closer to the back because we're carrying the guy.
I was
Caprice
up
in
with
front.
him.
Caprice was in the front.
You were probably like here.
I was next to Caprice.
So we're like back here.
And I was and basically, I assume what'll happen is you'll toss the guy down, and I'll stay with him, and
So let's just say like there-ish.
Let's go.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I need initiative rolls, everybody.
I might be first.
I thought I rolled. Sorry. 12.
12?
Oh, you're not doing your 25 to 20?
Well, 20, 25.
22.
Okay.
21.
21 for Toa?
Or 22, actually.
Hey! You want to go first?
You go first.
You go first.
Sure.
I need you in front.
Okay.
Okay. Toa, you're up.
I need my front line, baby.
Yeah.
Lufti, what do you get?
17.
17.
20.
20 for Caprice.
Holy smokes.
Persia got a what?
12.
12. Okay, what does anyone know what Iris got?
My initiative.
We don't.
What's on her dice?
I don't know that she rolled.
Oh, I don't think she rolled. It's a 15 technically, and her initiative would be technically +4, so she could be at 19. But
She's
I don't
18
think
dex?
I don't think she rolled it. She has a 18 dex. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
However, yeah, +6 initiative, my friend.
That's insane.
That's insane.
I rolled a 19 with my +3 initiative, and I got a 20.
So let's say, she has +4, so let's say she has a 19.
It's no Matthias initiative.
I was say it's not. Yeah, it's no Vandress, right? In the last campaign, I leveled up and I got a feat. So I took Elven Accuracy and increased my Charisma by 1, which bumped me up to 16.
So
I
roll
plus
for
9
initiative
initiative.
here.
Yeah.
With Brackish Audacity or whatever it is.
When I get to level 20, I'm gonna have like +18 to intimidation. It's just like
you got a 19, by the way?
I had a 19.
Oh,
you guessed right then.
Who else got a 19?
We looked at your die and we assumed. No, we had a 20.
Lufti had a 19?
Lufti had an 18, I thought.
Okay.
Did you roll?
Yeah.
Lufti, what'd you have?
Yeah, I had a 19. Dog is doing fine. She's being really good.
There is a popper. And it's a popper.
Okie dokie, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so as you see this two-headed giant creature wielding its massive club, and you see that the boars that seem to be penned up are just immediately the voice of this creature has set them into a frenzy, and they effortlessly bash through the little penned wooden structure that's been keeping them in, and they seem very irritated. Okay, Toe, you're up. And you can move him in a little bit more if you can't make it without expert.
I'm just gonna.
That's fine.
So I'm just going to say I'm gonna drop him, my free object interaction. I'm going to drop that into the stick.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go like 1, 2, 3.5, 5, 6 or 6. I'm just going to go here, and I'm going to bonus action to rage.
Okay.
Smart
You get into your tribal warrior stance, and that kind of like that shimmering spiritual shade kind of comes over your eyes, and you're ready to fuck him up.
And I guess I'm going to use my action to ready an attack for the first thing that comes into range.
Got it. Okay, cool. With that, it's Felix's turn.
All right, I'm going to move up. I don't know, my movement is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's good enough. And then a range of 60 feet, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Perfect. I am going to... For flanker?
No, for...
for the body guy.
For the guy.
All right, we'll just put him like there for now. We can move it. And then I'm going to cast Flame Sphere right here on this guy right there.
What does he do? What gotta do?
It doesn't do anything right now.
Okay.
You use a level 2 spell slot, and then any creature that ends its turn within 5 feet radius of it must make a dexterity saving throw, and if you fail, you take 2d6 or half 2d6.
Okay.
And then basically every round I get to move it as a bonus action, it's concentration, so I can continue to throw firebolts while I move it.
Okay, so Felix, you run up, kind of staying along the wall, look at this massive two-headed creature, and you stick your hand, you grab the dagger, you stick out your hand, and a flaming sphere erupts next to him. It's almost hard to discern next to the roaring bonfire that seems to be in front of him, but it starts to swirl around. Okay, Priest's turn.
Do I get a sense that this massive 15-person beast is just out for blood, and that he's really going to kill everybody?
He seems to have, like, flesh bits dangling from him. Oh, the one thing I forgot to note is that it's kind of hard to see with his massive form in the fire, but just past him, you see cages that seem to... You can't seem to have humanoid figures in them in various states of health. And you kind of see like a shape say, you hear that familiar voice say, "Hey, I fucking told you, you're screwed!" And then, so that's the general sense you get.
Holy hell, let's light this guy up! I'm gonna run straight towards you, Lufti. Not actually Lufti, Kelsey. Keep me away. One more in the diagonal sense. Yeah, perfect. Keep me there. I just need to get into... I just need to get within 60 feet. I'm already there. So I'm going to cast Fairy Fire on the bro.
Okay.
On the bro.
Each object in a 20-foot cube within range is outlined in blue, green, or violet. I'm going to go with the violet.
Okay.
Any creature in the area when the spell is cast is outlined as if it fails a dexterity saving throw for the duration of the...
Dex saving throw.
Yeah.
He gets a 0.
That's what I wanted to hear. Alright, as long as I maintain concentration for the next minute, any attack roll against an affected creature or object has advantage if the attacker can see it, and the affected creature or object can't benefit from being invisible.
Okay. So, Caprice runs up, staying alongside the log walls of this camp, and he pulls out his viol and plays a quick, very like jaunty, light fairy-ish tune, and immediately a poof of violet emerges on top of this creature, and he's completely outlined in the darkness in this violet light. Oh no! And so, like, the two heads are kind of bickering, trying to like get the light off of it to no effect. And with that, it's Iris' turn.
I am going to I'm going to move up towards where Toa is. Just on the other side, closest to Caprice. Closest to Derek. So look at your dwarf. The square closest to. I can move up to 60 feet. So I'm fine.
1, 2.5. Nowhere.
You're not Rodek?
This is me.
Yes, I want.
You're saying Derek.
I want to be next to you, closest to Derek, the physical person. Thank you, Kelsey.
There.
Here.
Oh, there. I see. 1, 2. Yep. You easily done.
Oh man.
And then I'm going to look at the big guy, and I'm going to cast my spiritual weapon, channeling my crook and flail from Anubis. It's my bonus action.
The crook and flail emerge kind of in the shimmery golden and teal light, and they are crossed and ready to swing in at him. When they're summoned, they make an attack, don't they?
I believe so.
I believe they do. Let's just say make an attack roll.
Yeah.
Yep, spell attack.
1d8.
And they swing in at his shins.
Doesn't tell me what my modifier would be for this.
Spell attack would be wisdom plus proficiency, right?
Plus 7, so 22.
22 hits effortlessly.
And then 1d8.
He's a big one.
Sorry. Still learning how to do this. 9 points of damage.
That's
that.
Okay, 9 points of damage. It smashes into his shin. He's like,
and then I'm also going to cast Toll the Dead on him as well. He needs to make a wisdom saving.
okay, you hear that gong. Go. Hold on, let me reroll. That was pro. And
Against
he
the 15.
fails spectacularly.
And he's damaged.
Yes.
So he will take a d12. What's it on? 5 necrotic damage.
His one hand is like clutching over his ear. His one free hand is. And how much damage again?
5.
5. Okay, cool. With that, it is the Ettin's turn. I mean, you didn't know what that is. As soon as it looks at you, it just, okay, let's just do this. And it reaches down and you see another club, but this one has like metal jags just kind of hammered into it. And it picks that one up, dual wielding, and it is running. It is going to walk over to both you. You can just move up to Toa, and its speed is 40, so it can easily get to you guys.
Oh, wow.
So triggering you, Toa.
Yeah, I would like to use my reaction to attack. And it's advantage, because of fairy fire, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, so am I.
Natty 20, baby.
Boom! My boy.
Yeah, that's why you do that.
Fucking Big T over
12, oops, and that was a 3. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 damage.
22k, why not? As soon as you walk over, you pick up your totem and smash into its knee. You're a little bit taller, so you're easily able to get to its knee. He lets out a both heads are just horrifically in pain. And you said, "Oh, that!" You hear the voice from him. That looks like it fucking hurt, didn't it?
I like this guy.
And it smashes into its knee, and it is going to look at both Iris and Toa and swing at each of you. Toa, this is going to be. Oh my god! Talking of this, 18 will hit. 18 hits. So that deals 16 points of slashing damage as you're hit by the improvised weapon. The club is going to swing down for. Okay.
He's disadvantaged against Iris because I marked him. So now anyone that's not me.
Okay. Is a 13, will not hit. You effortlessly dodge out of the way, Iris, as it slams in kind of dust and dirt are kind of covering both of you as you feel the weight of this. And with that, it is Lufti's turn.
Lufti? Yeah.
So I'm going to run up and see what's going on.
Lufti need to stop.
Yeah. Oh my god, everything is so gross in here. So I'm going to keep running around here.
Okay.
And I will make an unarmed attack.
Okay.
Unarmed strike. Which is a 15.
15 hits.
Remember, you're advantage on him.
Yes.
I am.
Every
So you
attack.
want to make sure.
Just in case you crit.
Just in case you
His AC is 12, so just.
I would not crit, but I would.
So it hits.
Big old hit.
Okay, so that would be 3 plus 5 is 8 damage,
Okay.
and then I'm going to spend a key point. Oh shit, hold on.
Remember,
I
you
did say
bonus
that.
action, you get to attack again.
I do?
Yeah.
But if you use Flurry of Blows, you get to attack twice. So you basically, no matter what, as long as you use an attack action, you can bonus action to attack again.
And remember, you can always hit with your spoon too, and then also use a bonus action to hit.
Sorry, I forgot about the bonus. Why do I have that?
So
just being a monk.
Yeah. So being a monk, you can hit with your spoon and then follow up with your bonus action to punch him.
So you can still do that,
kick him, or whatever.
Or I can do. Okay, then in that
So
case,
you
I'm
use
just
your
going to use the
for that,
bonus action.
and then hit him for your spoon.
And the advantage. Am I still advantage from the bonus action?
Yes, every single one.
Okay. So another 15 to hit.
Yes.
That is going to be 9 damage.
9 damage. Okay.
Sorry. I'll get back into it.
As you run up beside your ally, you just do pop pop and 2 pops, both hit, and it's kind of like and it's like thick bruising from where you're just both attacking, just getting rid of his slaughtering his legs. Poor guy. Hershey, you're up.
Hershey's going to cast Thunder Smite, first level, bonus action.
Okay.
Concentration up to 1 minute.
Yep.
First time you hit with a melee weapon, during this spell's duration, the weapon rings with thunderous thunder that is audible within 300 feet, and your attack deals an extra 2d6.
Cool.
So, hopefully I hit.
Do I move?
It has a
Yes.
advantage because of fairy fire.
Okay.
5?
30. I
5
have 30 feet because of
You
my.
can move one more
level.
than 6.
I took Shield Master, so I should be 30 feet.
Speed?
Speed, yeah.
That would be
It
30.
increases your speed?
It increased my speed by 5.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So that would be there. That's 5, that's 6.
Okay. Am I within?
Somewhere.
Oh, yeah, no, you're on him. I just didn't know if you wanted to move
didn't
up or
realize
stay
it increases
closer
your
to Toa. You're good.
It doesn't
You're in
matter.
range. You're in
Okay,
range.
okay. So advantage?
Oh, yep.
8 and 14 for my
14
flail.
hits.
Okay, so 18 total with Thunder Smite, additional 2d6 thunder damage, 1d8 and 2d6. Alright, so 7 thunder damage and 1 plus 3 regular flail damage, which I guess is
11
slashing.
total.
3 plus 7 is 10? 10.
So, plus 1.
7 plus 3 is 10, right?
Yes, 10, yep.
Yeah.
10 damage. Okay, so
Okay.
you run up and you swing your flail. Dakota
Woo-hoo!
smashes in
Thunder Smite.
with like this. You kind of see cloud almost starting to form around it, and you hear like as it echoes through this outcropping, and it smashes into his gut as he swings up, and he's "Whoa!" and he's looking pretty darn weak. And with that, the pigs all just burst forth.
He's looking
Strength,
weak.
strength
The
saving
flame's
throw.
not even moved yet. He's looking
Strength
weak.
saving throw if it hits.
Okay.
DC of 12.
He gets
I can like blaze them all.
Okay, so
So
it
he
does not
stands firm.
stands firm.
I don't
Does
have a
not
spell.
get pushed 10 feet away.
I'm saying
Just move it.
no. I
Okay.
mean, we were talking about me taking
the
like a
pigs
scorching
all sprint
like a
out.
beam. It's like a
And so
wall
let
of
me,
fire. I didn't take it.
Let me
I'm
arrange
scorching
this
ray
here.
instead because it's more versatile.
Oh shit, there's so much fucking garbage in the line here. Okay, I'm gonna just go 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, this is gonna be tasty.
6. 1, 2, let's say 3.
I'm gonna get my ass kicked.
I apologize for any collateral damage that's coming in, everyone.
Who's within 5 feet of me? Is it just Toa?
No, just Caprice.
Oh, just Caprice.
Is within 5 feet of you and the monster.
Okay.
Caprice!
1, 2, 3.
Oh, this is gonna be so
Caprice.
juicy.
And so they're just all sprinting and swarming.
Where do I go?
And so they weren't able to, unfortunately, number 5 is, however, going to do a charge attack against Lufti.
Dead by rats, dead by boars. It's all just
Okay.
ambulance all over again.
That is
Generally,
He's going to roll
To
and
Ares
get a
to
tusk.
Nazi.
It's going to be 13 to hit. It just misses horribly as he's sprinting. And so we have 2 attacks. We're going to do both of Iris's. One is going to manage to hit, as one is going to be able to kind of gore you with its tusk.
You have my AC is 17, right?
Yes.
I'm just
And that's going to be 2 points of slashing damage as the tusks go in. And then And then 3 attacks on 3
On
more
her.
attacks
That
on
was on
Lufti.
you. The 2 on
Fuck me.
As the attack
Right,
right
yeah,
for
1,
you.
2, 1, 2, 3, 4. That is a lot of attacks.
2 are going to hit.
Mein Schlieben.
Nein, Schlieben.
Mine! Sie freaking
I forget what health it is.
11 points of slashing damage as the tusks slash
gesund.
through. And
Mein Gesund.
Mein Gesund.
and with that, the boars are just are loaded for bear here. And with that, it is Toa's turn.
Toa, come on, baby.
Oh god, there's a whole lot of pigs.
Crush his skull!
But I think I should.
Der Schweine.
I'm like looking at the pigs and I'm looking at the guy and I just.
I'll take
First,
care
I'm
of the
gonna
pigs.
swing in on the old big feller.
Okay.
Damn, that's good.
That was not.
The road. It's got like a really
20 something, so that hits.
Have you tried it before?
Yeah, I just forgot how much I liked it.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
It's like really
14,
yum yum.
15, 16 damages.
16 damage to number, what you call it?
1.
To the big guy?
The old
To the
big
big
fella.
guy.
16. How do you want to do this?
Oh!
Cleveland.
What can I like reach on him with my maul?
Just, I would just go up to his 2 nuts
How
and just
tall
start
is
doing
he?
that like fucking boxing move.
So I would say with your maul,
Like Winnie and Austin Powers.
another like
You can
good.
jump and
Like 3
whack him
feet.
in the head.
You could probably reach at least like up here
The
if
mall's
you wanted to
long.
like just do
You
a
can
jump.
and like bang.
Yeah, I just want to basically just like wheel up and just fling it up and just like crush his sternum.
Oh, yeah.
Go for
So
this
as
guy.
he's being beaten down, he kind of is slumping forward a little bit. You're just wailing on his legs, and you just line up a massive swing and just aim straight for his sternum, and all of you hear this sickening crack as both don't even make a noise, and just immediately their eyes roll back, and it stumbles back onto the fire and kind of ignites, and kind of this putrid smell of burning flesh of this creature.
Nice, Toa, right in the xiphoid chamber.
Okay.
Oh, so hold on. Then what I want to do is just to try to 1, or it's 3, 4.5. 6. So I'm going to, if you want to, take 4, or 4 and 6 can take opportunity
Okay,
attacks.
they will. They can and will. And both are going to miss horrifically.
Oh no!
And I'm going to yell to Irish, "You're free to run!"
Take an opportunity.
No, they already did.
No, they did. They used a reaction.
Oh, cool. Well, it's not my turn.
I'm just saying.
Well, he's
I'm just trying
He yells
to.
it
he's
out.
being Toa.
I'm
Thanks.
yelling
Being
at him.
Felix, you're up.
All right. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use my bonus action to move the sphere up to 30 feet. 5, 10, 15. I'm going to ram it into number 1.
Okay.
Who is going to... You have to make a saving throw against the sphere's damage, which is a Dex 15 check.
It's going to be a 19.
So it succeeds, so it'll take half of 2d6.
The boy managed to dodge.
Dang, 7 damage, which will be 3 is half
3 to
because it's
number who?
rounded down. Number 1.
3 to number 1. As the flame sphere smashes into it, meant to dodge out of the way, but it does do a bit of damage there.
Then I'm going to use my actual action to cast a non-concentration spell, which will be a firebolt at number 4 right
Number
here.
4, you grab your blade and you just cast. The fire erupts from your hand.
So it's a plus 7 attack. 18 plus 7 is 25.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 1d10 fire damage.
Okay.
I have to make sure I actually grab a 10. This looks like a 10. Come on. 7.
7 points. It blasts in the side of this pig. You kind of smell like roast pork. To number 4.
And I'm just going to back up 10 feet to stand next to the guy who's bound and kind of
You
guard.
hear the and he's kind of like thrashing about.
And that's my turn.
Okay. With that, it is Caprice's turn.
I'm going to move 3 spaces towards Chelsea.
Okay.
Thank you. And then I'm going to take a shot at what's the closest one.
2 is that one right
I'll
there.
take a shot at number 2 with my hand crossbow.
Okay.
Russell's not the maze when I'm not facing the right direction.
That's going to be a 14.
Hits.
It hits, and that's going to be a 6 points of piercing damage.
6 points. You run over as this creature is burning, and you pull out your hand crossbow, still holding your viol, and you plink. The bolt hits the side, doing how much? Number 2? That was 7.
6 points.
6 points of piercing damage. Number 2. He lets out a loud squeal, as is the case. Okay, Irish up.
I am going to move around into the little cleft between 4, 6, and 3.
Okay.
And well, for one thing, I'm going to move my spiritual weapon up to where his thing is.
This?
Yeah. They were in the
Up
same
to
spot,
where?
so I'm going to move it. Technically, my spiritual weapon is right there. That's Amy's thing. But they were in the same spot,
Oh,
so
I
I'm just
see.
moving it that
Do
place.
you have a thing for that?
And no. And my spiritual weapon is going to make its attack on number 1.
Number 1. Okay.
Yeah.
Toa, would you grab me a beer?
I got
And
you,
that
fam.
would be
What do you want?
an 11.
11 hits.
Oh my god, okay.
I have my own stuff, but
and
whatever you
then
Yeah.
6 points of damage, number 1.
Number 1.
Got
The crook and flail fly and smack this boar. It looks to be on its last legs. It's very wounded, but it's still hanging on.
And then I am going to...
One round after the track.
Where is it? Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where my stuff is.
No.
Oh, and then I am going to cast Word of Radiance.
Okay.
And I'm going to call in the sands of the desert to swirl around me.
Got it.
And I am going to, those 3 need to make 4, 6, and 3 need to make a con saving throw.
Con saving throw is okay. Con is okay.
For the pig.
Oh
And it's
my God.
against a 15.
2. All of them fail.
Okay, so they're going to take 1d6 damage, which is a 6, so they each take 6 damage.
So you see Iris start to kind of chant, and all of a sudden this mystical sand, all this sand made of magic, swirls around her and buffets these boars, and they're all just choking and coughing as it's starting to kind of melt their skin a little bit, and they all take 6 points of damage. What numbers are those?
That is 4, 6, and 3.
4, 6, and 3. Number 4 takes it too much. You see it fall to the ground dead.
Checkmate, darling.
Okay. With that, it is the Etton's turn. He's dead. Lufti, you're up.
Me? Okay. I'm going to pull out my brewer's spoon and just whack over onto number 6.
Okay.
And it's a critical fail.
Okay. You kind of stumble as you're going to kill this Texas pig, and you just like, trip forward, and your spoon almost flies out.
One more
of your hand.
chance.
Your spoon almost flies out of your hand, and you have to grab it.
Oh, shit! Okay, can I still use my bonus even if I fail on the attack? Okay.
Yeah, as long as you use the attack action. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll throw a punch. Okay, that's done. That is a 24.
Oh, Jesus.
With a terrible score. 6 damage.
6 damage number what?
Say again?
6 damage
to number 6.
Number 6. Despite that, after you manage to grab onto your spoon, just go poof, and you hear a little crack as the pig falls and dies.
Oh,
Which one?
6.
Nice. I can get it from
With that, it's Shorter's turn.
First, we're gonna go to Andy's right, to Andy's left. Sorry.
Sorry, my actual. I
To the
apologize.
closest enemy, right there.
2.
What number? 2?
Yep.
Okay. Flail attack against them. 9.
9 misses. Dakota swings in the air as the pig manages to dodge it.
No, I was gonna do my divine smite.
The
Okay,
pigs haven't gone yet.
that's my
Okay.
my turn.
Now the pigs are fanning out here.
You can shove
Right?
Bonus action, yeah. Thank you, Shield Master.
if you want to, or knock them down.
So I want a bonus action. Dig that. Take shove a creature within 5 feet as a bonus action. Can I attempt to shove that creature number 2?
Yeah, sure. What do I gotta do?
Athletics contest.
Athletics, that'll be 14 for the pig.
I got a 14.
Meet it.
What is that?
So no.
Oh.
So contest you
Nothing
have to beat it.
happens.
Oh, you have to
Yeah.
beat it.
To
Oh,
It's not
change
meet
the
or beat.
state,
Okay.
Yeah, with the contest.
Not meet it or beat it.
No, because the contest, the existing state stands if you.
Question: what would that have done?
Yeah.
Mechanically.
Knock them prone.
Oh, so it doesn't move them. Okay.
So after
I could be wrong.
the Dakota misses, and then you take your shield and try to bash the pig, and the pig just sticks its snout into you and stands strong. Okay, now it's the pig's turn. I'm going to go out of frame.
Yikes.
And so,
Damn
tell me
it.
what you want me to move. We got
So-
7, 1, 2, 5, 3.
we're going to send the number 1 to right at Toa. Or no, number 7 at Toa. I apologize.
Sorry, that's okay.
Okay, so we're going to get 1 attack. 1 attack on Lufti, 1 on Herja, 2 on Toa, 1 on.
Is that all the movement for the turn?
Yeah, that's it for the turn.
So pig's running up to me.
Pig's running up to you. He is going to get. He's going to miss horribly. We got another 1 on you. Miss horribly.
My
We got
issue
1 on
following
Herja.
war PTSD.
Missing horribly. We got 1 on Lufti. Missing horribly. We got 1 on Herja. Hits.
Really? What? 18?
She's a damage magnet.
I have a fucking 18 AC.
I rolled a 16 plus whatever.
At least
plus,
2.
Plus 3. That's enough.
all I need.
Oh, so shitty this campaign.
God damn.
So far.
3 points of slashing.
Let me know when the pigs are done.
It's going to be
they're
nothing
done.
but that.
Boom! 1 and 2 are both going to take damage from staying within the flame orbs thing, so they have to do a dex check 15 or take 2d6.
Which ones do?
Number 1 and number 2 are within 5 feet of the flaming sphere.
Number 1 gets a 16.
Okay, that's a dodge.
The other one gets a 13.
Okay, so that's a miss. So number 1 will only take 2 points. Number 2 will take 4 points.
Number 1, that's enough. He gets charred like fucking bacon. You see kind of the bubbling of the fat as it gets as the orb rams into him. What was the other one?
Number 2 took 4 points.
He's barely hanging on. His skin is singed. He's looking. With that, it is Toaster.
Toa. Well, given that I'm in my tribal trance and you attack, I'm going to. Or rage falls off, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Bloodlust,
It's like if
baby.
no one had walked up to me, rage would have fallen off.
Because you can't move?
Because I ready to attack. I could have used my boomerang. I didn't think about that at the time. But yeah, if I don't
you
attack,
ready to attack.
before my next turn, if I don't take an attack, rage falls off.
Oh,
You're
yes.
such a geek.
Go ahead, Rona. I mean,
I love it.
Toa.
So I'm going to attack number 7.
Yeah, sorry, I was distracting Toa.
Oh, that's a D12. I apologize. We're a few. Another 9.
Oh!
Holy shit!
I should have called it this time. I should have called it.
What's the opposite of
D20.
dice jail? 11,
Dice 7.
12,
I was in paradise, either way.
20,
Dice
122.
You eviscerate. So as you're all standing there, you're kind of not paying attention.
Paradise.
Gore, mist, bloody mist, and gore coats all of you.
Literal viscera.
As viscera, as God deletes. He deletes the board.
From the back of here, that's my boy!
And splatters the boar.
I see all of this. Oh, it's a
Felix,
nightmare.
Alright, I'm going to run the sphere into number 5.
Okay.
So, again, dex check 15.
9.
No good. He will take 6 points of damage
Okay.
to number 5.
Number 5, this is one of the ones that have not been damaged, and it's feeling the heat and lets out this loud, painful squeal.
And then I'm going to follow up and firebolt it.
The same one?
Yeah, the same one, trying to finish it off. That'll be an attack roll with +7. So 19.
19 hits.
1d10 points of damage. 2.
2. So you follow immediately, and the firebolt hits it in the side, and it is cooking, but it is it's hanging on.
And I'm just keeping an eye on our captive.
Okay, he's still apologize.
That's the end of my turn.
And then following up with that is Caprice's turn.
I found my hot sauce recipe in here.
We're gonna
That's a very Caprice thing to say.
He's looking through his notes.
I think I can take the loading bonus action to load my crossbow and fire.
If you have crossbow master, then yeah.
It's a hand crossbow.
See if they have a free hand to do.
I mean, all I'm doing is holding my crossbow.
Okay, yeah.
Cast fairy fire. I just have
Yeah.
the crossbow.
Yeah.
And so I should just be able to load it and fire it.
Yes.
That seems like a thing. If you do that,
He says unsure of himself.
I don't know. Well, I don't know about the rate. I've never played the range character. All I play is OP shit. So I will fire against the guy. Yeah.
They teleport a mile.
Number 2.
Yeah, I'll just shoot
Number
at
2.
He's close to death. Finish him off.
That's a critical fail.
Woof.
2 critical fails this time.
You accidentally shot Hersha in the back of the head.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
You, as Herja is like kind of holding up her shield, you hear like, and you look, and Caprice's crossbow bolt has been smashed by your shield.
I wasn't aiming for you. I'm sorry. I don't apologize because I don't want to raise suspicion.
I love the duo dynamics of this
It's
whole group.
okay.
So good.
I forget.
And I guess I have a bonus action. I will.
Do you want to move it all too?
Yeah, I will actually move one diagonally this way, and then one down, and then I'll just be there. I've been circling.
Yeah. That's wise.
Okay. With that, it's Iris' turn.
Bards and wizards, baby.
I'm gonna move next to Lufti here
So,
on those people.
like over top of them?
Yeah.
Okay, difficult terrain, whatever.
And I am also spiritual weapon can move through things, right?
Yes.
So I'm gonna put spiritual weapon in the middle of those
We
two
have
guys.
Lumi's thing.
Do you want to put it between, like, where my guy is?
You can just put it on the other side of 3. So in that
This
open
side, right
space.
there.
Yeah. And so that's going to attack number 3.
Got it.
9 plus 8, 7. So 16 for
Yes.
spiritual weapon.
Number 3.
Mm-hmm. 28. We'll remember what 8 looks like. 14 points of damage.
14 points of damage. You hear the crack as the magical
What the
curved flail
hell?
smash and the neck snaps.
Holy shit.
As number 3 falls to the ground dead.
I'm not going to do any damage until I get fireball.
And then I am going to, at disadvantage because I'm right there.
I'm doing alright.
That's
It depends on if the monster can dominate any within range of my atmosphere.
That's a
Oh,
2.
man.
Yeah, I'm
That's the thing,
gonna
right?
fail my next one, so that's it.
Okay. With that, it is Lufti's turn.
Okay. I'm gonna take my brewer's spoon and just kind of jab it at number 5 in front of me.
Got it?
Ooh, that's a 10.
10 barely misses. As the big dodge
Oh my god.
I think my spoon is broken.
I'd like to make an insight check. Does it look like it dodged accidentally or on purpose?
Lufti's having a rough night, okay?
Always. So I'm gonna follow up with like a little hi-ya kick.
Uh-huh. Got it.
I got kick.
A little hi-ya kick. And that is gonna be 16.
16 does hit.
Yeah.
To number 2, correct? Or no?
Number 2.
So number 5.
Oh, 5.
Five.
You're right.
He's close.
And that's gonna be 9 damage.
9 damage. You see kind of the tusk chip and shatter. Kick
Kick it to death. I like
I
that.
say, this is how piggy goes to market.
Are you ending your turn there, Kelsey?
Yeah.
Roll a dex check, 15 plus. There's a flame sphere literally right next to you.
Oh
Damn
my
Well, you can.
He's like
It's
really
conjuring. It's
excited
conjuring.
about it.
Yeah, I know.
I'm playing the game correctly. Yeah, you pass. So you only take 4 points of damage.
Yay!
Wheels' flame sphere so singes you as
I yell from the back. I told you to move.
By the way,
6.
4.
I forgot to mention, after Toa killed and you hear the voice from the cage say, I told you, you stupid sons of bitches! And then,
peaches.
Does anyone think that must be Herja's father? I think you found him.
Yeah, I hope so.
And then, following up with, it's Herja's turn.
Does her feel like she's in this flame sphere?
No, I think
No, you're good. 5 feet.
Yeah.
So you are more than 10.
Yeah,
you're 15 feet away.
If I moved one
If you move once closer to it and you end your turn within 5 feet of it, you will have to make a dex check.
end turn. Okay.
End your turn then.
Can I move within 5 feet and hit?
You can already hit him.
Yeah.
The number 2,
Yeah,
right
you're
there.
fine. You're fine.
Number 2. Yeah.
You're engaged with number
Okay.
2. So you can fight and you don't have to get any closer.
Flail attack,
Okay.
if I may.
The code swings.
22.
22 hits.
22 is going to be a divine smite at level 1. It's going to add 2d8 damage.
Okay.
So it's 3d8.
Number 2.
Yep. Oh. So these will be radiant damage of 2. That's unfortunate.
Hey, double ones.
4 plus 2 is 6, plus 2 is 8.
8. It's
Total
still.
damage?
It was very weak. You just basically finished the job. You feel kind of the molten smite of Moradin.
You got him?
As kind of like almost you feel like a loud anvil crack as sort of smite this pig and kills it.
I kill it?
Yeah, he had 1 hit point.
Yeah.
Can I?
All right, everybody, who's hungry?
So wait, here's a serious mechanical question because Felix is actually nuts. I'd like to after the battle's done, can I move the flamethrower away and continue to concentrate for a minute just in case?
Yeah,
totally.
Okay.
Yeah, just keep it burning.
So I'm gonna chill by this guy and I'm gonna move the flamethrower away from anything
Move it
flammable.
up.
On the Z plane?
Yeah.
We're not.
You could.
I don't know because I only think in 2 dimensions because we play on a grid.
No. Just
Move it
have
on
go
the-
to the
Alright, I just move it out of the
There,
way.
but up.
It's up, fine.
We're
20 feet in the air.
on the Z plane.
Yeah.
It's the ghost stream.
So I'm a ghost stream. I'm just gonna concentrate on it because a minute will pass by very quickly.
Yes.
So I'm just gonna
There you
wait
go.
just to see if there's any more danger. I'm gonna keep my concentration on it while the rest of the gang does their thing.
Okay.
Did I
So-
kill it?
He's dead.
He's dead.
All the pigs are dead.
8.
And
Where's the voice coming from? I'm going to immediately run to it.
okay, you immediately run over
Are
to
these
it and
cages?
said, "Hey, you can give me a little hand here."
What's your name, friend?
And
I'm going to
you-
use the friend's cantrip.
I'm just gonna get rid of it.
Okay.
That means I have advantage on charisma
you
checks for the
run
next
up and
minute,
it was-
but he'll know I did that.
It was hard for you to get a sense of what creature was in this cage. And you see that this creature was kind of sitting down and was kind of hunched over. You now see a mass of brownish fur, kind of in patches of skin.
Oh.
As you see the fur is
Wow.
done. And as you see a hunched figure that looks like it's probably about as tall as Toa is when fully standing up.
Whoa.
You see that its body, it's really hard to tell, and the voice is kind of hard to tell, but you're actually getting the sense that this is female. As you see kind of long, pointed ears, shaggy brown hair, and sharp teeth with these kind of these beady eyes that are kind of glowing almost as golden as it's looking at you. And as soon as you run over, it said, "Hey, can you give me a hand out of here?" And
Oh,
you
hey,
cast cantrip.
friend with the fur. I will say.
Bottom cheese, friend with the fur.
Is there a key? Is there a key? Can I get out of here?
The large hairy creature is the one that's been talking the whole time?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a female. Yeah.
Got it.
Miss, what's your name? Hi, I'm Capriccio Besesto. You people call me Caprice, although one particular person calls me Capricci.
Well, Capricci, that's a stupid fucking name.
Thank you.
Well,
Caprice is a better name, right?
I'm Jamity. I think there's a key somewhere. If you could also spare a drink, I haven't had one in a while.
How's that spelled?
Jamity.
Like janitor, but with a
Jamity.
Jamity.
Jamity smoke barrel,
Jamity.
and I would like to get out of this cage presently, as soon as presently fucking possible.
Well, no problem, friend. You're my best friend now. Here, have a sip of this delicious beer.
I yell to Caprice and I just say, "Don't look for a key, smash the lock. Get Toa to do it."
Do they hold on? So do these boars look just natural? Like were they attacking us out of because if they were raised a certain way or
Just Jamity.
Or they just aggressive.
Make a nature check. Do we need nature folk in this party?
Not a single
I
one.
was going to ask the same thing, so can I assist?
Yeah, assist, yeah.
So get
What's the
advantage.
acceptable rolls if you
It's
were
both-
required?
Yeah. 13 plus.
I got a 9.
Well, 0. I got a 13.
13.
13. You get the sense that these are just normal boars. They weren't magical, but you get the sense that they were trained to some capacity by this creature in order to attack.
So kind of without saying anything, I'm gonna kind of kneel down and I'm gonna take out a little red carving of a red boar.
Okay.
And just place it down, just sort of kind of to myself, sort of pray, and
Did Toa do this at any point in our months journeys?
probably not, unless
At
we
all.
saw sort of. So you would know that there are kind of spirits,
Right.
there are 4 kind of key spirits in the Makani Islands where I'm from, and you would know that a boar is one of them.
Okay, so I'm aware of what you're doing.
There's sacredness to boars.
Okay.
And so I think that seeing them sort of defiled in this way,
Sure.
Oh boy.
Sure.
I was gonna say, being unaware of that, I was gonna lean down and start carving off a piece and put it in the fire for a snack.
So you see Toa pull out a
That's
very
fine.
well-crafted figurine, a statue of a boar, completely red, and kind of with the same designs as the tattoos that cover his entire body. And he places it down on the ground and seems to be doing some kind of observance ritual.
Do I see you begin to actually?
I'm gonna say that my back's to him while he's doing that. I'm like facing the other direction you're doing.
Like, so I can or cannot see what you're doing.
Up to you.
I would say you'd be able to see. Lufti would just go down and slice.
I just can't see what he's doing.
I'm just gonna not shout, but say to Lufti, be aware of this plague, this disease. I would be very careful about what you eat.
Well, you kill the pork. You got to eat it.
You don't want to risk catching whatever these things are.
They seem pretty normal. Smells like bacon.
And so,
Probably tastes like
Jamity
Sounds delicious.
finishes. She downs the entire thing. All the beer that's left is gone. As she
Enjoy,
hands it
friend,
back
no
to you.
problem. Just know that in like 30 seconds, you're gonna know that I sort of used a little bit of my magic in order to influence you to be like positive towards me. I don't want that to affect our friendship. I just want you to understand that you're in a cage and I don't understand what's going on here. We're gonna let you out here in another minute as soon as we find a key or can break this lock. All right?
Well, you gave me a drink and you killed that ugly son of a bitch, so I don't see why we don't got to be friends.
What was that guy's deal? Well, he really was a son of a bitch.
He was, and I mean, if you would help me get out of here, I would be happy to tell you, but he was routing up food and offerings for people. I can tell you that.
Do I get a sense that the accent that is because they're like very drunk, or because of just the way that they talk, or like that they're affected in some way? And do I trust this person?
Make an insight check.
Yeah, I will. 20.
20. You get to the sense that you can trust this person. This person, like in kind of all she wanted to do was get out and get a drink, from what you can tell. And the sense of you get the sense that definitely she's drunk, or at least of some kind, but you get the sense of her different species might have something to do with her, the way that she talks in a dialect or whatever. But she's obviously not human or any of the standard races that you have encountered.
Then my next question would be, this is a little, maybe going beyond the line, but what are you exactly? You're very strange. We're working on finding a key. Can we get a key over here? Does anyone see a key?
I don't want to leave the guy's side.
I'm going to inspect the ogre, or the Etna, or whatever it is.
Okay, make an investigation check.
11.
11. You find, if I can find the fucking loot that I have here, 14 gold pieces worth of coin.
I'm going to pocket all of it.
And you find a brass key that seems to look like the lock.
Hey, Hercha, do you think you can come over here and break this lock?
Yeah, I can certainly try. And so I come over and try to break the lock, I guess.
Okay, just make an attack.
Attack?
Yeah.
With what modifier? Just strength?
Just with your weapon.
Okay. 16.
Okay, may roll damage.
Okay. D8 plus 2 is 5.
5. You smash the lock right off. It seems to have been kind of precariously put together, and then as soon as that happens, the door swings open and she stands up and is like, the worst fucking pain in my neck. Thank you very much, kindly. And she stands up and she's towering over all of you except for Toa. She's probably about the same height as you.
Holy.
And she looks around and says, well, never sneak up on an Etten to steal a drink. Apparently, there's always one head awake. I didn't know that.
Wait, so you're telling me that the only reason you're in that cage is because you were trying to steal booze?
I've gotten caught for stupider reasons, so I'm gonna go find that fucking drink that he has.
And then she just immediately walks over to the big pile of just shit where he seemed to have made his bed, and she starts rooting around.
Probably about now is when she
Right.
realizes I used friends on her.
Hey, you're kind of a dick. Okay, it's fine.
And so she's rooting around in there, and she's like,
Okay, hold on. Oh, there we are.
and she pulls out this very large barrel and places it down.
And he says, well, I almost died for this thing, so I think I might enjoy myself a drink right now.
I'm right there with her. Do you mind if we all enjoy a drink with you?
Sure, I mean, you killed him. Good job, big fella. You really cracked him in the chest.
Would I be there now?
I would say all of you would kind of
Is
be
this Gemity?
Jamming.
We're all
Jam
within
it.
speaking.
That's
range.
Jammy
Yeah.
Smoke Barrel.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
Zelix VIP.
I did not get an answer on to what she was.
Oh, she turned around and says, you ain't never seen a fucking bugbear before?
Oh, my apologies. I didn't realize you were.
I know I'm not
You're
like...
tall. You're very tall even for a bugbear.
Have any of us ever seen bugbears before? I mean, is that like a Striga native?
I would say that many of you would know about bugbears. Like, if you haven't like seen it or like known what they are, at least kind of the story. A lot of times, like they're the boogeymen of like children's stories. They're goblinoids.
I would assume I've seen some in the eclectic nature
some,
of
yeah.
adult
So
Jeopardy.
describe them just so we have a better
So,
sense
like
of
a
them.
bugbear is a kind of very large, tall, lanky, really long arms, kind of feline, kind of bear-like, just kind of vaguely animalian.
Very
They're
hairy.
covered, very hairy, and they're very large and strong, but they're also incredibly sneaky. So, like they're kind of like boogeymen of children's tales. Like, oh, you better be good, or else the bugbear's gonna get you. And I would say many of you would know that. That would be the case, and so
The character I roll is going to be a bugbear for sure.
and so she sits down, and she sits down and just with one hand just rips off the top of the barrel.
It's like a cask.
Yeah, it's like a cask, and she just rips off the top of it and says,
Well, I've also drank worse.
and so she kind of roots around, where the fuck did we put my cup? And she's just rooting around, and she pulls it. Yeah, well, it's fine. And she just dips right into it and takes a drink. And you get the sense kind of from the froth on it that it's some kind of beer in there. And so she takes a sip, like,
Well, it isn't horse piss, so I'm fine.
Any day it's not horse piss. It's a good day.
Yeah, no, that's my motto. I tell you what.
Well done, everybody, with the taking down of the Etten. You said it was.
I've seen it and I've scouted and spied on them, but ever since I got out of that line of work, I guess I got a little too hankering for a drink.
I'm trying to make a toast here. We're all gonna cheers our glass, and everyone can take a sip of this beer.
Here, enjoy it if
Enjoy.
you prefer. Yeah, sure.
So I'll get up and I'll head over.
okay.
Are there? I guess we have cups, right?
Everyone would have
In a
cup.
basket.
Does it look
Everyone
like
would have a
disgusting,
traveling
or?
cup.
Yeah, it looks like you get the sense that this was a. I'll just say it's easy to say on the side of the cast. You see,
Hey,
thanks,
thanks,
Zelix VIP.
Wow, I appreciate it. You see what seems to be a sprig of what seems to be like barley or something, as well as like a vine with grapes, which Lufti
On the barrel?
on the barrel,
Okay.
which you recognize to be a common symbol of Kirschtein, and particularly the worshippers of Lapwar, the god of drink. And so you get the sense that this Etten stole the barrel, and it's just basically pretty good beer.
As we're talking,
Yeah.
I'm going to take a sip, and as everyone starts to engage each other socially, I'm going to try to go and return secretly, just to look at the body of Amon. Or Amos, and
He's with us.
I'm still chilling.
No, but he's 30, 40 feet. Or you're just on him?
I've been literally standing next to him the entire battle.
Then I would see that you've done that, and I would not double check him.
Okay. So I'll just say for that case, you look over.
Yeah, I look over. I give you kind of.
I'm also not drinking, so
yeah.
I give you a nod.
And so you look down, Felix, and you see that he's just kind of starting to struggle a little bit more. I apologize. And he's kind of starting to struggle a little bit more as the horns have kind of protruded into those little nubs that you had seen.
One's shorter than the other.
Yes. Well, yes. One's like kind of lopsided from what had been shaved.
Well, now before anyone goes and starts getting themselves drunk, what was the tally on that? I got 2 kills.
To be fair, I got the big guy. He's worth at least 15.
He's worth 1
or
kill.
20. Well,
With
he
one
had
life.
2 heads. He's at the very least worth 2.
And 1 set of testicles. Now, 1 killer for you. Did you kill anything
I
else?
killed probably a few boars. I think I killed at least 1 or 2.
Lufti, any kills? Oh, I'm trying to figure out how to divvy the gold. And the only fair way is kills.
Oh,
Let's
in that
split
case,
it
who
evenly.
can tell?
No, we all
Counts. It's an odd number.
Just, I'll take less gold. Just
Perfect.
So, it's my bed.
So,
I got it.
you're flailing around. So everyone is gonna get 2 gold, and Lufti and I will take 3 gold.
You're just moving.
Cool.
I mean,
Peter.
I did the fairy fire. I think we should divide it evenly.
I'm the one that looted the Yetin, so I'm choosing where it goes.
That's fair. I think that's totally
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, because I can't. There's no way for me to divide it evenly because it's 14 split into 6 people. So.
So I'm gonna sit in with the bugbear.
I'm not going into silver, you piece of shit.
No, yeah, fuck that.
Go fuck yourself.
Anybody got the chain?
down to the copper.
So wait, how much do y'all get? Just give me a rough estimate. I don't care.
You got
2
2
gold.
2?
Yeah.
How much do I get?
For pennies over here.
So, Frau Jonathan, why in
No, you
all
got 2
of
gold.
Kirschtein did you come out here to steal beer? There's beer everywhere.
I may be stupid, but I ain't stupid enough to try to sneak into Kirschtein. I thought this dumb son of a bitch would be easier to sneak up on, but...
Are bugbears not welcome in Kirstein, or is it everybody not welcome in Kirstein?
Well, I mean, there's, my former associates kind of ain't taken too kindly to, and amongst the people of Kirstein, and I don't blame them for wanting to skewer and string up any fucking goblin, hobgoblin, or bugbear that crosses their path, so I stay real mighty clear.
And you said you're former?
Oh yeah, no, I left those folk a while ago. I figured, they always tell you what you can and can't do and all of that. I think that's stupid. I'm a free bugbear. I don't gotta listen to what no stupid fucking hobgoblin says. And she takes another drink.
You seem
That's
absolutely badass, Jamity. I gotta say, I apologize for using magic on you. You were in a cage and I didn't know the situation, and I just wanted to apologize for that. That being said, what would it look like if you were to tell us a little bit about the surrounding area? I mean, I understand Kirstein. I'm totally new to this country, and are there neighboring towns? Are there other paths? What's going on in these mountain ranges?
And more specifically, have you heard a weird bull screech happening?
Oh yeah,
very
no, we've
often?
been hearing this crazy bull action.
Oh, the street bull action. That's yeah. You mean the Horn Legion? Those.
The Horn of Legion?
The Horn Legion.
The Horn
Do I need to
Legion.
fucking you deaf?
Yes, actually.
Well, are you fucking? Do I need to fucking repeat myself every single fucking time?
Probably, yes.
Yes.
This got really fucking fast.
Tough. I don't know what the.
Darling, can you tell us more about this Horned Legion?
The Horn Legion was why I was fucking locked up here in the first place and didn't just get immediately smashed into smithereens. By the way, I'm gonna get my fucking swords back. And she's kind of doing it. She stands up, she stumbles a little bit, and she roots around in the junk. And she pulls out 2 short swords, and she shoots.
Did she say where she's from? Did anyone ask? I may have missed it while I was in the restroom.
No. I'd asked if she'd known anything about the neighboring area. And
Okay.
I asked if she knew anything about the bullhorn.
Right, and then we got the Horned Legion.
Through Iris. However, we did not get an origin story.
How far away I mean, like, I don't want to leave this guy, but I also want to talk to her. So, like, how far away? I mean, it's far.
You could probably shout across it.
I'm just gonna say, hey, let's convene over here. We need to talk.
Oh, you're right. I should help you. And then I'll rush over to you.
Ultimately, if we all convene, I just want to say to her,
I'll pick him up. I'll come. I'll help you. I'll pick him up, and then we'll all like convene.
Or I want to say a Jamity. Is it correct?
Yeah, that's my fucking name. I gotta repeat myself with all you people.
I don't know where you're from, and quite frankly, I don't need to know, but are you aware of the Kravakian military or what they look like?
No, yeah, you look like you'd fit right in there, little skinny boy.
What did you just say?
Saying you look like the type. Don't everyone your age, aren't they forced to join the military? That's all I know.
First off, let's move on from that. Second, does
that distress you when I say you look like you're from the military?
I think it was the skinny boy part.
I mean, he's skinny. That's what happened.
Did the military have anything to do with this Horned Legion?
Military? No, I mean, I know they're trying to fuck up the military. I don't know what they're...
So this Horned Legion is directly against the military?
Well, all I know is that my host was approached by somebody for unlimited fucking power, or whatever it was, to join their ranks and all that business, and this proud son of a bitch that the hobgoblin motherfucker that runs the show said no.
Wait, it said no to whom?
There's a hobgoblin?
Yeah, the son of a bitch that runs my former host.
Are they still active? Are they still around?
Oh yeah, they're still around as far as I got the hell out of there, and if they show you me again, they're gonna fucking cut my throat.
I'm just trying to understand who you were talking to, the Horned Legion or the Kravakian military?
The Horned Legion.
And they were looking for this unlimited power.
No, they were offering it.
Offering?
They said that they had all sorts of fucking... They was building an army, and they said, all this, and I guess they weren't a fan of getting all hairier, and getting horns is not a good look.
So
where's my fucking hat? And she walks over to them, and she starts rummaging around as you're talking to her.
I'm trying to gather information here. You're giving us a lot, and this is great, but you made it sound as if the Horned Legion is causing people to become hairier.
That's what I fucking said, isn't it?
So they're spreading this beast plague?
I don't know plague or nothing. I know is that they went to the ogres and they went to the fucking hill giants, and I think that they got them. And I just said, well, shit, this son of a bitch, he was going to take me to them for I was going to be fucking on a silver platter for those cow-headed motherfuckers.
Do I get a sense that Jamie has missed the fact that we have Aemon with us?
Yeah, absolutely. She has no concept.
Then I would speak up at this time and be like, can you come over here and look real quick?
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you come over and take a look at this gentleman here, because he seems really you're stepping in what he's shitting in. You know what I'm talking about?
I appreciate the fancy fucking way you talk, but I am busy with far more pressing fucking matters.
I know you're looking for your hat, but...
I gotta find my fucking hat first. That's pressing. 2, there's still beer in that fucking cask. Unless you people want to help me finish it.
This is low priority. This is like one of those upside down blue exclamation point emails you get in Outlook. You know what I'm talking about?
Darling, you need to find your hat. Yes. But if you do not talk to us, I'm going to cast lesser restoration on you and cure you of being drunk.
Well, that doesn't sound very pleasant for any party involved. You ever seen a bugbear rip the arm off of somebody?
It's for the union. Really appreciate it.
You ever seen the bugbear?
Look, I will look for your hat.
Thank you. It's
Please
got a
just
wide.
talk to them.
It's got a kind of circular and comes
Oh,
down.
another follow-up. Thomas Gemini, thank you.
And it looks very befitting of a proper lady. I'm gonna walk over this way.
I'm gonna start rummaging through all this shit looking for a hat.
Investigate that shit.
10.
In total.
You don't find a hat.
I'm gonna spend the next 30 minutes looking for it.
Okay.
I'm leading her towards the body.
Okay, Red. Let's see what we're
And when I say
doing.
the body, it's not
Rich,
dead. It's just
what is
the body.
what is
of
that
person.
thing? What is the action that I can take? Look for object or something?
Search for what is that?
Oh yeah, what is it?
While you look that
I'm
up,
going to take
Is it
that
racial?
action. No.
Oh, it's
no.
it's
Yeah.
just
It's a
We
anything.
were
We're
just
talking
joking
about-
that it's something no one's ever used in D&D ever.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've never heard
The
of it.
search
Yeah,
action.
that's a spell.
Yeah, I'm going to take the search
Locate
action.
object is a
okay.
spell.
And
You'll
do
take the
that.
search action and it's just.
I mean, why are you asking about the horns? Because this guy's got fucking horns? Okay, what is it? Oh, and this guy's got fucking horns too. Will you look at that? Yeah, I mean, that looks like the big and small of it.
So
You've seen this before.
Well, I mean, on this tiny little... I mean, yeah, they got all those fucking people that look like that, and they're like fucking... You know, they're drones. I asked you, man.
No, we encountered this for the first time at Miss Crow's Crossing. You know that spot?
Yeah, no, I've snuck around there a little bit before, yeah.
Yeah, no. It was really
I
serious
stole
business. I'll tell
a
you.
sheep from there. It was a pretty tasty evening.
You stole
Well, there's
sheep?
nothing there
Yeah.
anymore. It's
Oh,
all
okay.
gone.
Well, that's unfortunate, I guess, for them.
So, do you have any questions?
Well, I'm just saying, do you think that this guy, who you can see is clearly growing horns, have you ever seen anything like him before?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of them, like lots and lots and lots and lots.
But
of them.
where are
He's
you
just like a
seeing
little guy.
them?
What in the woods, in the forest, where where they got
Was
the
they
whole
messing
region.
with you?
Well, I mean, I think that there was gonna be. They was promising all sorts of fucking fire and brimstone on my entire fucking host if we didn't say yes to the gift of the Horn King and you know, the old fucking
That's very
Sideburn said no.
No, that's very familiar to me. We actually, just last night, ran into a giant horned beast covered in crazy patches that demanded that I would subscribe to the Horned King Beast,
Yeah.
the Horned King's newsletter, and I just was not on board with that at the time. And he also
does not
mentioned
allow
something
spam
about
to
an ashen something or other. It was I can't recall all the details. However, it was a pretty dramatic operation. We had to fight the guy, and
And you survived.
I really wish you'd been there because you would have been able to take care of business, no problem.
No, yeah, I can-
lady, you.
You seem pretty badass.
Well, I mean,
Mine's
I can
capturing.
sneak pretty good. Well, except for I was a little too drunk, looking for more booze, and a little too cavalier. This fancy boy, is that a good fancy word to say, cavalier? See, I ain't
I
that
prefer
stupid.
troubadour, but that's fine.
Well, I don't know what that even means. But I'm telling you now, I can cut some throats and I can sneak around.
I would love to have you join us for the purposes of us making our way to Kirschtein. We all have business there, but it sounds like you're not a Kirschtein fan.
Well, I ain't a Kirstein fan, and I don't take kindly to towns. I'm a scout by profession and trade, and I'm more comfortable just out beneath the stars. It's more romantic that way, you know.
Ah, yeah.
Look, I hate to be a party pooper. Actually, I don't. I couldn't find your hat. Sorry. I agreed to follow with you if we went to Kirschtein to deal with this situation. Now, we've freed this strange person with the missing hat. I see no reason to stay.
We carry on,
At
I
this
agree.
point, we have a literal man turning into a furry beast. And I would like to get somewhere that when he fully changes, we can either have someone investigate him and make him a human again, or kill him.
Seconded.
Thirded.
I mean, it's late. Just
I agree with that.
enjoy having a drink and
No.
sleep right here.
No, I
No.
don't
Shit.
think that we should.
We carry on.
What time is it?
Late.
Oh, it's late. It's real late. It's probably, you get the sense of like if it would take you have to walk through the night and in order to get there and before camping, you have to make it like through the night and get there probably by.
I think it's fair that it seems clearly very dangerous.
So
And I
you
think
think that we're going to make it through the night with him still
no, I think that
tied in rope?
I think that he hasn't completely changed yet.
Thanks
for
for
the
the
follow.
Hello.
And
What's love?
I think
Double
I agree with what you're saying, but I think we need to at least press on from here. We don't want to be anywhere we just had a fight. We need to move on, find somewhere safe, and then at least.
I don't think anyone's fucking coming.
Yeah, to be fair, we ran into this fight. It didn't come to
Well,
us.
you know, okay, skinny boy, that's fine. You can be scared. I'm gonna have another drink, and I'm gonna look and find my hat.
I will join you, and I dip into
We're either leaving or we're not, and if we're not, we have to go to sleep.
What's
Okay.
that?
Can
You
you
think
lay
we're
in my
helping her
bed
with
so
the
you can
hat?
stay and talk?
Find her
So
hat?
I'm going to
Yes.
Okay.
unroll my bedroll and make like a pretty little tent.
Okay. You make a little tent, and it's as best as you can do. Can you make an investigation check?
So we're staying here, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
I'm going to sleep. Wake me up if we're
Via-
doing something
I
else.
think that this seems safer than it's the middle of the
I'm
night.
distracted by her. I have a 7.
7. Okay. And she goes around, hey, I found my fucking hat. And this
Well, there you go.
this crate is something red. Like when she keys up a crate and it's kind of rattling, you see these vials with like red liquid
Wait,
in it.
hold on. And I'd like to go get a better look. Even if
Okay.
everybody's resting, I'm going to take the first watch over.
Yeah,
take
I'm not
a
a
look.
sleeper.
And
Can I
you
investigate?
recognize these to be a crate of 6 health potions.
Are we
Oh.
going to
Potions.
sleep? Huh?
Oh,
I didn't think so.
I just
fantastic.
made a
So
bet
I'll
first.
scoop up all 6, and I will walk to
Hey, is
person to
that
person.
is that booze?
It's not booze.
Okay,
It's
take it. I don't want.
medicinal. So I hand one to each party member, and if they're asleep, I just place it next to their belongings.
My tail, imagine this were black, curls up around it and holds onto it tightly. And I think she realized it's gone.
So we each have a health potion.
You're gonna tell
Yes.
me, like,
What do we need to identify them?
No, with health potion you don't need that.
Okay. What kind of health potion is it?
I was
Just a
wondering where that
standard-
went.
standard
I was looking at
So
it.
not
tail.
greater or lesser. Potion of healing.
Potion of
Only because I
healing.
ripped it off of this.
Yeah,
God
It
so
will attach.
Miss
Yeah,
Calamity
It's
Janity.
magnetic.
Yeah, it's magnetic.
Yes.
Oh, is it?
No.
So what are your plans? Do you have any plans going forward here?
Well, I mean, I was gonna finish drinking this. I was gonna roast up some fucking boar and take whatever I
That
can.
sounds good to me, huh?
And I was gonna go find out what else I could, what other mutton or goat or cow or any food I can find and more drink I can find. I'd just be narrowly avoided being taken to fucking Butcher's Bluff for some
Ew.
fucking offering. I
That sounds
feel like
disgusting.
I was faced with my own fucking mortality.
So what do you say that you and I make a deal?
What are you offering there, Blue?
Well, we keep hearing this roaring, and you seem to know what that's about. You know what we're looking for. I think these guys want to figure it out, and I don't care so much. I want to go home. I want to go to Kirschtein. I want to see the people. I want to party. So I'm thinking, maybe since you're so sneaky, you figure that out for us, and I'll bring you maybe a few casks. Something
Her,
to
like,
satiate
kind
your
of-
thirst.
Her big, furry, pointed ears kind of perk up as soon as you say that, and she looks. Her eyes kind of narrow a little bit, and she nods and
How many cash you offering here?
I don't know. Anything special that you want?
Can you get me something from the monastery? That'd be pretty
You
nice.
know, it is funny that you asked that, but I think that I can.
I ain't never had it, but I hear that people come all over the fucking world for that one day a year. If you can give me something, I would. What are you looking for? You looking for a scout? I mean, I am presently retired, but those are just from my old sons of bitch employers.
What I want is to, I want to find the source of this roaring, this bull roars that we hear. It sounds horrible. I don't really want to go anywhere near it. But, I kind of enjoy these people. They're good company. I think, if I can get them out of the woods and into the city, we could have some good times. And that's what I'm all about. So, maybe you just kind of help me along my way, and then I help you along your way to getting dock.
So, if you can get me a cask of the real good shit, give me at least 6 of the non-good shit, and at least 1 of the good shit. And if I know something, if I know where some of them horned, ugly, cow-looking motherfuckers might be headed, I may be able to guide you there.
I just have to ask. You mentioned Butcher's Bluff.
I did.
Is that a formal name? It's not something I'm familiar with.
No, I mean, that's more of the informal name, but I don't think it's on any fucking maps, but I know that's where the rot guts and the other thing, if I can just fucking remember it in my goddamn notes, the boulder moles were convening, which is where this son of a bitch, and points at she points at the Etten that's roasting currently in the fire, where he was gonna fucking take me.
Would I have recognized either Butcher's Bluff, Rot Guts, or Boulder's Mall as familiar names?
Same for me.
Could you, both of you, make history checks?
Oh yeah, baby! I love history checks.
Lufti.
Me with it. Oops.
Got a 16.
Also a 16.
16. So I would say, Lufti, you would recognize the name of both of those. Both of you would.
Okay.
You would recognize from reports of your time in the military, hearing of basically there was, and you would know this just from living in the area and dealing with this. So this was you know that that Kirschtein, despite being kind of a sleepy town, is pretty heavily defended, and part of that is because there is an ogre clan, the Boulder Moles, and a tribe of hill giants, which are the rock guts.
Okay. So ogres are boulder malls, and you said rock guts are hill giants.
And you would also know that there is you would also know that there's a goblinoid host called the Thunderskin.
Say that again.
The Thunderskin.
Is
The
what?
Thunderskin.
He's a host.
Is a goblinoid host.
One goblin in, one goblin out.
And that also kind of terrorize the area. And these are kind of like the 3 primary forces that kind of terrorize the highlands and the mountains and go on raids and the like.
Cool.
But the Thunderskins were her host, you think? Or
Well, not explicitly said.
Right. Got it.
All right. Well, if we're spending the night here, then fine. But I'm taking first watch.
And I would say, Lufti, you would probably know the term of Butcher's Bluff. Not exactly where it is, but as a place of ill repute, kind of in children's stories, where one of these groups would snatch you up and take you to Butcher's Bluff to do all sorts of horrible things.
Okay.
So I think we need to keep watch of this guy.
I'm on it. I'll take first watch, as always.
You mean Eamon?
Yeah.
What's his deal again?
Well, he's got some sort of transmutation magic on him. He's contracted, and I use that term loosely. Whatever's going around, and it's only a matter of time before he fully turns.
Well, that sounds like a pretty shitty situation.
It's not good.
Well, I'm not leaving the spot until this is finished, so you're all welcome to help me. But
What race is Amos/Eamon? Human. Got it.
Was.
Are you taking a second watch, or do you want me to take a second watch?
Either or, lady's choice.
I'll take it if you don't want to.
Your choice.
I'll wake you up in several hours.
Okay. I'll be asleep until then.
And wake me up whenever. I'm happy to watch.
Fine.
So, as you're sitting up, the kind of fire roaring, Jamity and whoever else had or
I'll
Jamity
stay
at the
up.
very least, and Lufti have been roasting pork, and so she has this huge leg of a boar, and she just tearing meat off of it, and keep continuing to hit the cask, and just drinking. And so as you're all sitting around the fire and kind of looking, go ahead.
Since basically this is where we're set up, I'd like to put this area here, just ritually cast alarm.
Okay.
So I can designate creatures that are able to pass freely through it. That'll be all of us. And basically anything else that were to pass through this opening that we came through would trigger an alarm.
Okay.
Does that look like the only area where an alarm could be?
Based on the logs and whatnot, this is where we came through.
We're in, like, a
Logically,
mountain.
Felix is going to think that this is the
in
opening.
kind of like craggy highland areas where, like, this was deliberately built into the side of this.
That was Derek. That was
Yeah, no, I would say based on looking at the map, obviously it looks like somebody could come over this log, but it's going to make more noise than if they're sneaking around where we came through, right?
And it's fairly
so
high. It's
the
fairly
logical
high.
opening is where I'm placing the alarm because it's only a 20-foot block, 20-foot cube. So it's a big square, It's
And remind me again, is any part of the entrance like super broken or something along those lines?
So I mean, like there's a couple like logs haphazardly placed to kind of build a wall, but nothing's been totally smashed. You just ran in.
Oh,
not like
so it says a mental alarm alerts you with a ping in your mind if you are within 1 mile of the warded area.
Wow.
This ping awakens you if you are sleeping. An audible alarm produces the sound of a handbell for 10 seconds within 60 feet. But I guess they have to pass through the cube.
Okay, so you make
Just
everyone
to
accept
bolster
that.
Hersh's weapon.
Yep.
Okay, cool. And so you all do that, and you take the first watch. And so she, Jamie sits down and just looks at Amos and says,
And what are you planning to do with this guy to whomever's awake?
Well, to be honest with you, I've taken some samples and I'd like to further research it, but if he turns and there's nothing we can do about it, we're going to kill him and burn the body. It doesn't make me proud to admit that, but we're doing everything we can to at least see if we can save him first. I was able to deduce that he's affected by some sort of transmutation magic, and it's possible that that's fixable, but I don't have the knowledge or ability to do that.
Yeah, we were just on our way down the path towards from the crossroads to Kirschtein, and he ran out towards us, and he seemed totally human and fine at that point. Came from Miss Crow's Crossing or Miss Crow's.
Yep, that's it.
And no, he's been transforming and shaking and sweating and horning, and it's been bad news.
He's in a bad fucking way. Do you offer him a drink?
She stands up and kind of stumbles over to him and says, "Hey, ugly! Can you take a drink?"
I don't think he'll respond other than he's been apologizing profusely.
I apologize. Hey, hold on.
She takes her hand and kind of smashes it on his head and kind of pries him out of them. Here you go, and she just pours beer.
Don't drown him.
And he's like,
Hey, you got something for your short, miserable fucking life, huh?
And she walks back and sits down and says,
well, I'm going to be very much looking forward to the good shit we can get it.
Yeah.
I'm going to quickly glance and see if that had any positive impact on...
I think it's very obvious that it didn't. He's just sputtering, his mouth is just completely covered.
which is why I had to ask.
He's completely soaked in beer, and he says, well, I have tried. And then he's like, well, I'm going to go to sleep now. I sleep in, no one tried to wake me up. And she kind of curls up against the cage where she had been kept. And then then she falls asleep.
The alarm is good for 8 hours.
Okay, cool.
And I'll take the first 2 hour shift, and based on whoever else wants to stay up or go to sleep.
I'm the second to last to wake up, or to go to sleep. But I'll say, wake me up in 2 hours. I'll take the next step.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. So, as you're all taking your watch, you enjoy a long rest. Morning comes. You see that Amos is still in his fevered state.
Is it Eamon or Amos?
Amos. I keep saying Amos.
He's in his fevered state. And he seems to be kind of barely conscious, but he's just thrashing around more and more and more. It seems to be subtle, the increments, but kind of given longer periods of time, it does seem to be getting progressively worse.
All right, I don't know how far we are or how far we made it, but we need to hustle. We need to find a place where we can keep him, and then we need to send people into Kirschtein to at least attempt to save this man's life. Otherwise, we need to take it. We need to put him out of this misery. This is awful.
Do I get a sense that he's in pain or agony?
He seems distressed. Agony or pain, it's tough for you to tell.
I know he looks really stressed, but I wouldn't say that he needs to be put out of his misery. Like everybody, I mean, he looks like one of my good friends back at home who just went for a really bad breakup. Like he's not. Let's try to get him to somebody who may know what they're doing better than we do.
Agreed. We need to hurry though.
I'm just saying, let's not kill him.
Does he still seem like alive in the human sense of being alive?
He's still forming the word, I apologize, which is more than the creature that you see.
But like, does he have like a pulse?
Are you gonna check?
Yeah.
Make a medicine check.
I think it'll go well.
Be careful.
You're touching him, dude.
I cannot
you
stress.
You asked me to do it. I'm the
cannot
designated
stress enough.
I'm the designated toucher.
That yes, you need to avoid contact.
Okay. Do you feel for pulse?
Yeah, I would be happy to.
Good.
Medicine check for me then.
Oh, I have a +2.
13.
13. He has a pulse. It is very, very fast.
Yeah, no, he seems to be really working hard, but there is definitely a pulse here. It's about double normal.
That's not good. We need to hurry. Please, I urge all of you, we need to hustle.
And I agree. I think we should get going. We need to figure out what's this lady doing for us.
Listen, Toa, you know how I feel about this. I have no ill will towards her, but I'm not going to slow down for this. I
agree.
We've picked up 4 people that I don't even. We need to keep moving. I don't have time for this.
And I think that's fine. Maybe perhaps we can let her know if she's like not near shot. Oh.
She told us not to wake her.
All right. So perhaps we just leave a note. We let her know that she's supposed to scout. She's a scout, right? She doesn't need us with her.
Fair enough.
Do I hear any of this?
Yeah. I'm letting everybody know.
I took care of it. She's going
so
to.
she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, she's fine.
Does she know where she's going to meet us?
Yeah, does she know how to contact us? Did you think of any of this?
You're uptight. You need to unwind a little bit. You're in Kirschtein now.
What's the name of the inn we'll be staying in? Could you just leave a note and we can just let her know hey, this is where
that would be a brilliant idea, so that when somebody comes along and we have a letter that says, hey, you can find us here at this inn, they're like, oh, well, now I know it.
Again, I hate to agree with Iris, but she's right.
You hate to agree with Iris?
He literally says that every time.
We've been, a little bit at odds here.
Which is quite strange, considering the fact that I'm the only one that speaks sense.
Again,
what inns
agree,
would I know about in town?
What was that?
What different inns would I know about?
So you know that and you spend most of your time in the monastery, so you didn't spend too much time, but basically every time that they would let you out to kind of go explore, that the town has a large number of taverns and bars, and so there's really no hotel. Every single tavern has space, and it's mainly a place of alcohol consumption, but they all have rooms. So,
do we know if bugbears speak any other language other than Common?
I would say you could probably assume that they're goblins. So you could put their
goblin. What language is that?
Goblin.
It is specifically goblin language. Okay, no good.
And so you know that a few of these
languages I know
are the Holy Hop House, the Pink Elephant, the Rallying Stallion, Wolpertingers, and those are the 4 kind of main ones that you've been to and kind of poked your head in and done your shenanigans in.
So clearly, the Rallying Stallion is going to be my favorite.
There you go.
Really? I thought that we would talk about the thing that's not in the room right now.
I can't with you right now. I can't. Okay.
The elephant?
The what? The pink one. So I will take you all. We'll go into town.
I don't know if they'll have rooms available, but my favorite place, I'll take you all there, and we'll see if we can find some rooms, yeah?
The point is, we're not leaving her with any information. We're
You
not doing
don't
that.
worry about her. I'll find her when we're ready. Do we really want... We just met her. You really want to tell her where we're going to be?
That's what I'm saying.
You're
we
so
don't.
skittish all the time.
It's
I
fine.
hate to agree with her, but she's right.
You are a little skittish.
I don't think you have any idea of the danger that we're all in.
I
So
think I'm
that's
probably the only one that does. So, like I've said, we need to make a decision what we're going to do with this man.
We're gonna keep carrying him. We're gonna stash him away. Let's go. Come on. When she wakes up, she'll do her thing.
This guy.
We're not. We're gonna find a place to stash him.
We'll tuck him into the rocks. Well, you know.
So
it'll be
Lufti,
fine.
please lead the way. Let's go.
Okay, so I will lead the way.
Okay. So you
Looking
all.
for a place to hide him.
So you're leaving Jimmy at the camp sleep.
Yeah, she told us not to wake her.
Okay. So you all make your way through the out of this little crag and find your way back to the road. You continue your journey. As soon as you kind of make your way to the road, the clouds open up and it starts to rain. The rain stays pretty consistently heavy, and it's kind of the Amos is kind of shaking more and more as the rain hits him. I apologize. And you are walking and continue on your way. And as you... Who's taking the lead? Lufti, I need to make a perception check, please.
Uh-oh.
I'm behind her, helping her perceive.
That's really bad.
Woof.
It's a 9.
A 9. Who's in the second?
I would probably be right.
I would say
behind her.
yeah, one of us two.
I would say the first half of you. So Iris and both of you.
Regular perception.
Yep.
Jeez, also a 9.
Lord. Oh no.
12.
12. Okay. So I'll say that Iris, you're the only one that noticed as it's kind of winding around. You hear the loud sound of, as you feel like you're getting pretty close, of marching footsteps that seem to be coming in from the road up ahead as it's kind of around a bend.
Felix, darling, I know that you don't like me, but I'm hearing marching footsteps. It sounds like it could be an army or something worse. Maybe you want to jump in the foliage like you did when we met.
Agreed. Everyone, come on, let's take cover.
Like when we met, all right. And I pick him up.
Ah!
And run off to the side.
I said emergencies only.
So Toa, you pick him up and run off with the rest of you doing. Oh wait, who is this?
Oh, I have him over one arm. Can I pick him up with the
I would
other
say
arm?
you could probably pick him
He's
up.
a ginormous, gigantic.
You could easily pick up Felix with one arm, yeah.
All right,
I'm
we're
heading
in the
into the
woods.
forest with them.
Okay.
So once we get in there, I lean in towards Iris and I say, what did you hear? Did you hear any sort of marching orders? Anything?
No, just the loud footsteps. And I immediately thought of you and how paranoid you are.
Is there
Isn't she
I'm going to
sweet?
need
She's
a
always
group
thinking of
stealth check,
others.
please.
is there any chance that I would know of any other opposing
Yeah.
army?
Turtle.
Right? I mean, like, is there any sort of
Not
internal?
this far into the country now.
Right. So there's most likely, I would assume, that is the Korvakian military.
You could
But,
probably do
And you said we're making
11.
stealth?
a
No,
group stealth
12.
check.
Do I have to roll again? Oh, stealth.
Oh,
I'm
stealth,
sorry.
yeah.
That was perception.
That dice.
Ooh,
I
that's a
love that
ooh.
dice.
I got
hate
a
that
12.
dice.
12?
Got a 23.
23?
14.
24?
14.
4 plus 7 is 11.
3.
11?
I got
Okay.
that one.
Me,
So,
Dakota.
as you are all running to behind a large boulder off the road, you all dive behind it, and as you're kind of keeping your eye out, you see the tall banner, the symbol of a raven's head on a black banner, a white raven on a black banner.
I'm not going to say anything, but I'm going to look over at Felix and give him a knowing look.
And you hear the marching footsteps louder and louder and louder, as you see probably about 24 Korvakian soldiers.
Is there any way for me to determine what kind of unit this is, based on patches, the call sign, whatever it might
Make
be?
an intelligence check.
I'd love to. 18.
18. You would know that this is just a standard military battalion.
No talent.
That it's not the Talon Guard. That this is just the standard peacekeeping unit that kind of basically just makes their way around, protect the Talon villages from.
So infantry.
So they're just general infantry. And you do, however, see that there is one decorated commander. You recognize the rank at the head of this, who seems to be an older man, probably in his early 50s, who is in heavy armor, kind of the rankings of a commander kind of emblazoned, and the ornateness of his armor definitely reflects his rank. As he's guiding them, everyone is in silence as they are walking, and as you're all kind of trying to hide behind, you see him stop for a second, and his neck just snaps in your direction. And the younger man kind of walks behind him. Something wrong, sir? And then he turns and says, "No, I thought I heard something." And then he continues to march forward, and
I don't recognize this person? Okay.
Do we recognize any of them from coming in at port?
I would say it's pretty easy for you to tell that you wouldn't recognize this group. And they continue the way that you came, and you hear the sound of the marching footsteps fade, and something quiet returns in the drizzling rain.
So now, darling, whatever you have against me, you should probably put to the side, I think.
It's nothing personal. I don't trust anyone, and I'm not going to begin to. The point is, I warned all of you of this. If they find me, and I'm talking about me, Felix, and they recognize you as sheltering me,
Steve.
we're all dead. I'm letting you know that right now.
You were Thomas, darling. At least keep your lies straight.
Thomas, that's right. Oh.
I know you're not all taking this seriously, but I'm telling you, you'll be charged with hosting and protecting someone who went AWOL. And there will be nothing that I can do.
So that's why he's always like this. Don't take any offense.
You mean uptight?
No, I was more speaking along the lines of every time he says, "I hate to say it, but I agree with that."
The only person that I trust here is Toa, and I make that well clear.
By the way, from behind you.
Disguisers?
Yeah. Disguisers. I'm gonna cut my hair. Particularly the oldest and dullest.
Yeah, we've passed by the military and, we've not had any problems. Maybe we should not worry so much.
Great. You're not me. They probably recognize me on sight. It would be absurd if they didn't have any kind of wanted posters or any kind of...
Why does they want you so bad?
I left. I ran away. I abandoned my post because I discovered what they were doing.
Oh.
You don't just get to walk away from that when they know what I know.
Why don't you just put on a disguise?
I say nothing.
Okay.
Oh, I've made them mad.
Okay,
let's go.
Look, we just try to be
Any
safe.
of us but Toa breathing makes him mad.
Hold on. It's very reasonable. This place is very dangerous. And I think that he's being completely understandable. No, this whole continent, this whole country.
The military is everywhere. We can't escape them. The best we can do is hope to lie low and hope they don't find us. Because there's no running away.
I mean, to be honest, I haven't seen much military in this area. Like, we saw a large number of military when we were on the coast, but it felt like they were, coalescing there and prepping for battle.
Though, have you been to any of the major cities in this region? Because we're heading to Kirschtein, which is a major city, which means more than likely there's going to be a large military presence, which then leads me to what the hell are you doing traveling to Kirschtein if you're afraid of the military?
It's none of your business.
Is Kirschtein? How big of a city is Kirschtein?
It's not a major city. I would say it's like it's a town.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the more prominent villages in the area. It's kind of one of the larger ones. It's the large exporter of like barley and obviously a beer and horses.
I'm not going to get into details, but you know that I'm looking for my brother. And I believe that this town, after we've been traveling for months, is the best place to start looking for information. And again, you all accepted the danger of traveling with me when you asked me for my real name, that if the military catches us, we are all dead. And I'm not responsible for it. I warned you all.
As I've said many a time, when Anubis chooses to take my soul, it is his decision and not mine.
And
So,
when he
I'll
chooses to
travel
take
with you.
mine, I will fight, kicking and screaming.
So let's just try our best to lay low and avoid the military that we can, because right now we can't afford a full-on frontal assault. We can't. We need to avoid them the best we can.
Yeah, no, I don't want to antagonize the national military. of this
Oh, thanks for the
operation.
cheers.
Yay! Thank you.
Thanks for the biddies.
Old
But
biddies.
let's just find a place to stash this guy, and again, Toa, I can't stress it enough. I give you full, permission to kill him if necessary, and if we need to split up, listen. We haven't been apart for 4 months now, and I'm not looking forward to the idea of you staying here and me going into town. I trust no one other than you.
Well, I think
I'm not sure not to let him know when they're marching.
Iris volunteered. I think we can talk about it once we find a safe place. Thanks for the cheer. Hulk's green sack.
Heyo! Let's just, like you said, let's just find a place to put this guy, and then we can discuss how we want to split the party. As much as I don't like it,
And it's fine. And I'm happy to do whatever you're most comfortable with. Truly. So let's have Lufti will continue to guide us. So should we say, are we like there?
Yeah.
Or we...
Well, I was saying you're back on the road.
I'm trying to get to the
Right.
outskirts of the town essentially, and find a hovel to throw this guy in.
Okay. So, you continue on your way, marching, and you pass the occasional farmer, merchant, kind of traveling along. They don't really seem to pay you any mind. They kind of give you
We're gonna get a biddy war here. So.
a second glance at the party makeup, like the unique. You see basically entirely humans. You see the occasional rock gnome. And
just people. You mean
just
we
people
pass?
walking that you pass, and they're kind of like look at your ragtag band. And as you get closer, the terrain gets a little bit, it gets more and more hilly and rocky. And you're having to kind of take all these roundabout paths between veering through the highlands. And you kind of get the sense that you're actually moving up and up and up. And as you're going through, you kind of start to hear the roar of the river that passes through these highlands, and you see, as you're going through, you see the occasional like the running of these wild herds of horses, and the occasional the cry of a falcon, and the obviously even in this very few trees, you hear that familiar croak of the raven, constantly. And as you're going higher and higher up, the road starts to narrow a little bit as the path becomes more winding, and you start to kind of hear what sounds like civilization. You start to hear like the clopping of hooves on the road.
Oh, thank God.
And
I want to turn to Lufti and just say, do you know where you're taking us? Is there a safe place that we can leave this person?
Yeah, it'll be fine.
I'm saying that I may be able to offer help if we're scouting.
So
if you want to keep an eye out, keep an eye out. But I know where I am.
We're gonna talk about it before we get to the gates, all right? Just let Lufti, when we're very close to the entrance, let me know so that we can pause and figure out what we're gonna do with this guy and decide who's gonna go into the town and who isn't.
So I'm gonna look for like an outcropping that I would know about that's
outside of town.
hidden.
Yeah. So as you're walking through this path, as you kind of start to pass a bend, you're right alongside this river, and you see up ahead of you the large wooden walls of Kirschtein. You can kind of start to see that it's
wooden walls.
Wooden walls.
Okay.
Of Kirschtein. As you can kind of see that this town seems to be built on like a tier of cliffs.
Okay.
As you walk through with the river going right through, you see that the walls kind of continue on either side of this roaring river in a series of waterfalls. You see the large gate up ahead, but it's far enough away. There's its altitude. You can get a good sense of it. You see shapes moving along the top of the wall, You would recognize these as kind of as the general town guard and the general sentries. And you can see that there are the varying levels, and you can kind of see just over the wall that familiar kind of dot at the very top of the town, cloistered away from the rest, separated by the river. You see the monastery of Lufti, where you were raised. And you...
But we don't... She hasn't shared this with us.
No.
We just know she's from the town.
Yeah, and so you know that you are getting close, and that you could probably go off to the side of the road, go along the river, find a bank, and stash the dude in some place safe.
Okay. Before we continue, guys, you're hilarious. Thank you for the 2-bit cheer word.
Yeah.
It's really adorable.
I'm loving this shit.
War happened.
I'm keeping you toasts here. Silent toast.
I'm toasting you with my French onion dip, as I don't have enough garlic. But we love you. Thank you. It's getting sad.
Gonna have to top that, man.
Yeah, I just adjusted it for when it like yells at us. Just so that
No worries. Yeah, right. So we don't get like bombarded. We love you guys. We love the
I was
base.
able to maintain my concentration during that. So
Yeah. That's good. That's good.
I kept hitting my concentration checks.
I just wanted to say thank you.
Yeah,
Very
hey,
sweet.
you guys are the best.
My heart.
Yeah, you guys are awesome.
Mew, we love you.
Love you guys.
Holt's
Love
Green
ya.
Sack, we love you too.
We love you guys.
Is that Charlie?
I love me nothing more
Oh, do
than
you know Hulk's Green Sack?
I think so.
That's not a name I... Oh! The slam dunk!
200.
So we found an outcropping.
So yeah, you're able to kind of get the sense of like that there's some place off the road.
And how far from the town gates are we? Would be my question to Lufti. Whoa! Boom!
What's going on?
300 biddies.
Love cheers and love bits.
Damn!
Make it rain.
Or
Get dunk smacked on the head. Jesus, Dusty.
Thanks for the
Hey, thanks for the follow.
So how far are we?
So
Yes,
you're
from the gates.
probably another good 20-minute walk up the side of these highlands.
But it's like a little
to
hidden.
the town, and it is like a little hidden village almost, and you kind of get the sense why this has stayed strong for so long.
You're always number one in my heart.
Why it stays strong for so long, that like it's basically built into the side of these cliffs with a wall.
Damn it!
400 bits.
Son of a bitch!
You guys, I was gonna use the rest on Andy, but and then true 400.
Thank you anyway, Mew. It's the thought that counts.
It'll be well spent. It'll be well spent. Oh,
You guys are out of good. Oh! The bad word with the dunk.
wow.
Just joining us, we're doing a bit war. We're not playing Dungeons and Dragons.
I don't know why it was delayed.
Bit war.
You guys are amazing. We love you.
So anyway, hold on. I'm gonna use the restroom.
We're trying to. So for full transparency, we're trying to get a new computer, maybe. We're really trying to fix the other side of our motherboard.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Yeah.
So we'll be well
I know
ordeal.
you've got building experience, and I would be very happy to look at like a building.
Yeah. So it all goes towards improving the stream, and we love you guys.
Yeah, every cent,
Yeah.
more so, goes towards.
Do you want to get back here, Derek?
I mean, I was just going to take over
Mew.
this role, and then you can be.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you, Mew.
You're amazing.
You are number 2.
We
are number 1.
We are number 1.
Close.
I am
Thank you guys.
Sounds like a threat, Mew. You won't do it. You won't use the rest.
Oh, jeez. Hold screen sack wants it.
It's gonna be
Let us
about.
ride for a second.
We'll let this ride for a bit.
Yeah, you guys are
Wait for
literally
it.
1 bit behind.
You
We're
want to
like
see a
100.
bathroom break, I guess? Guys?
Yeah. We need one.
I need a piece so bad.
So yeah, we're gonna actually.
We're 99% booze at this point.
No,
we need
we're
to
all
like
99% true.
pee it out.
I drank half a bottle of Prosecco
Oh my
earlier.
lord.
I drank
And you drank 1.5, yeah.
That's why I've been very quiet lately. I was like, what's happening?
We'll
Where am
get
I?
some food
Yes.
and we'll make sure that we're good to go. But yeah, we appreciate all the support you guys. It's been amazing.
Yeah, that's huge.
What did I miss?
We're taking a quick bathroom break for the.
Oh, I got the one bitty.
We've been role playing
to tie it up.
We've been role playing for quite a while. If you're just joining us, thanks for bearing with us. We'll kind of take a bathroom break and have a bit war.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That all started with a 2-bit war.
Much fun.
Can you put those here?
They're really good at this too.
This was so worth doing that.
That was so funny.
I'm glad we found out Hirsch's mug fits a whole bottle of
It
Prosecco.
totally does. It was
That's kind of
really
fucked up,
impressive.
right? But like also like champion status.
And also the Hirscher herself, it's a whole bottle of Prosecco.
Yeah,
She's
and probably isn't done because she's draining it all out right now.
I was gonna say every I feel like that's the lady's special passive is to be able to fit an entire bottle of Prosecco.
We should
inside of
fit
them.
a bottle of Prosecco.
It's
That
pronounced
sounds great.
Caprice.
It's pronounced Caprice. Sorry, Prosecco is pronounced Caprice.
Oh, I'm grossed out now.
Capriccio or is it Capriccio?
Well, Capriccio.
Capriccio.
CI is the
I just want to make sure that I'm
Hold
Capriccio.
on, how do you, what?
Capriccio.
Capriccio. So
Capriccio.
Capriccio?
CIO.
Have I been saying it wrong?
It's
The
not.
CI
Well, no.
is Chuck.
So he goes by Caprice, but his full name, his real name is Capriccio, not Capriccio.
Right, folks wanted
Capriccio or
a
No,
dollar.
no, Capriccio, not Capriccio.
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 Capriccio. Buongiorno, principessa. Molto bene, buongiorno.
My background is that
Pasta
I actually have
Yeah,
Sicilian in
pasta
me.
fagioli, hey.
And so, as an example, my mom
yes,
would always
Dusty,
yell at me
you are a
when we
contender.
ricotta.
Hey, whole screen sack. Thanks, pal, man.
Ew.
You guys are going absolutely ham right now at the biddies. I
Big
love it.
ham.
Yeah.
Ham bits. There's
Ham
ham bits
bits.
Tigo
everywhere.
bitties, if you know what I'm
I
saying.
love
Biddies.
tig old biddies. I love all the
There's
biddies.
anybody that loves tickle bitties.
It's me. It's the great Andini.
It's the great answer.
The great underscore and and I.
The
Tegriat.
Tegriat underscore Andini. As Ventrilo used to pronounce.
I miss Ventrilo. God, that was great.
Those were the olden
Switch
days.
done. So can I use the restroom?
Oh.
Yes,
And
you
then we'll
can
like
do.
you.
Please, yes.
I have
No, you have to
mechanical.
stay
We're all hanging out, so
When you come back,
so feel free to talk to us about whatever you
I've
want,
got a mechanical.
Look how
about
cute
life.
she is.
Me?
whatever you
I don't
feel.
feel like come show your whole body outfit off because I don't feel like anybody could see it before. Look how
Look
like,
at how
on
cutie
theme
she is.
I have
Yeah.
a very long belt.
Did you just say you have a long butt?
They're long belts.
Oh, belt. Gotcha.
I have a long butt. It's a medical condition.
I was
The long butt was the first option of our witness.
I prefer you don't talk about it or make me feel bad about it.
Yeah.
We'll sew it back on.
I was
We'll
very
get it. We'll
aggressive
fix
with
it.
it, I guess.
That's okay.
We'll sew it back on.
Dwarves
bottle
are
and a half
aggressive,
of
you know.
Prosecco.
Dwarves start to just.
It's pinches. It's so this. I'm gonna just for full exposure here. This was I inherited this from my grandma.
Mature scream, everybody.
She was born in 1942. So this is from the 1950s. Probably, and it has a little pinchy pinch, and you're supposed to pinch it
Onto itself.
into like a neck piece. So yes, this is a real fox fur. I hope no one's offended. I just inherited it, and I just thought I would wear it on.
When was your
Tuesday.
Foxy is right, baby.
1942.
Dusty
She
knows what's
passed
up.
away
I love it.
last 2
I love
years
you and
ago.
your long butt.
My boy Dusty knows.
We ready to go?
You're so pretty.
I can't do that.
So much. I appreciate
Rich, can you give me some kind of
appreciate
get me the other prosecco?
I appreciate.
Wait, the other? Wait, there's
Hey.
more than one?
Yeah,
No,
they're
they're
gone.
gone.
Oh, they're both
two
gone.
Prosecco's. We're gone with red wine.
No.
Oh my god.
Pinot
they're
Noir.
gone.
Oh my god, it's a Prosecco emergency.
Oh boy.
What do you need? What do you need? What do you need?
I'll take a
Yeah,
cider.
yeah, give me a rosé, please.
Don't forget to keep your shoes in a
PS3
Sorry. I should probably move my shoes.
424. I'm 100% offended, Maya. That sounds like someone you know.
What?
I don't know. Whoa! Rainbow cheers!
What's
So
happening?
many
I don't know
ones.
what's happening.
Okay.
But no, real talk. I'll take a
Lord.
I'll take a brewski.
Aw, nothing faux going on there. She's the real thing.
Actually, I'm gonna take it. Are there
Mine is the real thing.
I
You guys are
no, actually.
Holy shit, Hulk screen set with the 571 cheer. And the Maya.
The butt smash.
Maya with the long butt.
571?
That's what I just
What is
said.
what is happening right now?
Oh my God.
Hulk's green sack has smashed McBadward
By one.
by one. And McBadward is laughing. McBadward, the madman.
I didn't think you could see the thing on the top.
That's the best part.
Is this like a
I'm so stupid. I didn't even know. I was just super excited.
It promotes exciting, healthy competition.
You know what?
She says as she cheats. So cheap.
You guys are the best. Okay, so anyway, feel free to keep cheering.
All right,
We're gonna get back on the game.
So, okay.
Small break.
Are we all like
Yes, we are.
settled?
We
Are
have stashed a dude, and we're trying to find out how far from the gates we smashed.
You have not
stashed
stashed
this
it.
dude.
We have literally just walked into an outcropping.
We have
we all
been
went
looking
nuts.
for a stash.
All right, so she said she found a place.
No, she
Can you make
Yes,
a
Lufti said she
perception check?
did.
I defer to the DM.
You have just walked into an outcrop. Exactly what Lufti said.
And I'm rolling a
And
perception
you're rolling a
check.
perception check.
Do I get like inspiration for paying attention?
No, because I'm
So you
paying
get advantage.
attention.
Oh, are you okay?
Advantage.
Oh, that's
Wow, this is favoritism.
Can you give me a crispy?
Thank you.
I need something extra tart. So
Oh, and I rolled a 20.
Wow.
Hold on, because that doesn't count. It doesn't count.
Well, no,
it's
it
not an
counts for
attack.
what it
roll.
is.
counts.
I mean,
Hold
that's
on,
what
do
we
you get me
roll.
on freaked out?
Tart.
What am I
Blue.
doing?
Why is that
Blue or
aggressive?
tart?
This is very
22.
aggressive.
Green's cart. Was that 20?
22
Whatever.
for perception.
It's literally been sitting all
22.
the time.
So,
I always give the littlest shits.
as soon as you kind of walk into like the ideal outcropping,
Thank God it's water.
you see a shape, kind of half behind a boulder, and you hear a voice call out,
What the fuck took you so long?
God.
You trying to get out of our fucking deal?
Oh my God.
No, she told us that you had it all under control and that there was a deal.
Is that you, Jamity?
Is that Jamity? Wow, Jamity?
and
You told us not to wake you up.
Jamity walks out from behind the rock at the outcropping.
And she says, well, I mean, I appreciate you didn't wake me up, but I just don't want you running out on our deal. And I figured, that I don't know what the hell took you so long. You must have taken the windy route instead of going straight
No,
on.
I'm traveling with the visitors.
Following the road like someone who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing.
Well, they're not used to being here. I'm just taking the ways that the tourists go. And I'm not backing out on our deal.
Okay.
One good cask, 6 near casks. I'm bringing them to you, but you have to get on the information.
So let's just clarify what you're doing. What were you under the impression of that you were going to do for us?
I was going to lead you to Butcher's Bluff.
You want to lead us to Butcher's Bluff?
So here's the deal. I'm interested in going. I want to learn more, but we have business here in Kirschtein first.
That's fine. I have business here. I have business with her being here in Kirschtein.
Agreed.
Wait.
And
What was this deal?
you owe this fine lady
4.
booze and scouting,
4.
taking us to Butcher's Bluff.
I don't want to go to Butcher's Bluff.
Well, I do.
That is not the deal.
That is the deal.
That was the deal. And you get the information.
No. You go to Butcher's Bluff and find the information and then bring it back for me while I party in Kirstein.
What happens if I'm interested in going?
That's on you.
I think we should go if that's where they're sacrificing
That's
people.
part of the deal.
To be fair though, darlings, I was only half asleep at the time, but that is actually the deal she made.
Yeah.
She specifically said, I want to party while you're doing all this.
Yeah, I was pretty clear that
And if I
want to
Then
go to
fine.
Kirstein, I don't want to muck around in Butcher's Bluff.
Jamity,
Because it sounds terrible.
Anything about
do you mind if I go with you?
It's an
Toa will come
party.
too. We can fight. We can take care of ourselves, and there's potential information that I need.
Why would you want to go there? When we
Because
have
I'm
someone who
looking
can do it
for my
us?
brother, and I need to be there if we find him.
Sketchy pictures and do this.
No, that won't
No,
do.
that's-
I'm going along to find him.
Oh,
I ain't going with just the 3 of us. We're planning on picking a fight.
You don't
We're
understand
going
what we
full
can do.
strong.
And I'm sure that these two would be happy to come along. What if your father's there? And what if if something about family tree? I don't know.
I don't know what this feeling is, but it's like I kind of want to help them, but I don't know what that's like. It's like it's creeping in on me.
To be honest, we were headed to Kirstein, and we're investigating her dad. That's why
I agree.
we're here.
We have information. I need to go into Kirstein as well. But then I'm saying I want to go to Butcher's Bluff.
How far is Butcher's Bluff from here?
probably at least a good 3 days. If we
Right.
No, we're not gonna do that.
So we
I feel
do-
That's
we're
straying
going-
off.
Can
We're
we
on
go?
the way.
Listen, we go.
Time, right?
In maybe in a day
Yeah,
or two.
we're going to Kirschtein.
No, I'm
We're gonna find your dad, right?
Right. So here's the
We're on the same page.
here's the plan. That's Jamothy. I apologize if I'm Jamity. Jamity.
That's my cousin Jimothy.
Right. It's a name that rings a bell, but neither here nor there.
Daughter
The point
with you
is,
has-
we need to procure Lufti's part of the deal. She has to get the booze.
Well. The deals that I made did not involve me going to Butcher's Bluff.
You don't
So
have to go.
If
You get her the alcohol
you
and
are
I'll
making
go.
me mad now.
Fine.
It's
not fine.
Iris?
Doesn't seem like
Yes,
it's
darling,
fine.
would you like
I don't understand what's so hard to understand here, Toa.
silence on him so we can't listen to his voice anymore.
I don't want to go.
I'll give you one more
so
moment.
I
The
think
German accent is coming out. I don't want to go 3 days off.
No one. We're not
crap.
going out of the way. We're dealing with what we have to in Kirstein first, and then, regardless of whatever you do, I'm going with the bugbear, and I'm going to
I
Butcher's
think this
Bluff.
is all.
It sounds like the only way you're going with the bugbear is if Lufti goes into that monastery.
I'll
and
do
gets
what I
alcohol.
have to do to get
And
there.
it sounds like Lufti's not going to do that unless you calm your tits, darling, and you let her speak.
Yeah, buddy. Hakuna dos tatas.
We got a deal.
Thank you,
We have a
Chris.
deal, and the deal was
No,
booze for
the
for
deal
going.
was that she would do this for a certain thing.
Right, and if I accompany Jamity on the expedition, I'll
Not
go.
if you
I'll
just
go where I
listen
want.
to what Jamity said. She said she's not going with just the two of you. So
It's
right
not-
there, you're already
The deal
fucked.
is broken. So, if we're all going, it's a lesser fee. I will get you 1 good cask. And, 1 bottle of something else.
That wasn't the deal.
Can I get another cask? Cask and cask.
1 bad, 1 good?
Big sweet cut.
I thought it was pretty clearly laid out at 6 and 1.
119.
That was a high roll.
What's my end of the bargain again? I've had a lot to freaking drink. I want
So,
to make
darling,
sure I'm clear on
The
that.
bargain is that if we all have to go with you, you get 1 good cask and 1 bad cask for leading us there. I was going to give you much, much more, but that, depended on me not having to go to fucking Butcher's Bluff.
I'm telling you, I know what. Therefore, he was the fucking Evan was taking me.
I believe it, but I am only making this deal on behalf of my compatriots.
But I think what
do
she's
not
saying
care.
is that it's very dangerous to go alone, so
That's
she
right.
can't.
If we're going to pick a fight, then I.
You're missing the point. The point was, though I was half asleep, I still remember it. The deal was that Lufti didn't have to go, so this bugbear was going to make the trip for that alcohol, so we didn't have to go. Now this bugbear is here asking for the alcohol, but also wants us to accompany them.
And that's
so
fine.
the price of our services is less alcohol.
And it was a misunderstanding. We've now cleared it up. You're gonna give her 1 cask, 1 good cask, 1 regular.
From the monastery, and 1 schmeh from wherever I find it.
Well, I don't got any other better fucking prospects.
That is right.
So I'll do it. That's fine.
All right,
I
we
mean,
have a
everybody
deal.
needs a fucking drink.
Mickey, can you pass me?
Like,
Is that
everybody-
okay with you, Mr. Peters?
I'm following the bugbear regardless. I don't care what the deal is. If she's going to Butcher's Bluff, I'm following.
Okie doke.
What if the only way she's going to Butcher's Bluff is if Lufti provides alcohol?
Ooh,
Which again was the
an
deal.
addendum to our deal. You stay here and watch this
here?
forming goat man, and I will add in 2 more casks.
Sure.
1 good from the monastery and
Oh.
1 bad.
How about another two bad and 1 good?
9, I've stated my deal. 2 good casks from the monastery and 2 bad casks from
You can
wherever. Ooh, that's bad.
Do I have like guidance or something that I can give
5.
you? Hold on, let me see.
Such a good deal.
Yeah.
Come on.
I'm gonna I'm gonna give you guidance, so you would have guidance. Is that okay? Because I was looking it up. So
what is that,
with
an additional?
guidance, you get to roll a d4 and add the number if you choose to.
1. It's always a 1.
Yeah,
It's not gonna help.
really is always a 1.
Oh man.
3, 2,
Hashtag
1.
blessed. It's a
3.
3.
What's the
Still
total?
not great.
So what was it?
8.
Persuasion or persuasion?
No, you said persuasion,
So
so you
5
got
plus 3 is an 8. Yeah.
I'm telling you, I'm happy. I appreciate the 2 cats. But I think an extra. How hard is it to get an extra cask?
Fine,
I'm no
darling.
babysitter.
I'll stay with it, and then she only gets 1 and 1. Okay. So 2.
No, hold on. What's the best offer you can get?
2 and 2.
Iris, it's a perception check.
Perception?
Persuasion.
Ah.
Oh no.
Natural 1.
Okay.
We are fucking is it.
So 6.
6.
I think it's a fair fucking deal. If you help me get 3 5 tools. That's less than you were gonna fucking give me.
Agreed.
No, we're only doing it for 1. What was it? 1 and 1? 1 and 1.
2 and 2.
2 and 2. We were extending that if you stayed with this creature. You said no to that deal, so we won't accept it. I will stay with that creature, and you'll get 2 and 2. And that's the end of
2 and 2. That's fine. As long
Look
as
at the follow.
I'm
Thank you for the
responsible
follow.
for this fucking.
it. You're not.
Okay.
I wouldn't leave a drunk with him anyway, so I'm not quite sure.
Good, that's the
who's
smart
leaving the
thing.
delay.
I was gonna say, I don't know what you were thinking with that plan, but I was gonna do it. Okay, that's fine.
Now the question is, who's going to stay with...
I literally just said I'm going to stay with him.
No, but I mean, who else? You can't stay by
We're
yourself.
taking him to Kirsten.
No, we
We're
are
at
not.
Pirstein.
9.
Not
Right,
until
right.
we at least find that someone can help.
We are
Because
just
we are not going
outside
to
the
cause a
border. We're
panic.
not going to take this
Yep.
goat man in and attack
Correct.
the entire city.
Absolutely. We are
We're
not
taking
risking
him-
innocent lives.
We're taking him at Kirstein. Might be a better
We're
way
going
of
to
putting
leave
it.
him. We're just outside.
we're
We're
at
leaving him
Kirstein.
in this outcropping.
However, we're going to Kirstein for a specific reason. You guys can go Bluff
Agreed.
or whatever you want to do, but I am on my way to Kirstein. for a
Agreed.
specific
I'm
reason.
going with you.
Also,
I don't
agreed.
want to stay
You have to
here.
understand that I have very specific reasons that I'm here, and this innocent soul is just because I'm trying to do something good, but this is not my main focus.
It sounded like you guys were detouring really hard.
No.
I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page.
And the only reason I'm going to Butcher's Bluff is because I believe that's going to give me more information about my brother.
Then that's correct.
So, here's the thing. Iris had originally suggested that me and her, that she and I stay behind with this guy. I'm fine to do that. I know that you hesitant about that.
I don't like it.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Toa. Did you ever come to a determination as to whether or not 2 dogs could be considered a pet?
No one ever told me this, and we never had a philosophical discussion
Again, this
afterwards.
is Toa,
I
this
totally
isn't the
forgot.
time.
No, hold on. Can we take 5 minutes to discuss
Do you
this?
want the-
I mean, as soon as we
Thank
get to a
you.
place where we
Thank
can sit down and have
I
a
like
drink,
that you-
we are going to talk about that for about
So
2
Let's do
hours.
it. I'm dying to
This
know.
is my issue with this entire thing. We all came here for separate reasons. And for some reason, Felix's reason seems to trump everybody else's.
No, I'm
He's
doing my
trying
own
to
thing.
force Luffy into doing his bidding.
She's trying to Welsh on her bet, but neither here nor
Well,
there.
she's not, because
Oh.
this woman is trying to renege on her bet, which makes
It
her
was
the
1
person
and 6 is what we had decided on. That's
for
all I'm
something
saying.
that's completely separate, a completely separate thing.
No,
which
disagree. She's
which
going to
has
go to
nothing
Butcher's
to
Bluff,
do
and I
with
was
you
going to
there.
follow along. That's all.
At the end of the day, she's not going unless we all go, which means that all of us are forced to go if you get to go.
Didn't hear that. All I heard was that she was going to do her thing, and I was going to follow along. It has nothing to do with teamwork. There's nothing to do with that.
Her literal words were, I'm not going to go
Well,
unless I have all of you there.
No, her words were, "I'm not going with the 3 of us." Didn't
Okay.
say all.
So then, what are you going to do with just the 3 of you then if she's not going?
I'm not worried about it. Toe and I have survived by ourselves for months. This isn't anything new.
But then my vote is I'm not going, so...
You don't have to go. I don't think that's required.
Why don't we take a few
I think we
days?
should say that I'm not going to deliver you any alcohol because
And then again, Welsh on your bet, that's fine.
You to follow through with what I asked you to. We were going to party.
Now, hold on.
No, the fact is, we were going to party. We were finally getting to Kirschtein. I could stay in a nice bedroom. I didn't have to sleep on her
Party.
back for the entire night. And now all of a sudden we're being traipsed about to some place called Butcher's Bluff. That sounds terrible. Why would I want to do that?
Well, the whole point is that it sounds like that's the secret. If you care about this guy, and you care about this disease affecting this entire area...
Doesn't sound like they do.
I care about not bringing this disease to this town.
I
You're
want
the
to be
one-
home, but I haven't been home for
You're the
many
one that
years.
decided to spare his life, drag him all across the countryside, make a detour to a bugbear, release it, kill an Etin. Now we're here trying to pay off this bugbear to do something actually didn't agree
Then
to
I'm
do.
so
It's-
close to home. You want me to turn around and
No.
go to Butcher's Bluff?
No one's
And
asking
then we're
that.
completely ignoring Caprice and Herja, who are saying we have things to do here.
No,
Again.
we're trying to say, let's take some time in the town,
Agreed.
and then we'll all go together once you get the alcohol.
Or not.
We'll hang out. We can take turns down
I'm
outside.
not going to lie to you. The attitude of your friend Toa makes me not want to have anything to do with him. Part of me wants
Not
to
asking
call,
for that.
excuse me, military, we have a runaway.
I dare
and
you.
see what happens.
I dare you. Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that. You'll never see me again, which is fine.
Oh, I'll find you 100%.
Good luck.
No, come on.
Good luck with that.
We all have the same goal in mind. We're all good people, and we're all trying genuinely at least prevent
But
bad
this
things
is
from happening in
the
this
problem. I
town.
don't think that's the truth.
What do you mean? What do you think the truth is?
I think the truth is that every single person here is acting on their own selfish needs, and nobody's thinking about everyone else.
The fact that we even went to Miss Gross Crossing should prove that isn't true.
Like I said, we can agree to disagree.
What purpose? None of us had to go, right? We went. We went there, we investigated, we killed bad guys.
Yes, and our mission was then to bring this gentleman back to Kirschtein so that we could provide them with some way
Which is
to
what we're
potentially cure this. And now all of a sudden we're all being voluntold that we have to go to a place called Butcher's
you
Bluff.
No one's
have to
asking
go.
you to go to
Mikey, by
Butcher's
the way,
Bluff.
these are yours.
Not a single person is asking you to go to Butcher's Bluff.
So we're just saying, let's take some time. We're going to get you alcohol, and at least some of us, at least 2 of us, perhaps 4 of us, who knows, will accompany you. And if we're not gonna pick a fight, how about this? If it's just the 2 of us,
We'll
then
scout with you.
We'll just scout. We're not gonna pick a fight. We're gonna be stealthy, run along.
Okay, it's your timeline. I'm just here. I'm out of a job.
Agreed. I'm not sure what the confusion is here. We had a deal for booze and scouting, and I'm going along, and that's it.
Yeah, fine by me. I mean, everyone needs a drink. Anyone want? I got a few extras.
Yeah, I'll take one there.
Okay, there's a little short stack here. There you go.
Okay, I'm 5 foot. I'm not short staff, but thanks.
I mean,
there.
I got like 2 feet on you. What do you?
Well, whatever. You're not that tall. Okay.
Oh, that's fine, I guess. Here's your drink. That's
I mean,
fine. She
thanks.
kind of adjusts her hat like I'm an old big fella over here, talking the most sense. I'm on your timeline, folks. But you bring me.
So Germany is willing to sit here and wait.
Agreed.
Sitting around and drinking my face off is what I do
You're
best.
still missing my point. We still have to send people into Kirschtein. We have to have people waiting outside with this gentleman.
Correct.
So what is your plan? What is the purpose of going to this place?
I will
Our
sit here
end
and
goal-
wait. Everybody else, you get your night in and in.
And
You
then
can
what
hang
you-
out at home. You can get your.
What are you going to do if he scratches you, or if something happens?
I'm
no
going to
one,
kill him.
But then
I have
no one.
Germany with me.
but
She
then-
wants the
And
booze.
she's a drunk. I guarantee. The moment she falls asleep.
I will be fine. I promise. I'll
Well,
be fine.
like I said, I'm not leaving her. I don't trust anybody with him alone.
Agreed.
Then,
I trust Toa alone, but that's it.
and I'm happy to stay alone with this guy in Germany.
But you're
Germany,
still
you.
not letting me get to my point. What is your plan? We brought him here. That was our plan. We were then going to go off on our separate ways and do our things. Now, we're all roped together to go to this Butcher's Bluff. What is the end game?
Someone needs to go in there and find either a cleric, go to the temple, go to any kind of wizardry
I'm
or
asking
something.
what is our end game for going to this Butcher's Bluff place?
I'm going to find my brother. Information on my brother. That's it.
Our understanding is that they are taking people there and sacrificing them.
This may involve the military.
Right.
This may be where the military is taking these young
Well,
children.
that sounds awful.
This is
But
the.
now this deals that I've made, I can't just walk off into the monastery and walk out with a cash. That's not how it works.
Maybe.
It takes time.
Maybe you don't cash checks that your butt. You don't bounce a check that your butt can't cash.
Maybe you don't cash in on the checks that I cash, or I write, or whatever.
If this woman is headed to Butcher's Bluff, then I'm following. That's all that matters. Other
But
than that,
she's
I'll find my own
only
way.
heading there with the booze that I
Fine.
bring her. So
I
it would
just
make
know
more
they
sense
get
for you
their
to come
building
and help
and-
me get the booze, and then bring it to her, and then we all go together.
Listen. I'm not opposed to helping you. I'm saying I don't know anything about this monastery. Okay, if there's something that I can do to
They're
help
good
you
people.
fulfill your bet, then fine. But don't promise something if you're gonna then turn around and tell me that you can't do it.
I did not say that, but I think that it is a waste of your time
There's
On
no
my
waste.
effort,
I have
you
things
sit
that I
in
need
a
to
cave
do.
while I do all
No,
the
no.
work.
I
and
have
I'll
things
give
that
you
I
the
need to do
things
in
that you need
Kirschtein.
To do what you want.
There's a reason that Toa and I came to Kirschtein, and we're gonna follow it through.
I'm gonna cast silence.
Everybody silence.
I mean, is that the kind of thing where we know we're silenced?
Yeah, I think that no sound can get in around.
And then I'm gonna start circling and patting the ground, and I'm just gonna curl up.
I'm gonna leave towards Kirschtein.
Okay.
I'll sit there and wait with I'll.
Thank you for the follow.
Is there a certain would I be aware of the range, or do I just talk until I walk and then make noise?
Yeah, it's a what, 20 foot?
Yeah.
20 foot thing.
So once
as soon as you walk
I'm out of
20
range,
foot
I'm going to turn back towards Toe and say, "Hey, Toe."
He won't be
come
able
here."
to hear you inside of it. It's silence.
I'll
and
motion
deafens.
regardless. I'll talk in motion.
I'll leave the silence and all.
Okay.
So,
Listen, it's been 3-4 months now since we've been traveling. I
120 feet.
I don't want to leave. I'm not comfortable leaving you alone. So I'm gonna, and Beatrice will come out of my coat. I'm gonna say, Beatrice will stay with you. She's good at watching, looking. Okay.
all right.
Use her. And I hate to do this, to leave. But if I don't come back, you need to burn the book that I gave you. Burn it. Don't let that fall into anyone's hands.
All right. I'll just like we planned. I will stay right here. Beatrice will keep an eye out for me.
You can always send her back to me
All right.
if you need to relay a message.
All right. And I'll be very careful. I'll let Beatrice know if there's any danger, and she'll obviously let you know. So.
Is there anything in Kirschtein that you'd like me to do on your behalf?
Well, perhaps. Just. What?
Maya, she's not alcohol.
Well, just keep an eye out for any talk of spirits. Because I'm mainly here for you. I'm here to help you. I'm more lost in my journey. I'm just looking for information at this point. So anything about spirits or...
Well, listen. If we're gonna try to solve the problem with this person, I'm gonna talk to some wizards, and maybe they will know about these spirits. Is there anything I need to know about the spirits?
Just if there's a way, just anything about out of character. What do I know specific? I guess. Can you tell me what I would know to think to ask Felix?
Right. I'm looking for slightly more detail so that if I meet a wizard or something, a prophet.
I would say they're 4 wind spirits that correspond to 4 different animal totems, which would be the boar, the turtle, the shark, and the moa.
Boar, turtle, shark, and
Shark
moa.
And moa, yeah.
What's a moa? It's a bird.
A giant flavor.
Yeah, it's like an axe beak almost.
Yeah.
Right? 4 wind spirits. Okay. All right. Okay.
And that's pretty much like what I know about it, right? I don't know anything else.
And what do you want me to ask about these things?
Just if I've heard word that that something in this land has the power to either silence or abduct or even kill these kinds of spirits. I don't know what's happened.
All right.
But something's happened. Something's different, and I'm trying to figure out what that is.
Listen. I'm gonna find a wizard, a mystic, something that may be able to talk about transmutation magic, and I'll ask about these spirits. I'll do the best that I can. And again, if there's any trouble at all, tell Beatrice to find me, and I will rush right back.
She'll be my eyes. So don't you worry. We'll take care of everything here. You find your brother.
And if something happens to me, you burn the book. That's it.
Of course.
All right. Thank you.
Are you still in the silence? Sounds still up?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Jamity just sat down and pulled out a flask and is just like looking around at all of you.
Yes.
I'm gonna tap you. I keep patting the ground and just
I'm gonna start walking towards Kirschtein.
Okay.
I'm going to start following her, and I'm going to sort of give an arm up and be like, "Hey, we need to make our way to Kirstein."
But you hear nothing because you're in silence and deafening.
It's the offer of the arm. That's it.
Can I interpret based off of Lumi? I'm so sorry.
Lufti.
Lufti. And Capricci moving towards. But I feel like I can also mean that they're
I
moving
think
towards.
that they tell you, you can probably gather that.
I silently hook my arm excitedly through Capricci's and I say,
All of you are out of the silence, except for the two of you that are.
"Oh well, then I'm."
Well, now you eventually leave.
Thinking I'm
now
still in
all
silence.
four of you basically walk together, or the three of you walk together.
Yeah, no, let's make our way, shall we? All
No, Iris is back.
Iris and Toll stay.
path,
Okay.
and then we make our way.
I want to find my dad.
Yeah, no,
I'm gonna
invested
shout
in
back
this.
at Iris, and then I wish she can't hear me. Iris, I'm going to miss you.
You see that I'm just like playing in the dirt.
Seems very un-Irish.
Rolling on your back.
Doing the scraping, like the scraping poop motion.
No, I'm familiar with sand. This has been too much. I need that sand.
So, you guys, Felix is probably like 100 feet ahead of you. You can see him kind of following him.
Where did we leave Amos?
He's with me
In
and
the
Koa.
yes,
Yeah. In the side.
in the
cave.
outcropping.
Okay,
Cave.
so we would feel comfortable leaving.
That's the idea.
Okay.
Right, it's like it's off the road. It's like in a safe spot, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, you're basically on the side of this roaring river, and you see that there's basically a series of waterfalls that are kind of crashing down as you make your way. And so basically, you're kind of in this behind this like little outcropping, this little rocky alcove where you're able to kind of hide in there, the three of you, and once again you see Jamity kind of like point at Amos like in the silence and just say like, and she pulls out a water skin and goes to the stream and fills it up, and she like grabs his face and like pries it open, and it's the same result of him just like sputtering and like, and he just kind of struggling, and then she just shrugs and then goes back down and drinks, not seeming to be bothered. So as you're all approaching, you kind of all see that there's not many people kind of coming and going, but you see a large. Let me see what this music's looking like.
Musica.
I think I went through
Wasika.
So
We have to go back to Germany and listen to some Kraftwerk.
Yeah.
and so you're all basically you see a large wooden gate. And as soon as you all approach, you kind of all have to stop all at the same point. The rest of you catch up with Felix as you hear kind of some shouting as you see this large, tall wooden gate. Probably looks about like 20 feet tall. And there seems to be some structure behind it where some sentries are walking back and forth along this wall. You kind of hear that loud roaring of the waterfall next to you. And they say, they seem fine, and they just take a look and say, yeah, sure, and then you hear, and then the large wooden gate slides open, and you step into Kirschtein.
I'm leading the way I'm swaggering. As much as I can keep to the front of this group, I try to keep to the front of the pack as we go.
Okay, so like Caprice just kind of like jaunts up ahead and just kind of is swaggering about as all of these. You see a town that seems to be. It looks like it would have. Oh, let me go to my Kirschtein playlist.
There's a playlist. It's almost like a special location.
Ooh.
And so you step into this town that seems to be like, it's very, it feels like the quintessential country town. quaint country town. It's like built up. Most buildings are no larger than 2 stories. The buildings are fairly simple, but seem to be very well constructed. There's very large, like the craftsmanship seems to be incredibly well done. This thick, dark wood is used, as well as very strong, thick, strong stone foundations and plasterwork are used to kind of build these these houses these buildings that have shingled roofs. And it seems like it should be quaint, but there is an element of joviality to it. And it seems as if every other building is a bar or a tavern or a beer garden or a tap house. And they all seem to be pretty full. The smell of warm food and bitter beers is kind of mixed with the strange, unpleasant stench of horse manure. As you start to kind of look around, and it smells like home to you.
Nay!
And it's been like years since you've been back, right?
Like a long
ass time, right? Like close to a decade, if not more. And you kind of see that like everyone is riding horses. There are almost as many horses as there are people. As it seems as if like this town's identity is based on beer and like the horses that they're based. And you're walking through, and Lufti, I will give you a map of Kirschtein.
Don't look at it. No matter.
You can kind of get the general gist going through.
She would know. It's her hometown.
No, but
Oh,
The rest of us.
Gotcha.
You don't know.
I thought you meant her.
I'm outside.
Like, no, she should.
So
and the
are we
center is
just
the monastery.
are we just all hanging out like inside the gates?
You've all like walked forward into the gates. You see kind of like that there's an open area and there's all sorts of like, bars on either side of you. And you can kind of see that there are different, there's like different tiers. You can see that there's actually, down the cliff, there's a tier of the town that seems to be a farm for horse breeding. And you can kind of see that there are farms in this village. Go ahead.
I just want to turn to Lufti and say, listen, is there any kind of a cleric, a wizard, prophet, or some sort of medic here? Where would they be located?
I mean, honestly, any kind of church would probably do the trick.
Question for you.
Yeah.
The monastery, is it far off or central?
It is, the monastery is the very top right corner.
Okay.
And it's fully, that basically this river goes through the town, and it's the monastery is built on the highest tier, where they have their private barley field, their private vineyards and everything.
Cool.
And the only way to get there is by a ferry across the river. And
So you can't scale those cliffs?
you can certainly try. And so, depending on how you want to do it, the standard way to do it, and would be to go and you know that the monastery is fairly reclusive. It's not like they're like antagonistic to the common folk of the town. That thing in the middle is just the standard ordained like tomb of the Raven Queen. Basically, like or it's a crypt where like people who have worshipped the Raven Queen live. You know that like basically the predominant religions worshipped here are Lapward, who's the god of drink, and then obviously the Raven Queen, given that you're in Korvakia. And so that's basically there's a small shrine to the Raven Queen, but it's mainly just used for those that pass that are not worshippers of Lapward.
Okay. So I'm sorry.
Just my question was, I'm looking for either the town cleric, wizard, prophet, or medic. I'm looking for something.
Well, we've just got here. I haven't been here in such a long time.
Listen, you do you. I need to know where these people may be.
Honestly, Lufti, how long has it been?
Well, I've been away a long, long time.
I mean, is that like a couple of weeks for you? I don't know much about Air Genasi. Are you like
Yes.
mosquitoes and
Yes.
just like fucking? Oh, years. Oh, okay, that's meaningfully
Probably,
important.
I don't know. A
Up to you.
decade?
Yeah,
Or
we'll say it's a
more?
decade.
It's been a long time.
I don't want to stop you from getting back to your roots and enjoying the time here. I'm just looking for the anyone that might fit this description.
What I'm saying is that I might not know where everything is anymore.
Tell me what you know from where it was, and I'll go look.
How about this? I will take you on the route to my favorite tavern, and we'll see what we see on the way.
I sigh and say, fine.
Yeah, I think Dad would be closer to one of the favorite taverns of the city of Slovakia, more so, no offense, more so than, some sort of structure of God or immortal.
Apparently,
looking at this
is
a standard compass.
He's more of an alcoholic.
I would lead us going on the northern path.
Okay.
Is the monastery visible? Is it like up higher?
Yeah, so you'd be able to see the monastery kind of towering.
Does it look like a
town.
church? I mean,
It doesn't look like a standard church. It seems to be more of like a brewery.
I guess my point is, if I were to see it, would I be like, "What's that?"
I think it's the prominent feature of the town.
It's way off though.
It's far away. It's across the town, but you'd be able to see kind of in the distance. Like what?
I like having a secret map.
I think the monastery. I actually described that everyone could see the monastery even down.
So it wouldn't be ridiculous for me to turn and say to Lufti and be like, "Well, what is that structure out there?"
Because that is the monastery. That is where we're going to have to go to get at least some of the casks.
So,
this deal.
are the people that live in the monastery, are they just alcohol-making monks, or are there any kind of mystic arts going on there?
The monks are very mysterious people. There could be many things that you're looking for. I don't know.
I suppose we'll head there eventually.
We have to cross through the entire town to get there.
That's fine. That's fine. Lead the way. I'll follow.
Are there any alcoholics in your monastery? Because I feel like my father would be beelining towards that.
You'll be slipping on them. It'll be fine. We'll find them, I swear.
Okay. Just good to know. Good to know.
All right, so we'll head on the northern path.
Northwest? Straight up?
Yeah, this northern.
Okay, yeah. So you make your way through the streets, kind of the main... There are several main drags, and you know that basically that there's a lot of residential area. You pass a number of small farms, as you make your way through the town. As you kind of you hear that familiar sound of people kind of laughing as it's kind of getting close to sunset now. People have gotten off. Some of them might have cut off a little bit early from work and are now enjoying a very happy hour as they're all drinking of a wide variety. And as you can kind of hear the slight buzzing of bees as you know that like the primary alcohols here is beer. The primary alcohol is beer, but there's also a lot of wine and meat as well. And so that that basically that everyone takes it pretty seriously here to the extent that you can take alcohol consumption. You wind your way north and pass a couple farms, and across the street from one of the horse farms, or across the way, is a large tavern, which you remember to be the Rallying Stallion. And you see the sign is kind of this wooden hanging sign on the metal post, and it has a very intense looking horse holding a large pint of beer as the sign.
Oh, you are all in for a very special treat. This is my favorite tavern in all of Kirschtein. Shall we go in, rest our feet, share our drink, and we'll think of our next steps to find you what you're looking for?
I would love that very much. Do you know any of the people here?
That is yet to be seen.
Well, I mean, but do you know any of the people here?
If they have not died, perhaps.
Oh, that's fine.
Let's go in, the only way we know.
If you recognize anybody, please point them out to me.
Also, please keep in mind we have companions waiting in a dimly lit cave off
Do you think I would forget my poor pretty kitty?
I don't know.
Leave her in a cave.
Listen, I don't presume to know anything about your relationship.
What have we done with the body?
That is right.
They're watching him.
Toto's playing ukulele for Beatrice.
In a cone of silence.
And we've got a familiar.
You're not keeping it up all the time.
We have two people and a familiar watching this.
It's a ritual.
This
you
body.
Can pass every 10 minutes.
You're just gonna constantly cast it.
That wouldn't stop Toe from playing.
That's what I'm saying. You're just in there in silence. I'm making sure that no one's going to be able to hear us and come over to us.
You practice those power chords I showed you. We'll go inside.
All right, so we're heading into what? The what was it
The
called?
Rallying Stallion.
The Rallying Stallion.
Rallying Stallion. I am constantly on alert for anyone that may be military.
Okay. You look around and you get the sense that there are guards, and they all seem to be armed, but they don't seem to be military. You understand that you get the sense, and you kind of got the gist of this is the case with Misko's Crossing,
right?
That all the towns are responsible for their own protection, but like obviously there's patrolling military to protect.
Totally. The first thing I look for is the person responsible for running shows or who organizes people at a tavern.
Okay, so you step into the Rallying Stallion. This is a two-floor bar. However, it seems like as a part with the main part of the bar is open. There's actually an inner balcony where there's kind of rooms and stuff all up on the top floor. And
this seems like an okay operation. This is fine. This is a fine
establishment. This is my favorite place.
No, verticality is not better than depth, but it's fine. It's fine.
I don't know what you mean by that.
You see a stage. No one's quite playing at the time, but you do see a stage, and there's some.
Do I get no music?
So you do get a piano off on the side of the corner, and there's a piano off to the side, and then there's an organ player, or not an organ. Oh my God, what do you call it? An accordion. An accordion player and like a piano, just kind of off to the side, like playing, but like the stage isn't.
Oh man, we could really kill business
An
here.
accordion. I've never had that back home. You really could be breaking in the big bucks.
It seems like I mean we've done it every village we've gone to since moving here. It seems like
Did you really play an accordion?
No.
Oh, I thought you could.
I mean, I can play pretty much any
Magic
instrument,
of
but
D&D.
besting the accordion experience, like if you really want to listen to a saggy vocal cord just spraying its ear against your ears, or do you want to listen to nothing but the sweetest viol? Like that's the difference.
That's actually the selling point of a Desesto. That's their motto.
I mean, with a Desesto, you can produce pretty much any vocal sound that happens to be necessary for any role-playing moment. It's very specific in that way.
It's magic almost.
I'm also
Do I
in the
see
cave.
anybody that I recognize and walking?
Do I
inside?
find that person that I was looking for?
So
the manager, the person who would
recognize the same person. So you remember, one Frida Barley Brew.
Me?
Yes, and you see her. She was a relatively young woman who had taken a risk in her teenage years and bought the property in order to establish the Rallying Stallion. And when you were a little girl, and you kind of snuck in, you came for the music, for the entertainment, because you thought the name was silly. And Frida would occasionally, sneak you drinks when she thought you were old enough, and you would sneak drinks when you were too young for her to think you were old enough. And you recognize her. She seems to be, she's obviously aged about 10 years. And
how much older than me is she?
So she's probably a good like 10 years older than you.
Okay.
And then, she may have been like 20 when you were 10.
But not a Genasi?
No, she's a human. And so, she knew that you were a strange sight and kind of obviously not standard around here. And she kind of took, she took a liking to you. And so, you would come here occasionally. When you could escape. When you could sneak out of the monastery.
Okay. She's like my bad.
What?
She's my bad.
Sure, yes.
Sure. Okay.
Lufti.
And she looks like she's run the establishment.
She seems to recognize you.
Do I recognize her?
I mean, it seems like you might.
This is my Frida!
As you call out, she turns and she blinks a little bit, and she looks, and she immediately, she's holding a large stein that she was cleaning behind the bar, and she puts it down, and she looks and says,
Is that my little Lufti?
And I'll do a little dance and like.
She does the same dance. It is. I will get you your usual. And she runs. She immediately goes to the keg with your favorite beer and immediately pours you a glass, a mug of it, a large stein, and runs over to you and just hands it to you. It just it just kind of shoves it into your hand, and with one arm. And I will describe her physically. She is a human woman. She seems to be, she's not super tall, but she's obviously taller than you. She's probably about like 5'4". And she is, not super slender, but probably average build. And kind of you remember her, despite her smaller size, her strength. And she kind of pulls you in for a huge hug, and you kind of see she has short black hair that kind of just goes down in some short bangs across. And she pulls you in and says, "How long has it been?"
So I'll take the stein. I don't know if there's a table, but I'll slam it on the table.
Yeah, there's a
chug it
table right
all,
next to you.
And then just wrap her in a big bear hug and too long, my Frida.
That's the Lufti I know. And she gives you a very, very tight hug, and she kind of holds you in it for a second and says, "It's so good to see you. I'm so glad you're alive. Going to Neckbed, what were you thinking?"
Every girl needs an adventure.
Well, I knew this place couldn't keep you. It's so good to see you again. Who are your friends? They're as interesting as you are.
Yeah, I picked them up on the road. These are my buddies. He's a little shy,
who's with her at this point?
You guys 4 of us.
We're all.
It's the 3 of us.
Minus me and Rich.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's the party minus Nikki and Rich.
Deirdre, I'm Persia Anvilheart.
She's a hoot, you're gonna love her.
Yeah, I come from the Grizzlepaw Mountains.
Oh, all the way from Yona. Well, welcome.
Yeah, I'm so surprised that you know where that is.
Yes, everyone knows. I mean, we have travel once a year. We get travelers from all over the world. So I've heard violent stories from all kinds.
I tell you what, we're going to challenge all 3 of us. We'll have a drinking contest later, and I think she might win.
Well, I look forward to that. I have to run my business, but I will watch. And I will provide.
know that you break the rules sometimes.
Well,
I'm not convinced that you're going to win that contest. I would happily participate. However, what I'll say is that it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Capriccio da Sesca. You can call me Caprice. Do you need a show tonight?
Caprice, you're so handsome.
What kind of show are you talking about?
I'm talking about a musical show. I like to do lyrics. I like to do poetry. I like to do storytelling. I like to do music. I like to do performance. Whatever your choice is. Dealer's choice.
What instruments do you play?
Oh, I play a variety of instruments. I'm a fan of the viol. That is what I
Oh.
Can you stop right now?
Can I start right now? Do you want me to go up right now?
Charlie, stop playing! And immediately, there's like, and then you hear the wacky accordion stop, and the piano stops. Immediately, the 2 say, "I'm going on break anyway," and then the 2 musicians leave.
All right.
There's the stage. You and your friends will drink.
Well,
all
typically
night.
we have a conversation about compensation, but because this is Lufti's bar, I'm going to go up and I'm going to have the best time of my life. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure to meet you. I really appreciate it. Thank you kindly, and I'll be on my way.
You and your friends can drink all night. It was just going to be Lufti, but you, and who are you? Quiet.
You said your name is Frida?
This is Felix.
Yeah, the name is Felix.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure. I appreciate the hospitality. Thank you.
You look like you're more from around here than she does.
I am from Corvacia, yes.
Well, have you ever made your way out to Kirschtein?
No, this is a first for me. I'm just from a small town that no one's heard of.
Well, I'm glad. I'm sure I've heard of it, but we can talk later.
Gladly. And again, thank you for the hospitality.
Well, you're welcome to enjoy. Have a drink of your choice.
When you have a moment, I have some questions for you.
Well, we will see if I have answers.
No rush. Thank you.
Okay, so whatever you guys want to do. She goes off to start tending the bar. We have to catch up with her.
Absolutely.
And so she goes off to her business.
I run up to the people who have been performing. What instruments do you have?
We got a piano and an accordion.
An accordion and a piano. There's no like flute operation.
Not tonight.
Yas fruit.
That's in 2 days.
All right. I'll take the accordion. And I sink my hands into both sides and I start to. And I start to make my way up to the to the stage, and I start to try to engage the audience as much as possible.
I'm gonna hop on a table and start clapping and dancing.
Okay. Make a both of you make a performance check.
Okay, so.
13.
Okay.
So, performance. It's a 23.
23. You are kicking your claws all up and down the table and clapping, and you're doing a pretty good job, Caprice. But it's really Lufti's hyping that's getting the crowd really into it. You're flipped probably about like maybe probably about like 7 silver pieces as your.
Oh, thank you.
Kirsha wants to
That's
start
very
singing
generous.
the Rocky Road to Grizzlepaw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
If I may.
Is that what Caprice is playing? Or are you just gonna sing it?
Well, if it's within sync.
Sorry,
The Rocky Road
I'm adding
to
silver
Grizzlepaw
to my
1, 2,
shit.
3, 4, 5. Or is it the Rocky Road to Grizzlepaw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Hey! Rocky Road to Grizzlepaw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So make a performance check.
Okay. It's gonna fuck me up. 11.
11. So Caprice is doing his own thing. You're going along with it, and Herja just starts banging on a table, doing a completely different song. And everyone's like, "Hey, Frida, should we cut her off?"
I start incorporating it. I start incorporating it as much as possible. I start mixing the melodies as well as I can based on my performance, which was not a great performance. However, I tried to blend those.
Okay, you do that, and it's everyone's having a really good time, except for Felix.
I'm keeping my eye on the audience as much as possible, by the way. I want to know who's involved that isn't my party. Anyone who isn't me, I'm looking at those tables, I'm looking at those rafters, I'm trying to get a sense of the space in the audience to play them as much as possible, but also just reading them generally.
Okay. You get the sense that a lot of these people in here are either farmhands or brewers that are just basically getting off of their work. Both male and female, almost entirely human.
Classic audience fodder. I start to wave and start to work the business. I'm really playing every aspect of that social interaction as possible.
Okay. Make another performance check just one more time.
Ooh.
19.
19. I would say you're probably tossing the 2 gold pieces worth of coin to finish out, basically during this time. Okay. The crowd is loving it. They're eating it up. Frida is even kind of bobbing her head.
I'm feeling really strong. What are you guys up to?
I'm just chilling by the bar. I ordered a beer. I'm sitting, sipping on it, minding my business, looking unassuming.
Okay. Just make a general stealth or deception, your choice.
Well, they're both pretty bad. Stealth, because I get +1.
Oh, stealth is probably the best.
Oh, hell. 17, baby.
17. You just look like an average Joe.
Bar, just sipping a beer.
Sipping your beer. Frida's kind of right in front of you, kind of going about her business.
Right, and my goal was to wait for her till she felt the need to have a moment to discuss. That was it. As I said to her, I would wait till she had a moment to talk.
Okay. So, kind of things are going pretty intense, and then kind of things calm down a bit. And she says, "So, what questions do you have for Frida?"
Oh, well, again, I just want to thank you for the hospitality. I haven't known Lufti long, but she seems like her heart's in the right place, and so thank you. That's what I wanted to say first.
She's a very good girl who I cannot believe is still alive, so I'm very happy.
I appreciate that, and I don't want to dampen the mood, but I'm looking for answers, and I know that this thing. And have you heard of the Beast Plague?
She tilts her head and says, "The Beast Plague? No. What is that?
There's been no mention of people changing or getting sick and turning into.
No, I've never heard of such a thing. No.
Okay. And again, I don't want to dampen the mood. I don't want to alarm.
That's dark.
Listen, as a friend of Lufti's, I haven't known her long, but I ask you, forget you ever saw me, and what I tell you is in confidence. I assume as a bar owner, you get a lot of weird requests.
We are very discreet. We don't ask questions and we don't try.
I assume.
And I ask that everyone else do the same for me. You know?
You have my confidence. Is in this town? Is there a cleric, some sort of wizard or prophet, maybe even just a medic?
We don't give clerics or prophets. We have some monks up on the hill there, but they are probably about all of the religions they do is just drinking their faces off.
So they don't know anything about the mystic arts.
I think they practice some healing arts, but between you and me, I doubt they are very good. But what's wrong?
I guess my question is it even worth me going up there to talk to them?
If you're looking for clerics, the monastery may be the place to do it. They're more into the martial arts, but the clerical arts are, from what I understand, something that at one or two, at the very least, Brother Gruber.
You said Gruber.
I did.
Gruber? I don't even know her.
I knew that was coming.
Listen. I appreciate the information, and again, I offered my name earlier. It'd be best for everyone if you just forgot it.
I forget everyone that comes in here.
Thank you.
Except for me.
The beer's fantastic. I'll have another, and I slide 2 gold pieces across the bar.
I appreciate your kindness.
Thank you.
She pockets them. And then you guys enjoy the evening or the time as much as you like.
We're performing as much as possible, myself and anyone who is performing on stage with me. Do I get a sense that anyone joins me during this time, or is it primarily a Derek Caprice has grabbed a...
Caprice has grabbed an accordion and just basically doing whatever he likes with it.
I'm off to the side, supporting you from the shadows.
Okay, I'm mostly playing to you then, as I start to make my way through the course of this song. And I'm making my way through song after song. I don't feel like anyone's gathering, and so I just play through. It's a tough crowd tonight.
Well, I mean, everyone's more focused on they enjoy it and everyone's excited, but no one's like joining to play an instrument. They're more just interested in drinking their beer. Kind of common working class folk.
About halfway through, I would say that I probably get a sense through that.
Yeah,
and I'll just and play the typical fodder
typical
that makes sense.
Yeah.
I transition from what I think is going to be like an epic experience that melts people's faces to. Oh yeah, do fucking elevator music, and that's fine. Go fucking do whatever you want to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Iris, are you continuing to keep silence on the air?
Mickey.
What?
You have to bring out the
Are you
code and
Yes. For 10 minutes.
Okay.
We've got a drunken bugbear, so I'm not going to risk her being loud and drawing attention.
I would probably sit outside of the silence.
Exactly.
That's 120 feet from us.
That is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I would tell Beatrice, but in a gap of silence, to sort of fly around outside of the silence and let me know if there was any trouble afoot.
Okay. And so she's flying out away, and so I just make a general perception check.
Me?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, jeez.
And that'd be an advantage because she has keen sight.
I rolled a 19 plus. So 23.
23?
Yeah.
So, well, yeah, we'll just say that that's just the 23. And so she kind of flies around a little bit, and she comes back and just kind of gives you like things are fine. As soon as this is happening, Jamie kind of goes up to you, Iris, and she like waves at you and says, and she hands you a flask. Hands it to you, pulls it back, and she takes it, and she sticks it in her pack. And so you guys are at the bar. Things are kind of dying down. What do you guys want to do?
So I'm gonna flag over for you.
I'm gonna go check on Peach.
You're going to what?
I'm checking on the dog.
No,
And I'm flagging down Frida.
You're flagging down for you.
Okay. So Frida comes over to you and says, "Well, so how are you enjoying yourself?"
Have we won the auto booze yet? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. As just observingly, passively, I will say that if I get the sense that I could stop my performance and
Yeah,
join
you stop and then they kind of get back on.
then
Yeah.
I would make my way,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't arrive right away.
Okay. So you stop the performance and you kind of sit and all reconvene back together. And she says, after you say that, it's like, "It is impossible. I have a limitless supply."
Oh, we will test you on that. But in the meantime, we have been on the road for a long time, and my bones are aching, my dogs are barking. Do you have any rooms available for the evening?
Yeah, we do. I mean, of course, I will give you a night for free. I mean, just for
Frida! You spoiled me!
I swagger forward. Hey, I just finished with the various performances.
Very well done, man.
Thank you kindly. It wasn't my best work. I honestly kind of phoned it in, to be honest. Like I
Well,
was.
this crowd, they will be happy with me.
Yeah, no, they really seemed like they were pleased, and I was happy to do it because they seemed so invested in the alcohol I so enjoy. Were you able to secure rooms this evening?
Frida was so generous. She said she would give us a room for free, and we are good buddies now. We all stay in one room together.
Just the one room.
How many bedroom rooms?
Probably 2.
I think we can make do.
I mean,
It's
that's
better than the first floor.
that's 3 per room. I mean, that's a little tight.
I mean, I can sleep with
Yeah.
Dakota on
We
the
have
floor
4
if
people,
that's
right?
what you're worried about.
Yeah. 2 people do a bed. Is it like standard? I don't know.
Like constant
So like the double tree.
Yeah.
It's probably like 2 standard single person beds. I think 2 people have to take a full.
I just hate to think about Toa and yes, even Iris in that poor dark dank cave by themselves.
Of course. But what are we going to do?
We
for
do what we have to do, right?
Exactly. Let's get a
fine.
good night's sleep.
I'll make it up to Toa somehow.
Yes, exactly. Frida, we would love a room for the evening if we can.
Okay, well, very well. I will give you. Hold on. She goes behind her counter and pulls out a key. Take room 13.
Okay.
Should
Done
we
then.
get some extra sheets or anything like that, just in case I need to cuddle up with Dakota real snug?
I
I'll
will
bring-
give you the key. You do what you need to do. Be comfortable.
All right.
Be happy, my friends.
Yeah.
Are there additional copies of the key if I should need to exit in the evening and eventually make my way back?
Of course, I will give you 2 extra keys.
Thank you kindly. Does anyone need an additional key? I only need the one.
It couldn't hurt. I'd take one.
I flip it to you like a coin.
I just need an extra pillow, maybe
How-
some sheets.
I will send some things up.
Okay, thank you so
At what
much.
time or does the monastery have any kind of time frame that they're open to the public?
Generally, they're not open to the public, but, besides special appointments.
Well, it sounds like Lufti may know them, so maybe I'll just wait till she's ready. I appreciate the information again and the hospitality. Thank you. I can't thank you enough.
Well, you are welcome for the evening. I appreciate you bringing my Lufti back to me, and you
No, it was all her. I was just following along. So.
He is too modest. He was aching to come to Kirschtein.
Well, of course, but our meeting was just chance, and I appreciate it. I really do.
Well, it is my pleasure.
And so she sends you off with your key, so you have the evening.
Do you need any additional performance? Do you need me to give like an inspirational tips for like a speech to the folk or whatever?
I think they'll find this out, but speech won't do much for them.
No, it seems it won't do anything at all, which is why a speech is necessary. It seems like a very specific thing.
I think you're tired, Capricci. I think we should go to bed.
You know,
I just wanna
I'll just go to bed.
I just want to talk to Lufti before we all resign or retire. Listen, I know that you're has some sort of connection to the monastery, and I don't want to ask what it is, but is there any way that you can take me there in the morning? When do they open? I don't know how a monastery works, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, the monastery is a very sacred place, and I haven't been there for many years, and I don't know that they'll be happy to see me, but I will take you with me when I go.
If you can get me in, Frida, she mentioned something about a Gruber who may be able to answer my questions, and I think between the man that we have captive and some personal things that I need to take care of, this man may have some answers, and if you could get me there as first thing in the morning, I'd be very appreciative.
Well, I will do my best. I don't know.
I know you all keep calling me uptight, but that's not the case. It's
Just take a rest. We have the night. Go upstairs, get a good night's sleep, and I will take you in the morning.
fine. I hope you understand me. I act the way that I do just due to safety. This isn't a joke. This
Of
isn't a...
course.
Okay. Then I'll retire
Rest
to
your
the bed.
head.
Okay. So
Can I place an alarm on the door?
yeah, sure.
It's a ritual.
Yeah.
But, and again, I dictate the four of us and Frida to be able to go
Okay.
in and out.
Okay. So you set an alarm on the door.
The four of us?
Are
I'm
able to go
still
freely
downstairs.
in and out of the
Oh,
door.
yeah.
Who's the four of us?
1, 2, 3, 4 plus Frida.
Not Toa.
They're
No,
not-
they're not here.
Just making sure.
So if for some reason they were able to trek up from the cave, they would have set off the alarm. Because I'm not expecting them to come through the door.
Just making sure we're stuck here. Thank you.
Okay. So, Toa, meanwhile, Jamini kind of, as Iris is continuing to cast the silence, she's going to kind of beckon you over, like...
Outside the silence? I will slowly, I'll join her.
She pulls you over and says,
Okay, I don't know how long they're planning on taking. I'm fine. Keep an eye out here. I mean, if you guys could be doing some interesting. If this guy is just kind of going to be tied up here, that's not. I can keep an eye out.
well, I think the whole point is that, and it's not to say we don't trust you, but we did just meet you.
Well, we just met this guy.
That's true, but the point is we're trying to figure out if we can use him to help a lot of people. And I think that, are you saying that you will watch him and keep an eye out? For how long?
Well, I mean, I got plenty of drink left, and I pilfered along the way. I found an extra cask in that piece of shit Etton's supply. And so I'm pretty good up here for a couple of days if you gotta take care of something. I feel like the three of us twiddling our fucking thumbs, loafing off and me drinking, keeping an eye on this guy. It's not that difficult. And I'm sneakier than any of you two.
That's true. Well, perhaps I think we should talk to Iris about it and see how she feels.
Well, I think we gotta get her to stop casting silence.
Well, I think we should look at... We're honestly worried about the fact that this guy's going to start going crazy and alert everyone to our presence. And given that there's at least a few military guys walking around, it's a bit risky. But I think that if he starts like screaming, we'll be able to take care of it.
Oh, I can take care of him all right. She pulls out her sword.
Well, I would prefer if you try not. The whole point of this is that
I got big fucking hands too. I can just do this.
Anyways, I think when we want to call dinner break, by the way.
We can all dinner break now, otherwise we're going to go to sleep.
I mean,
4 minutes.
I'm up for whatever. Oh,
Yeah.
whatever.
I'm not going to sleep yet. To be told.
Okay.
Okay, so why don't we say, well, how about this? We can talk about it in the morning. It's already pretty late. I think they've probably already gone to bed. Even though they're probably not in bed.
Yeah, we're all in bed.
But how about in the morning we'll talk to Iris, and we'll just keep watch, and we'll discuss it then.
Sounds good to me. Okay, I want to keep drinking and pass the fuck out.
And so she walks in, and then we'll call a dinner break there.
Who's in what room, real quick?
You guys are all
The three of you are in one room, and I'm still downstairs.
Yes.
But we were all retiring to one room.
Yes, but we have one room to go between.
Very good. Just a second.
Yeah, and she will end up coming with the cord on the floor if she has to. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so I'm going to be looking around the bar and seeing if there's any like little workabees with the kegs or somebody like that.
You can see that there's like two
Barbacks.
waiters or barbacks, yeah, kind of just like working. It seems like Frida does a lot of the work herself, but there are a few. There's some help.
Okay. I'm going to like work my way into a back corner where maybe Frida wouldn't see and see if I can snag one of the workers
Can you
down.
have a stealth check, please?
Okay. That's bad. It's a 9.
Okay,
Woof.
9. So you, non-discreetly,
I've been drinking pretty heavily at this point in the evening.
yeah, call over.
I think I'm sneaky.
One of the there's a young man, seems to be probably like no older than 18. He's just kind of bringing a few, like a big box of bottles of wine to the bar or to the back room, and he kind of looks at you and says, "Yeah, what's up?"
So full of confidence, this one. Hello, baby. How are
Hello?
you doing tonight?
I'm okay. I'm just working. I'm still on the clock.
Oh, yeah, and you look so busy. You must be pretty important, yeah?
No, I just carry things. That's all I do.
Don't
I
diminish
appreciate the
your
coin,
work. You're very strong. I can see in your arms, yeah?
though. I guess so. I carry a lot of heavy things.
Yeah. How far you think you could carry something pretty heavy?
No, I don't know. What do you need carried? I carry a lot of alcohol all day, every day.
Well, I'm a good friend of Frida's, and I'm looking to have a cask for a private party carried somewhat out of town, but it would take a very strong man to carry it out that way.
Okay. I mean, I could do it after my shift. Are you paying coin?
Of course.
Oh.
But are you willing to do a favor for Lufti?
Make a persuasion check.
I can't believe you're about to steal from Frida.
Stealing.
Nah, well, we'll see.
That's so bad! Fuck you! It's an 8 and it goes in the jail.
He looks at you and says, "What is this for?"
I told you it is for a private party and I'm willing to pay coin. It's basically all you need to know. How much
As
for
long as I
you
do
to
it
take a
off the
cast?
clock, then that's fine.
Okay, fair enough.
Name your price.
How much for a cask of beer?
Do it for 3 silver pieces.
Okay. And another silver for you to take a message.
I could take a letter, yeah.
Okay. You meet me after your shift. I will be in the bar.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay?
Okay.
Done.
Okay.
Tom.
Trouble.
So, I guess you guys are all going to sleep, taking watch, the rest of you. Iris and Tor, you guys want to sleep after your conversation with,
I beckon you out of the silence.
I just drop silence.
I think we should keep watch tonight. You think that makes sense?
I think it would be stupid not to do that. We
I'm
don't have
just
Dakota.
thinking, should I do 4 hours and you do 4 hours? Is that how we want to do
Is
this?
it possible for you to do 8 hours?
Not quite. I do need to get some sleep.
Oh, I wasn't sure. I'm not sure how
you're
the
weak.
rest
When you're on the trailer, you gotta go to sleep with one eye open.
Could you do 6 hours?
And I think let's try 4, and I'll wake you up. You can do 4, and then you can wake me up.
How about you do 2, I do 2, you do 2, I do 2.
That sounds terrible, but fine.
Perfect, it sounds like your long plots in the morning. Let's do it.
It's true.
There's a request for you to put on the hat.
Yeah.
In chat.
So you just do the walk with you. Jamie just seems to kind of enjoy herself along. She's awake much of the night, kind of taking naps throughout, but kind of enjoying herself. And
We're kind of getting used to the quiet. This fucking river is obnoxious.
and then you guys eventually fall asleep. Lufti, it's kind of late into the night. It's probably about 3 o'clock in the morning. And the young man walks up to you and says,
Okay, I'm finally off.
he looks a little bit tired, got some bags under his eyes, but he's looking like 3 silver is worth it for him.
Okay. So I'll hand him 3 silver
Okay?
and a note. And in the note,
4 silver.
4 silver, excuse me. 4 silver and a note for Iris that says, heading to the monastery tomorrow. Meet us if you can. Tell the bugbear more is coming.
Okay?
And I'll send that with him and a kiss on his cheek.
Okay. You kind of go in and kiss him quickly, get on your tippy toes being 5 feet tall, and you barely manage to get the bottom of his cheek. He says, thank you, I guess. And
I'm pretty drunk.
where are you getting the cask, by the way?
Oh, he's taking it from the back.
He's taking
I'm
it from
bad
the
at
back?
making deals. Nobody seems to know what my deals are.
I knew exactly
in
what
this
you'd
game.
asked.
Thank you.
So
How much to take a cask over?
That's what I was saying. You're literally stealing from Frida.
Not stealing. I said how much to take a cask.
Well,
Yeah, she's
that's for
trying
the
to pay for it.
delivery charge.
Yeah. You didn't give him money to pay Frida for
I
it.
was hearing it the other way, so that she was paying for him to take a cask.
Right.
How
The
much
cost,
is it?
how much does it
Silver.
take to carry that shit from here to there? Not how much does the cash cost, so that your employer doesn't know that you stole from her.
She's not my employer.
It's the guy's employer.
that's how I understood it.
I know what you meant,
Or
Pels. I think guys just don't speak English.
We also want to make sure that we don't.
Do you have a sign off from Frida to take
Yep.
this?
Oh, why would I need that? I'm very good friends with her.
Oh, so you've talked about it?
I talked about it with you, and we had a deal, didn't we, sweetie?
I said I would carry it down.
Well, do me a favor. You go ahead and make your way, and I will talk with Frida, and we'll work it all out.
Maybe persuasion check.
Yeah. I don't think I want to
Dice do.
Last dice I have.
Come on.
you
I don't think
Bring
I want
out
to get
your dead!
might be
What'd you
okay.
say, persuasion?
Yeah.
13?
13. He
Come
kinda
on,
looks
baby.
and says, I don't think that. I mean, unless you talk to. I mean, you guys seem close, but are you? I don't want to get fired over this.
Do you think I would Lufti would get you fired? If I get you fired, I'll get you rehired, and that is a promise.
Will you pay me more coin then?
I'll give you, what, another silver?
Will you make it a full gold piece?
I'll give you 1 gold piece.
Okay, I'll do it.
For the whole deal?
Sure.
Okay.
As long as you work it out with Frida.
I don't even know how gold works.
10
I'm
silver,
silver.
1
10
gold.
silver.
Yeah.
So what did I jump from? 4 to a...
Well, you already gave him 4.
So
He
you
wants
give him
another gold
6
piece.
6.
I didn't give him anything yet. I promised him 4.
He wants an additional gold piece.
In
So that
addition
would-
to 4
to the
silver?
Yes. It's 14 silver
Yeah, that's
pieces.
not what I thought you said either.
I thought it was a total of 1 gold.
You literally just said I want a total of 1 gold piece.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd give him anything yet.
So we'll say a gold piece.
I'll give you 1 gold piece. Master of making beer.
I don't understand how people don't understand what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying,
so
right?
clear about it. I literally think that they've all had way too much alcohol.
Disagree.
I will give you 1 gold piece.
Sobered up a little bit.
This is only my second Angry Orchard, so I know that I'm perfectly sober.
He looks at you and says, "Okay, I'll bring it down." And he takes it and he leaves.
Okay. Okay.
Are you going to bed?
Yes.
Okay, so, where am I going, by the way? Did he tell you?
I'd give him a description of where to go.
Okay.
With the note.
He takes the cask, and who's on first watch?
Just blowing our cover.
I would take first watch.
Okay. So, Toa, as both Jamity and Iris are sleeping, and you kind of hear footsteps walking, coming towards you. They kind of seem like they're struggling a little bit unsteady as they're heading towards you.
Footsteps?
Yeah.
I look to the footsteps.
You see a teenager carrying a heavy cask of ale as he's walking over and says,
I have a delivery from Lufti.
Oh, hey man, yeah, we were expecting this. Yeah, just put this right here. Hey, Jamity.
What's happening?
Wake up, your first keg is here.
Oh, dang, I was expecting this already. Okay, good. You guys are... Okay, we're going to have a beautiful working relationship.
Yeah, she probably meant to just prove that she was good for it, so it's, this is for you.
He looks at it and he kind of sees Jeremy and is like, "Is that a bugbear?"
You're like, don't worry about it.
And then he's like,
Yeah, it's fine. Thanks, man. Did you get paid already or something?
Yes, I did. I'm going to go home and go to sleep now. Goodbye.
Have a good night.
He shrugs and heads off. So you have, as soon as it's almost as it's down, she's immediately tapped in and she's pounding back the beer.
Did he bring the note that Lufti left for me?
And yeah, he would have delivered you.
Oh. Hey, Iris. I kick you a little bit. Hey, Iris.
What do you want?
Lufti left you this letter? Haven't opened it.
She left me a letter before she left, and you didn't give it to me.
No, this guy came. I should have woken you up first.
And you didn't wake me up to talk to him.
No, they brought booze. I didn't realise they
Why does Felix trust you if you're incapable of handling
He was just
anything?
making a delivery. Why would I wake you up until I found out he had a letter?
Well, what if the letter says, Felix is dead, by the way, sold Herja.
Why don't you go
Meet
read
me
it?
at the bar,
Just
because
read
that's
this.
classic
Read this
Lufti. I open the letter. Exactly what I thought. Felix is dead. We sold Herja. No, I'm just kidding. They want us to meet them at the monastery.
Oh, God. You can't do that.
Well, then do you understand why it's important if you wake me up if I get a letter?
Well, that's why I woke you up presently.
But do you think maybe you should do it while
Just to
the
give you this
deliverer
letter.
is still here?
All right, that's fine. I guess that's not how we do it in the islands where I'm from. That you are woken up when the messenger's here. But now I remember that tune of phrase: when the messenger's there, be aware to be woken up.
Swear
Pretty good, big guy.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
good.
pretty. So now I remember that. Thank you for teaching
I'm
me.
gonna, yeah, I'll write it down.
This is the problem. I need to get a response to her, and now I have nobody to get
He
the
like
response to
literally
her.
just left. Like I just run after him. What do you want to say?
Well,
werewolves, not swearwolves.
I'm not sure even.
Werewolves,
And
guys,
I get
not
one of my quills out of my pack, and I write a letter. Can't meet you there. Have to watch the furry guy. Sorry. And then a paw print. I stick my hand in the mud and I'm giving this gold, darling. Tell him thank you. Get it to her as fast as possible.
That's so cute.
All right, and I just run as fast as I can after him in the direction that I saw him lead.
He's walking back up. He looks really tired, and he hears a doosh, 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 doosh of the heavy footsteps of Toa sprinting, and he just looks with sheer terror, and he starts running.
Hey man, no, hold on. I just want to give you this. There's a whole gold piece for you.
He stops. And he's clutching his chest, and he said,
Oh.
I thought you were a monster. Okay, I'll take this.
Can you just give
Is
this
it to Lufti?
Yeah, you know.
Okay.
There you go. Thanks, friend.
He nods at you, and he grabs it, and he stumbles off, just clutching his chest, breathing incredibly heavily.
Hey Ray, thanks for stopping by.
And you So you head back to the camp, and Jamie just kind of drinking a bit more, and then she eventually passes out. I guess the rest of you are going to go to sleep. And you eventually, are you going to sleep, or?
I would have gone to sleep after he left.
Okay, so we'll just say everyone goes to sleep, and you all enjoy a long rest. You awake the next morning feeling fairly refreshed, and as soon as whoever, which of you would wake up first, would notice that there is a letter under the door of your room. Slipped into the door. It's on the floor.
I'd be up early. I don't know about first, but early for sure.
You notice a letter on the floor.
Can I roll to see if I perceive that letter?
Sure.
So no or yes?
Natural 20.
Oh, then you perceive the shit out of it.
23.
Letter perceived.
I will pick it up and I will open it.
Okay,
In addition to Andy. I mean, whoever he is.
Open Andy.
All right, hey, you want to teamwork this letter, man? You want to double team this letter?
Do you want to Eiffel Tower that letter, my friend?
My friend.
No, Caprice, please. After you, I insist.
Oh yeah, are you sure?
Yes, please.
You seem really eager.
No, I mean by all means, if it's anthrax, you'll buy it, and I won't.
No problem. I will read the letter.
You read the letter, and it's exactly what Iris said.
Oh.
You're opening up somebody else's mail, so you're about to.
What do you think that means?
What does it say?
I mean, can you read the letter to
It
us?
said, cannot come to the monastery. Have to watch the furry guy. Thanks. And that's my paw print.
Do you think that someone? I assume does it say it's Lufti?
Nope.
Lufti invited her to the.
No, but on the back it has Lufti's note to Iris.
That's what I'm saying. I'm RPing with Caprice, and I'm saying, do you think that? Do you think Lufti wrote to Iris last night? Maybe we should just show it to her. I don't want any part of this. Caprice opened this, Lufti. I didn't have anything to do with this.
Hey, Lufti. Check this out.
Oh, thank you. Fussy kitty. She never does nothing that I tell her. It's fine. We'll go on. We don't worry about it.
So wait,
she never does nothing that you tell her? So
nothing.
She does everything that you tell her?
Ugh.
So did you?
You're one of those, huh?
I mean, double negatives are double negatives. I mean,
did you send a message to Iris last night?
Yeah. I have movies.
What did you ask her?
I asked her to join us.
Never mind. That doesn't matter. How did you get the letter to her? Did you deliver it yourself?
Do you want to ask me questions and get answers, or do you want to ask me questions and ask more questions?
I want to know who you sent to the secret out cave that we have with the person that we don't want Kirschtein to know about.
That is for me to know and you to never find out because you are rude.
Oh, dear Lord, I'm working with absolute imbeciles. Are we going to the monastery or not?
I don't know. Are you going to be a rude boy?
To you? Yeah, absolutely. Because
then I guess I am going to the monastery,
the lovely Frida has been nothing but lovely, and I've thanked her every step of the way. But if you can't seem to even for a second keep this potential outbreak contained, then I don't know what to say.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
Toodaloo. Okay.
What are you guys doing?
I'm looking for Herja and trying to figure out where she's at.
Herja's right next to you in the...
Hey,
You're all on the same...
I'm going to get up and go downstairs and have some breakfast.
Okay.
You want to go have some breakfast?
Oh, is it about that time?
Yeah, it seems like the thing to do. It's the morning.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah.
I mean, breakfast is morning, and then there's like a whole afternoon lunch type operation that we enjoy. And there's a dinner that occasionally happens if you're into it. Like, I would just have let's follow Lufti. What do you think?
Okay. Yeah, I'll follow Lufti. I thought it was a midnight snack, but yeah, let's go. If it's morning.
Those are also good. I love the midnight snack. But you wake up. You have the eggs, you have the bacon, you go on.
Oh, I have the eggs, but thanks.
The age?
The eggs.
Oh, the age.
Eggs.
The eggs.
I don't understand either of the eggs.
The eggs.
Eggs.
Eggs?
Eggs.
Yeah, the eggs.
Yeah, the
Oh, eggs.
that
Yeah,
is-
the eggs.
You know, that's crazy. Let's just move on.
Yeah.
For the eggs, yeah.
It seems like
A theme.
2 of the campaigns are in. Everyone's talking about eggs.
In 2 of the campaigns I'm in, no one can pronounce eggs, and nobody fucking gets my name right.
Caprice. I say Caprice.
God
Is that
damn
right?
it.
Hey Frosty,
Is
it's
that all right?
Frost. Hey Frosty.
Okay, so you all go down. Are you going to stay in the room and prepare?
No, I'm following her because I need to get to the monastery.
Okay, so you all are sitting down and enjoy breakfast. Toa and Iris. As you awake, you look down at. I assume something funny this time.
Andrew said, "Why are eggs such a problem in LA?"
We don't have time with eggs.
It is what it is, you know?
Some groups have problems with
Eggs.
doors. We have problems with eggs.
Yeah.
You start to hear kind of a rustling and a loud Toa and Iris.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, a Toa and Iris.
Oh, I farted. I
As
farted
you-
on the way. I don't know if you heard that. I farted on the way out. I thought that's what the rustling was.
Jeremy says,
I am so sorry.
Jeremy says, he doesn't look too good. And
shit.
You look down at Amos, and he seems to be kind of unconscious, fairly unconscious, but he just, all of like the words of him saying like, I apologize, have now been kind of replaced with
Does
almost
Toa, I'm pretty sure this is when I look at you and I say, it's not a person anymore, should we kill it?
I don't think we should kill it. I could knock it out.
It looks pretty unconscious currently, just grunting and breathing through its nose.
Well, I could like really knock it out. I could attempt to knock it out.
So that it stops breathing, that's
Well,
called death.
Hold on. Why don't we, what, can
That's what I asked you
Beatrice-
first.
Can I talk to Beatrice? Can I talk to a familiar?
That's a really great question, right? Because I know my only like knowledge of familiars is Lumi, right?
They
And
can
Lumi
tell
has
it.
the ability to port
They
back
can
to me.
communicate to you telepathically as long as you're within 100 feet.
But I thought
And you
Lumi
wouldn't be.
can fly places, but instantly port back to you.
Lumi, well, yeah, I mean, technically, I guess she could.
She can't. She
But-
flies and carries things places, but she can port back to you instantly. I thought, but I don't know if that's
so
a familiar thing or a
basically
Lumi
what-
thing.
It's,
Maybe a
it's,
warlock thing.
it's what you can do
She didn't
is
say anything about that. But
you can put her in a pocket dimension. So if you knew, like, if she was, so the difference between Lumi and Beatrice is I
Right.
have a warlock thing that allows me to communicate with her no matter
So
where
that's
she
the
is, as long as
difference.
we're on the same
That's
place
the
of
difference,
existence.
right? I
So
don't think
she
I
can
don't
be
have-
like, hey, I need to come back. I can put her in a pocket dimension and then bring her to me.
You could send
But you
Beatrice
can't
to
do
fight
that if
me.
you don't know
But that's all you could do.
that she needs you.
So would you rule that Beatrice would be able to understand
I
what
would
I'm
say
saying?
that Beatrice can understand common.
Common, right?
And would understand what you're saying. She can't teleport and she can't communicate with you.
But she flies 50 feet per second.
She can fly.
50 feet.
She can look around for you.
Well, and you know where we are. You know where we're at.
Right.
You told, so you could tell her to fly to me at the inn.
Monastery. Yeah.
Well, the inn at least. If we're not there by then she misses me. But you know we're staying at the inn.
We do.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
all she said was meet me at the monastery. That's all I know.
But
Y'all
she
would
mentioned
know
her
where
favorite
we
inn.
left.
She mentioned her favorite inn.
Yeah.
I did mention that.
Yeah, you mentioned that your favorite inn was
So that
the
would be a
Valiant
good guess,
Stallion.
but you wouldn't know 100% that I was there.
But that's where you would send her.
Right. Right.
If you needed it as an
So
emergency.
what I would do is I would find Beatrice. I would call her down.
She's just floating
Little
around.
blue bird
Hey,
flaps down on your
Beatrice,
finger.
I think you should try to find Felix and ask him. Just let him know that this guy's getting pretty bad. He's not really a human anymore. He's turning into more of a beast. And just try to get any information if you can. If you could like fly back a little letter of his and your little like talon things. Are those talons? Are they talons? If it's like a small little songbird, like a bluebird, I'm not sure. Anyway, if you could ask him for a letter, just so he can tell me what to do, I'm just not sure. Just let him know that things are getting pretty bad. Tell him to find some kind of cleric or somebody as quickly as possible.
Beatrice just like turns her head and blinks.
And look at the what was it called? That stallion, Rallian Stallion Inn. Try there first, otherwise just fly around. He's kind of easy to see, unfortunately. Anyway, good luck.
Seeing this, I want to look for any kind of small creature that I can see in the vicinity.
Make a perception check.
That's the wrong die. 16.
16. I think probably the closest thing would be like a frog hopping along by the bank of the river.
So I'm gonna get down next to it. I'm gonna kind of look around and make sure no one's watching me. Excuse me, frog. Bruce. Could you send a message to Lufti? Can you let her know that I'm getting very bored, and I want her to come and take care of this weird furry creature business? How this works? I guess it's working. Let her know that I'm really bored, and I also need a massage, and I need tell her to get one of those wooden handled brushes so that I can brush out my tail. It's getting matted. Yes, do those things. Thank you, frog.
It hops into the river.
Oh, it must be taking the water.
So you guys are enjoying breakfast, and we'll say you have a nice breakfast, and you get up and you're heading towards the monastery. Is that where you guys are heading?
Yep. Well,
I'm gonna lead them up the
I'm
northern path.
Yeah.
Heading generally towards the monastery, but kind of like, willy-nillying about town, but in the general direction.
You're dilly-dallying.
Yes, dilly-dallying.
You're dilly-dallying, not taking the most
Do we pass a music store or a store that looks like it might have instruments?
I would say that you do pass an old flute shop. Kind of for woodwinds and the like, but that's about woodwinds. That's about the you pass one of those.
Lucy, do you mind if we just in the
Yeah. You want to touch your flute? I'm not going to stand against it. Let's go.
If you're gonna shoot your horn, you have to not blow it. Let's just. I just want to go in and just get a sense of the instrument. I want to try to go in and look around and get a sense of the instrument's quality of this area.
Okay. You look around, and these seem to be very, very basic, just like wooden flutes that just have very simple, a couple finger holes, no lead situation, not much room to move to switch octaves. So it's just very basic, but it seems to be more, the focus is on kind of the designs and the ornate. It's there's ones with animals carved in and fantastical things. So,
do I see one or more workers?
There is one gentleman behind the shop.
Okay, and I will approach him and say, "Excuse me, I'm sorry. I only have a brief period here. However, I will say, what is the quality of the work that you have here? Do you sell them all the time? What's going on?"
I have the best fruits in town.
Fruits? Yeah, no.
Fruits in town.
We're not looking for fruit. We're in the wrong shop, Capricci. Let's go. We're not here for fruits.
No. I think that it's just an
That's right. No fruits.
Do you?
Fruits.
Yeah, no, exactly. Fruits. How much are the fruits?
It depends on which fruits you would like.
What is your best fruit quality?
I have this flute here.
And he goes and he pulls out this beautifully polished, a dark oak flute that's carved with there's owls and rabbits and woodland creatures that are all carved in it. And it says,
this runs 200 gold pieces.
200 gold pieces. May I give it a try?
It is for look, not touch.
Look for not touch. Okay, that's fine.
That sounds like it is not for sale. Then.
Yeah, it's a lot of money for
a fruit.
I
I would have to try it in order to know if I was going to buy it.
What fruit have you not had at this point? That's going to cost you 200 gold. That's a lot of money for a fruit.
I think you are not hearing me. Those fruits.
Yeah, I'm hearing you right. So we should go, Capricci. We're wasting time.
I think we are wasting time. Thank you so much, sir. It's been a pleasure. Just know the name Caprice, and we'll be on our way.
Yeah.
And we leave.
What a strange exchange.
Come back anytime.
Too much money for a fruit.
And so you are on your way, lollygagging. You have the occasional street vendor along with the various shops and bars. You get the sense that although this town worships La Poire and there's a lot of talk about it, that there's no shrines, there's no churches, that there's literally just the monastery. And if you know that, basically the whole idea is going to the bar and, generally worship. It's not about, doing the general rites besides joining the monastery.
You had mentioned something about the Raven Queen. Mm-hmm. But there's no church of the Raven Queen. There were just like symbols of the Raven Queen.
You occasionally see like symbols of the Raven Queen. There's just.
But the monastery is very agnostic, or
the
like
monastery
very...
is an order that worships Lufti.
Okay.
The
right.
god of drink.
Right.
So
right. Okay.
You kind of see a glimpse of a mausoleum that has like a tomb of people that basically worship the Raven Queen.
But it's
and there's a
relatively
small
agnostic.
shrine, but it's generally
the city itself.
The predominant worship here in Kirschtein is of Lufti.
Got it.
And so it's just one of those instances of you get the sense that this town has worshipped Lufti for well before the government that took over and basically instated the state religion took over, and so it's still holding on to its traditions. So you make your way through the town, lollygagging, visiting the flute and the fruit stands, and you make your way up the hill towards the monastery. And as soon as kind of you're making your way, you see that there's a steep path up with a thick row of trees on either side, beautifully well kept, and there's actually apples growing from all of these trees. And Beatrice flicks down right in front of you and flaps and lands on your finger, Felix. And I guess communicates. Can she telepathically communicates everything that Toa told her.
Then I will put her on my shoulder, take out pencil and paper, just a little parchment, write a note that basically says, haven't reached the monastery, looking for a man named Gruber, hoping he will answer my questions. Do what you need to do. Signed, Felix. I give it back to Beatrice, and I send her on her way.
Okay. She flaps off, and all of you make your way up the hill and arrive at this kind of small lake. The river that's kind of expanded in this area. You can see across the way the monastery that really looks more like a brewery with its own private vineyard, its own private beehive area, and its own private fields for barley. And you see that there is a small boat tied up on a dock that's directly in front of you, with a dock on the far side. And there is a gentleman standing there, standing a couple feet from the boat, kind of leaning against one of the pilings. And he's kind of, his arms are folded, and he's just kind of looking down at the river, not really paying attention.
Hello, over there. Hello.
Excuse me, I wasn't dozing.
Of course not. How are you today?
I'm fine. How are you?
Oh, always good. I'm Lufti. Who are you?
My name's Conrad.
Conrad, what a big man you are.
That's
What do
my
you
mom
do here?
says.
Yes, your mama, of course. What do you do here on the riverside?
Hey, you're not from around here, are you?
Oh, what makes you say that?
Well, I mean, everybody knows I run the fair. Conrad runs the fair here on this side.
You run the ferry?
Yeah,
you
I
are
do.
that Conrad?
Yeah, I'm the Conrad.
Oh my goodness, I did not know. I never knew.
Well, now you do. If you don't know, now you know.
I never.
My word. You know, I've had many stories about this Conrad that runs the ferry, but I normally walk the other way and I take the road up the cliff. What's the benefit here of taking the boat with you?
This is the only way in and out, and make sure that people can't disturb the monks while they're practicing.
How big is your boat?
You can see it right there. Fits about 8 total.
Have you gotten a hole in your boat?
No, I don't understand your meaning.
Just a question, nothing to be offended by. Every man gets a hole in his boat every now and then.
Not Conrad.
No, not Conrad. No.
No, not
Interesting.
Conrad.
How much does a trip across the creek cost for you?
Well, it's free, but you gotta come by the invitation.
Oh, invitation by the monks?
Yes.
Okay. And what would you say to making an unsolicited trip across the river? Not to see the
I'm not
monks.
authorized to do that. I
By
can
the monks?
Take your name and see if they'll see you if you want to make an appointment, but that's all I can do.
Okay.
I pull Lufti aside and I say, so
I hear you huffing, Felix.
you mean to tell me we've come all this way and you didn't think to maybe schedule an appointment? Or wait, should I guess that they don't want to see you?
Do you generally make an appointment to go into your own home?
You've lived here for how long? And you're going to tell me that after like hundreds of years, the monks just all of a sudden start setting up appointments?
I'd never needed one before, and I'm Lufti. You know, it's not often that I'm asked for an appointment.
How
when
far
I
away
go
from Conrad can you hear this? Or are you talking about?
Pulled aside. I mean, it's an aside. It's very much an aside. I turn to Conrad and I say, what does it take to get an appointment with the monks?
Well, if you state your business, it's for a good reason, for a good cause, and serves the god of drink, then they'll see you.
Is it written word? Do we tell you? How do we get the
tell
word?
me, sure, yeah. Head over there.
Think to myself for a moment.
Generally, this is, it's for the monks. They don't want to be disturbed while they're brewing and practicing their martial arts. And
Full disclosure. My name is Felix. I'm a wizard.
Conrad.
Pleasure to meet you officially.
Pleasure to meet you.
I'm a wizard. I enjoy learning and I enjoy seeking knowledge and I believe that the monks may be able to teach me a thing or two. I know they're very, very, very busy people, but it would be an honor if you could spare some time, if I could have a few moments to speak to them about different arts and mysticism, perhaps.
I'll let them know.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Anybody else?
You heard him.
Okay.
How long should we expect to wait?
Give me about 20, 30 minutes.
I'll wait here then. And I find a stump and I sit on it.
You sit on the stump. He gets in his boat. He shoves off. It's not a very far trip across the river, but it is definitely a bit too rough probably to swim across without being taken down the waterfalls. Toa and Iris. It's not much longer before Beatrice returns, flaps down with in her little feet the message from Lufti. For forgiveness.
I'll read it.
Well, how did you do that?
Do what?
How did you make the bird do what you wanted to do?
Oh, it's Felix's bird. It's not my bird. I don't make her do anything. I just ask her to do things.
Oh. So he has some special kinship with birds?
Well, it's just his bird. I mean, have you ever had a pet before? It's kind of like the same
yes,
thing.
I'm Lufti. But she doesn't do anything when I ask her to.
I suppose Beatrice doesn't always follow orders that Felix gives her, but I mean, I just assume it's probably the same relationship that Felix and Beatrice has as you and Lufti has.
I'm going to give him my deepest condolences the next time I see him. Well, in that case,
I get a really agitated look on my face for no reason.
Your ears are burning.
Itchy neck.
I just have this feeling. But it doesn't work with any bird. It has to be that one specifically.
To be fair, I've never tried it with any other bird, but I suppose it could work.
All right. Well, if you happen to see, and not that I did anything, but if you happen to see a frog with a letter, just let me know.
Like a frog? Well, you know what? I'm not even going to.
Look, honestly, just what does it say?
Any questions?
Honestly, it's best if we just look at the note.
Just read the letter. I'm standing right here. I'm not drunk enough for this.
Honest, are you fully awake? The messenger's still here. I just want to make sure that you're awake.
Are you talking about the bird?
Because the messenger's here. The bird's the messenger.
Am I talking to you, Toa?
Well, I just want to make sure you're fully awake.
I don't talk in my sleep,
All right, I'm just making sure.
Well, thank you.
Because I'm trying to learn the cultures of this land. Anyway, I open it up.
He trusts you implicitly.
Well, it basically sounds like they're kind of stuck, I guess.
Why don't you read it verbatim?
Something about Gruber and...
I said, if I can remember correctly, I said, We're not at the monastery yet. Looking for help, looking for a man named Gruber, and then in caps, do what you need to do, referring to the gentleman who's transforming, signed Felix. It was very short, it was very curt. I don't want it to be, misconstrued or intercepted or anything like that.
So, anyway, it sounds like they're working on it, but that it's taking a long time.
Hey, Demon.
Hey, Demon, welcome back. So anyway, it sounds like we're trying to get some kind of information, and we've been at this for a long time. And if I know anything about me and Felix, this could take like a month.
So you're telling
So I'm
me,
very concerned.
So you're telling me that we are stuck at a waterfall with a dog and a drunk.
Is there a waterfall?
And this weird guy that's turning into some kind of animal.
There's a waterfall nearby?
Is there a waterfall?
Yeah. Oh, shit. It's so cool!
Oh, it's right there! I'm like blind! Look, and I can see it! What are you fucking blind?
Are we in a cave? Or no?
Yeah, some
you're
sort of an
going
outcrop.
No,
and there's like a little kind of outcropping, and then there's a waterfall like right down, crashing down from the river that runs
It's
through.
kind of like
Pirstein.
hiding our
Here,
voices.
show. I think that the party can see the map at this point.
So we're like right around here.
Oh, yeah.
I imagine.
And so it's crashing down, and then the water continues to. Yeah, you're like a little further down than that.
It's still
Where's Caprice right now? I have no idea.
You're just standing with them.
Am I?
With who?
Yeah.
No, the four of us are waiting for the monk to deliver his message at the monastery to hopefully come back and take
So
us
I'm with
across.
you.
Yeah, the four of us are chilling.
So, I guess
Do you
I'll
want
say...
to go check out that boat?
Sure, absolutely.
While he's gone, maybe we can maneuver it.
Yeah.
No, he's on the boat.
There's
He
no
took,
boat.
he took his
Don't
boat
take the boat
across the waterway to the monastery.
Is there a second boat?
Is
No.
there a second boat? Okay.
Oh, well, for shame.
So anyway...
I guess we'll just work on. I'll just
Do you want to play some cornhole? We can play some cornhole.
I got distracted by the waterfall, but my point is that he trusts anything that we do with him. It's not... I was hoping we'd have help at this point, is all I'm saying.
I don't know why you thought we would have help at this point. When we knew that we were staying with this gentleman. Once we went to sleep last night, I knew this was all going to be on us.
Well, anyway,
It's
let's
not
give
like
him...
it's not like we looked at him and we thought, oh, you're slowly turning into some weird goat man. I bet we have a month.
Well, isn't it
And
kind of
it's been like, what,
suspicious?
3 days since he began his
Yeah,
transformation?
it's been a
I'd say we
while.
got
How
longer
come
than
all the other
expected.
villagers took so long to turn?
Again, in
You
the letter, in all
honestly
caps,
don't
said,
know.
do what you need to do.
Right, I know.
Right.
You honestly have no idea how long it took them to turn. All we know is that he came running at us. They could have been turning for a month beforehand. We don't know.
I say give him till the end of the day, and if not, we knock the guy out and bring him on in.
I'm not taking him anywhere near that town.
Alright,
I'm not going to risk.
Then let's just wait
spreading
until
this
the end of the
disease.
day. Let's wait until this evening.
If he turns worse than that, you need to kill him.
Alright,
And the blood will be on your hands.
I
Not
will
mine.
knock him out and then maybe kill him in his unconscious state.
Jesus.
Well, that
Okay.
sounds far more
Beatrice is
brutal.
also staying at the cave with them.
Okay.
Once delivering the letter.
Okay. So you guys are off. So Beatrice is staying there.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
This is similar to how it was before.
Correct.
And after a while, you see Conrad coming back out. You saw him leave, go into the main doors of the monastery. And he was gone, probably inside for about 10 minutes. He comes back out, and he gets in his boat, and he shoves off and heads over, goes over to you all, and he docks. And he looks up and says, well, Conrad says he can come on over, and says that apparently he knows you, so that's all you had to tell me.
Great.
Who does he know?
This one, blue one,
And who is that?
Gruber.
Oh.
That's the man that I might be looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says that you're a monk yourself.
Does
Oh, should I have told you that?
Yeah, no, probably that would have been a good idea. Yeah.
Oh, you know, it slipped my mind.
Conrad, I appreciate what you've done. Does this Gruber have a few moments to talk? Is he the one that we can
Yeah,
speak
it
to?
says. I mean, he wants to talk with this one here.
I'm sure he does. I just hope that he could spare a few moments for me. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's a good man, an amenable man. Just don't waste his time.
Thank you. I give him 1 gold coin.
Okay, takes the gold coin.
It's like a tip.
Thank you, Conley. And he, okay, everyone get in. The boat's here now, you two.
Oh.
And he points at Kirschtein.
It's the boat. Should
Hop
get
on
in
in,
there.
guys. Hop on in.
No second boat, so I guess we gotta take it.
Man, it's just been moved the whole way down.
I get in the boat.
And
We're all on the boat.
You're all on the boat, and you get kind of splashed by the spray of the roaring waterfall that's not too far from you, and the current seems to be a little bit strong, but Conrad is easily able to navigate it. It's not that long of a trip. As you're taken across, he docks at the other side, ties up the boat, says, "Okay, everybody out. I'll be waiting here."
Danke, Conrad.
Appreciate the voyage. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you kindly.
Can you point us in the, or I guess maybe this one could tell us where Gruber is?
I'll just walk towards him.
Yeah, she should know where it is.
I would have asked during the journey what kinds of beasts might approach a boat of this type during a journey like this.
Maybe some
Are there some kind of monsters that are constant friction for this captain, that kind of thing?
carpenter bees.
Just trying to get a sense of the story.
There's no monsters. We are pretty safe. We got some catfish that are pretty rough. They get pretty big and sometimes bump the boat. But
Sure.
That's about all I got.
Termites, carpenter bees.
Sounds like a pretty easy life. Really
That's
appreciate
pretty simple life here
Yeah.
in the monastery.
All right, thank you kindly. Really appreciate it. And I give him one of those quattros, and then we're out of the way.
Sure.
I give it a little slap, and I'm like, I like your boat.
Thanks.
Ball, not
It's a
butt.
good boat. It got us across, no holes.
It's
Yeah,
a
no,
really,
it's
it's a
okay.
really tight boat.
It's a 10 out of 10 boat for a voyage.
I mean, that
No,
boat
that is
is
no
really,
boat.
it's tucked in, you know?
Yeah, okay.
Is Conrad the name of your boat? This is Dakota. It's the name of my weapon.
No,
Did you name your boat?
I didn't name my boat after myself. Okay, I'm gonna just sit here and enjoy.
Well, you should consider giving it a name. It's quite a sentient being.
Well, I don't know what that word means. Like,
Yeah.
you all enjoy
Okay.
your trip.
Thanks.
I guess Lufti would be the one that's guiding you here.
Thank goodness.
Through the
Good thing she's here.
Good thing.
So, Lufti, you would know as soon as you kind of cross this this river and dock, all of a sudden, like the memories of home return to you. You see the sleeping quarters of the monks. You see the training grounds, and you see a few young students kind of out there now working on their stances and working on their martial arts. You kind of wind through and you see some of the monks in their kind of simple attire, walking around. And all of them kind of have a bit of a swagger, as if they may have been drinking at this point. As you see, you see as you're walking past the large mixing room, and you see those huge brewer spoons stirring up the beer. As you make your way to where you know Brother Gruber resides, who's the one that basically is the high. If Lockboard really had clergy that were to an elevated status, he's the one that kind of is the de facto leader of this place. And so you rather than any kind of like office or anything, you go to the very kind of small, intimate like in-house bar for the older monks that are there, and it seems to be pretty unguarded. And you step in, and you see, all of you, a large man. Both in height and in width, everywhere. Very, very large. He's kind of pressed up against the bar with a huge, like, kind of orange, bushy beard, completely bald. As he has kind of a large stein of that famous Kirschtein ale that they make. And his face is red, especially his nose. It's kind of like this bulbous red nose, and he kind of turns as he hears you coming. Hey, Lufti! It's been 10 years!
Would I know that this is Brother Gruber?
Yeah. He was probably one of the ones who kind of brought you in. He would have brought you in, and probably would have been one of the brothers or sisters that gave you the name.
I am right behind you.
You are?
Yep.
Okay. I would roll in and do like I don't know, some sort of acrobatic, like, cartwheely kind of thing, and, like, spring on him and give him a big hug.
It's been a long time. I can't believe you're back and not dead. That's good.
I can't believe you're here and not dead.
Who are your friends?
Oh, friends. Just kidding. They are good people. Got Herr Jacques.
Hello.
Isn't he pretty?
Okay, that's good.
You're not my dad.
No, I'm not your dad. Don't say that.
He's a stickler.
My name is Capriccio. You can call me Caprice. It's a really pleasure to meet you. What's your name again?
Brother Gruber, you can call me.
Brother Gruber.
Gruber.
Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Hey,
Thank you so much.
Yeah?
It's a pleasure to meet you, Capriccio. I'll call you Capriccio. It's a good, strong name.
Yeah?
How about you?
And this is Felix.
Yeah, Felix.
Felix.
Thank you for.
That's also a good, strong name. Strong lads you've got with you.
Would I travel with anything less?
I mean, look at this guy.
He's not there.
Look at
This guy. He's got an invisible friend. He's hitting it harder than I am at this point.
Did I say the people I
You
travel
keep
with?
good company.
Always good. What are you drinking today, brother?
I'm drinking what I always drink when you're even a little girl. I always drink the same thing. Why would you ask me such a question?
You know, I'm being polite, but can we have a taste of that sweet nectar today?
You can have a little sampling glass, especially for welcome the outsiders because they're your friends. But that's the only reason.
He goes behind the counter and pulls out these like very small glasses. He taps it.
Perfect.
And hands you each a drink. And
cheers.
Cheers.
he drinks it. And it is, I would say, probably the best beer you've ever had. You can understand why people come here.
This is
from
fantastic.
around the world.
Even better than Godric's.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I mean, it depends. Yeah, I would say it's better than, it would be better. You consider it better than.
This is amazing. Thank you for the taste. I appreciate it.
Well, you know, it's the best in the world, if I say so myself.
Do you make it?
I do, and all of our brothers and sisters that serve Lapoire and his good word of drinking and being merry.
It tastes like a lot of experience goes into a beer of this craft. What do you how long have you been brewing this? Is this like a family operation? Has this been decades, centuries? What's going on?
Hundreds of years passed down from our order, yes.
Holy shit.
He holds up his eyes. Oats and barley, grapes and wine, drink and brew are very fine. That's our prayer. That's all we have.
Well, long days and pleasant nights, brother. I'm totally with you. Appreciate it. Thank you. I finished my glass.
And he says, "So I don't have much time. I'm very busy praying. I'm communing with Lapoire. So
I don't want to interrupt, and by all means, if you have questions you need to ask him, that's fine. But I just want 10 minutes alone to talk to you."
Who are you communing with?
Lapoire, the god of drink.
No, I'm not role playing. I'm asking.
Oh, what?
Lapuard.
Lapuard.
Woof. I have no way.
Lapuard.
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 Yeah.
The god of drink?
Yes.
Thank you.
Again, I don't want to speak for anyone else. I only need 10 minutes of your time to ask you some questions in private.
Well, I suppose I could. Lufti is this good, a good lad?
Well, I have not known him very long, but he's certainly more serious than I ever was. I think it could be, an interesting party to have here. Why don't you answer his questions?
Very well. You can join me. You can probably all go browse the grounds in our beautiful vineyard if you care.
What time is it at the point?
It's probably like noon, lunchtime.
Anybody want to go to the vineyards?
Yeah, do you want to join me? I'll take you on a tour of the gardens.
I'd be happy to. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's go. So we'll leave, and I'll just kind of take them walking around.
Okay.
While he stays for
What questions can I answer?
I promise I won't take much of your time, and again, you may not even have what I'm looking for, but first off, I need to ask, are you involved in any way, or I assume with what you're doing up here, you have no involvement with the Korvakian military? I imagine you oppose them.
No, keep those dogs out of my town.
That's good to hear, and it's for the best. And I all I ask is that you pretend we never met.
I don't need them causing trouble. We don't have any trouble. We defend ourselves.
Great. I'm glad to hear that. Have you heard anything remotely sounding like or of beast plague?
Beast plague? No, I don't know anything about any plague of beasts. Is that like frogs falling from the sky?
Unfortunately, I wish that's all it was, but just be aware, be careful. There's apparently sightings of men, humans, and I don't know other people turning into beasts, and just be aware. That's all.
Okay. Is there something I can be concerned with? I do have healing properties.
Well, from the research that I've done, it appears to be some sort of transmutation magic. And unless you can reverse or undo that, then probably not.
I can see what I can do with some of my brew, I suppose, but you have... none of our villagers have come down with any plague. We're generally very healthy.
That's fine. Then I guess my advice would just be to keep an eye out for it and be aware of what I've told you. Other than that, if you haven't really dealt with the Korvakian military, then there's nothing else that I can ask in regards to that. Are you aware of anything of the Makani Islands? Do you know any? I have a fellow traveling with me from the Makani Islands, and I know that he would like to ask you questions, but I'm here to represent him since he can't be here.
Makani Islands? I've never heard of the place. I don't travel very much. I do get visitors here and there looking for ale, but never Makani doesn't sound familiar to me.
That's okay. I just figured I would try. He's worried about some sort of it seems like almost guardian spirits, the four wind spirits that live there, and if you never heard of the place, then that's okay. But I figured it was better than nothing.
Spirits. There was a big fella that came by here talking about spirits.
A big fella?
Big fella.
Can you describe him for me?
He was big and gray, covered in tattoos. He was a rough customer.
Wait, how big is big? How tall?
A good 7 feet tall.
And what was he asking about?
He was a mean-looking fella.
And what did he ask you about?
He was talking about spirits looking for... Came in making demands and threats and asking all sorts of questions that I didn't know anything about, but he mentioned guardian spirits. I don't know if that helps you at all.
Did you catch the gentleman's name?
I did not. We had him escorted off of the grounds. He caused quite a... He got past Conrad. I can't believe Conrad let him by, but he thought he was going to come to blows, but once there are 30 monks around here, I think he backed down.
Did he mention where he might be going next?
He said mentioned something about heading to the city. I don't know which.
Well, again, if you haven't had much run-in with the Korvakian military, beyond the transmutation magic, the wind spirits, and what the military may be doing, all I can offer is, a warning. Just be aware of this thing that they're calling Beast Plague, and I wish I could offer more help, but for now, all I can do is give you the warning of be aware. That's all.
Will do. I appreciate the warning.
And I'll pass this information about this man that came through. I think my companion will be appreciative.
Let's go find your companion. We shall walk the grounds. I could use a little stretch of the legs.
Sure. And again, just don't tell anyone I was here.
Sounds good. I won't. I'd probably forget this even happened, so it's fine.
Cheers.
So he walks with you. Lufti, you take Persia and Caprice through a lovely tour of the vineyards, and it looks wonderful. And it feels like home. You see some of the kids kind of running around. You get the sense that all of them are probably lately orphans. And you kind of stop to observe some of the training that's going on and kind of the unique techniques that you use yourself. And you can see that this is obviously where she trained. And so you eventually run into Felix and Brother Gruber. And he says,
"So, my child, why have you come home?"
Oh, well, it's been such a long time. I was just telling them this is where I broke your nose at one time. You remember?
Yes, you did. You always liked it.
It's always been crooked since
Yeah, you were always cavalier with that.
Yeah. Well, I just, I was traveling with a friend and I wanted to come back and see my old home. How have you been?
We've all been well. Did you find what you were looking for abroad, like we thought you might?
Well, always searching, always looking.
Very well. Well, it's good to see you. Did this satisfy your...
I just got here. Who's to say what satisfies Lufti? We were walking through the woods here and we encountered such trouble. Have you had any problems?
Well, we've had some issues with giant and ogre attacks lately. They've been a bit more emboldened.
Yeah. Coming into town all the way
No, not in town. Just travelers on the road.
My goodness.
Do you know what an etten is?
Of course. Who doesn't know what an etten is?
Oh yeah, no. And do you classify that as far as like ogres and what have you?
Well, no, ogres, ettins will occasionally work with giants and cooperate with ogres and giants, but...
Yeah.
No, but we happened to confront one as we were
stumbled
entering.
across the prison.
That's so!
One.
Yeah,
you're lucky to have escaped with your lives.
I mean, to be completely honest, you see, he was actually a little bit of a wimp.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Well, you all can handle yourselves, apparently, but beware.
Had some good brew on him, though. It was not totally lost cause.
The giants and the ogres have been in these highlands for hundreds of years, and they've been far more active lately than I've seen in my entire time here. Be on guard.
Sounds like some global ogre. That's really meaningful.
Mm-hmm. Any problems with the townfolk? Anybody gone missing or anything like that?
Everything seems to be. I haven't heard of any reports of people going missing, no.
No?
Have you seen any signs of a dwarf gentleman that may look like me that may have passed through here at some point in the last few weeks?
Exactly right.
His name would have been Torvald Anvilhart.
Oh, is he a dwarf that can barely speak common? It seems like he spoke common, but I couldn't understand half of what he said. He may have been a little drunk.
Yeah, sounds like Dad. He sometimes chooses not to speak common just to fuck with people, so I apologize for that. But yeah, he's definitely a drunk.
Well, he was in good company. He came seeking a visit. He made a very emotional plea, and his love of drink was so moving, and the words, even though I could barely understand them, I granted him passage. I gave him a taste. I thought I almost knocked him dead, how to the moon he was.
So you granted a drunk passage across your waterways?
Yes.
With no further questioning or any sort of...
Well, he stated his case, and I was very happy to
He stated his case for his love of
to come visit with us for a while and have a sample of our beer.
How long did he stay here for?
Oh, only from no more than an hour.
He stayed here for an hour and you let him pass your waterways?
What? I'm so confused.
I thought it was a passage of like water, like a ferry.
It's a ferry, so he was
It's like a half hour.
So
Okay.
It's just like a little. It's like a little ferry.
Yeah.
They live out on like a
She's basically
island.
just saying that she can't
It's
believe
a
that he was only here for an hour and he let him at the monastery. Like it seems like their vetting process is not that.
Yeah,
grand.
that's
Clearly, it's not.
Oh, so you said he was a very emotional kind of fella. What was he? What was he
They let this
rambling
one
on
in,
about?
Well, he just kept talking about how much he enjoyed our beer and how much he wished he could bring more with him. And I said, only monks of the monastery can take these casks of our ale outside of these walls, other than the one day the festival of Lufti. He was very disappointed but understanding, and he went on his merry way. He said he had a very special contract job that he was doing. He could not be. He took some time. He said he was going to be tardy, but he could not delay any longer. So he was on his way. We had a very good conversation for that hour. He seemed like a good man. Your father he appreciates a good drink, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, but he also doesn't appreciate telling his family when he's off doing these jobs for so much time. Anyway, that's not important, but
Yeah, that's definitely
I just want to
a
know.
whole other thing that I'm not sanctioned to talk about.
That's okay.
myself.
That's all right. I'm just, I'm just rambling. But how long ago would you say he was up? He was mentioning this to. When did he set sail?
He left here probably about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
Did he tell you his name was Torvald, or did he kind of keep that secret?
No, he told me his name was Torvald. I'd honestly forgotten it until you mentioned it again.
Uh-huh.
I'm with her.
Yeah, you're all together.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen, pal. She's looking for her dad. All right. And if I were my dad, I would want to meet my daughter and have her know where I am and that she would be safe. Is there a question that you would ask if you were her dad?
Thanks for the follow-up.
Thanks there, I'm a pelican, bud.
That she hasn't asked. Is there any stone left unturned in this conversation, or is it like
Said he was heading to the north road. Had to make it around the Krovo Mountains. What did I fucking say that they were again?
Krovo.
Krova, the Krova Mountains, and so I told him to take the north road, and that's where he said he was heading, and he took his little ox cart and headed down.
So maybe like 7-10 days ago, he took off saying that.
Yes, he did. Yes.
Well, all right. That means we're maybe a week behind her, Jeff.
Yeah, it's promising for sure. And so he didn't say his business or anything like that.
No, he didn't divulge more than very important. He seemed to take it almost as seriously as he did the beer that he came to.
Out of curiosity, did he seem intoxicated, or did he feel clear-minded?
Well, it's hard to say. When he seemed to be aware of his circumstances. He enjoyed a good drink, but nothing that I wouldn't say was beyond reproach.
But remember, we're in Kirschtein, so it's it's a low bar for intoxication. Huh?
Yeah, no, that's definitely a consideration factor for sure.
Well, if you happen to stumble upon him, if he's on his way back to the cities, to Yona, which is where we're from, then please mention to him that his daughter and mom are looking for him and that we're really worried and that he should probably write home letting us know that he's okay, but only if you see him or if any of your friends here in Kirschtein see him.
I'll keep an eye out. Not too many dwarves
Yeah.
come and visit us beyond the feast day, so I will keep an eye out. I appreciate someone who appreciates family. It's important. I understand too many. So I wish you the best of luck.
What did you mention? Some sort of day that dwarves come to visit Kirschtein?
Well, everyone comes to visit on the feast day of La Poire. That's when we bring our special brew down to the town, and all of those outsiders may drink and imbibe as much as they would enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I've been away so long. When is the feast day? I've forgotten.
Oh, it's a few months from now. We're already working on preparations.
So it sounds like Dad wasn't coming down here specifically for the feast day.
No, it seems like he was moving on. That was a
yeah.
while ago. It
Yeah.
seems like he immediately went to whatever it is that he's up to.
In the Krova Mountains.
Yeah, no.
Well, he's going around them.
Around them, and you said
Yeah.
he took the north road.
The north road out of town, yes.
How do you access this road? Is it pretty easy up
Well,
here?
you would have passed it on the way coming here, so you just rather than heading directly east to Kirstein, just head directly north and go through the highlands up around the mountains. I don't recommend passing through the mountains unless you're very, very, very weathered and well traveled.
Did it sound like he was disregarding your instructions to go
No.
around the mountains?
No, I think he was going around. So he seemed that was his plan.
Any word of advice for trekking through those treacherous places, or
Keep an eye out for ogres and giants, and hope you can kill them if any descend upon you.
an Etten? It sounds like you guys have an Etten problem.
There are a few Ettins here and there, but they're not as organized
I
as
see.
the former.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate it that you share this information, and like I said, please keep in mind if you see him, just pass that message on for me if you don't mind.
I will.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you kindly, stranger. Appreciate it.
If you might try.
I was gonna say once Brother Gruber seems to be done with the group and walks away. I have a question for Lufti, but I don't want to rush that, so I didn't know.
If you might try, how long will you be in town for?
Who's to say?
Okay.
I've been away so long, I would love to be a part of the monastery for a bit. Do some training. You know.
Well, if you'd like a refresher on your training, you may go and enjoy that.
Absolutely.
You're free to come and go as you please. You are a sister here. Well, I will get back to my important holy work.
And he returns to the bar.
Lufti, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm from Korvakia, but I don't know much about Kirstein. If I were to say to you, the city, being this is a town, what city would come to mind?
There are multiple cities. The biggest in Korvakia is Zentra.
I guess my question is, what's the biggest, closest city to Kirstein? And I assume that Lufti would have an answer to that. If somebody said the city,
Like if I'm
Lufti
going
would
to
go,
the
oh,
city.
of course, I would say this.
You probably get a sense of Zentra would be like the closest. big
Which
city.
I've heard of Zentra.
Yeah.
That's a name that I would know.
That's where you studied.
Okay, right, exactly.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. So you're telling me that Zentra is the closest city.
Yeah, I guess.
I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but it doesn't hurt to double check, so I appreciate that.
What are you looking for? We're among friends now.
no,
You can speak
listen,
openly.
if it was in regards to me, I'd be happy to divulge it, but I don't want. I'm asking questions on Toa's behalf, and I would respect his privacy.
Okay. One of these days we will break you, though.
I promise that. I don't want to promise, but I know Toa, and I believe once I tell him the information that he would probably be happy to share it with everyone, but he should hear it first.
You know, I didn't say this to the group, but I sent a note to them, and they did not come. I said to come meet us in.
Well, while I value your proactivity, I assume it's because they have to watch our captive.
You guys read the note, right? We sent a note back.
But we didn't know that. That's what I'm saying. The note that came under the door, we have no idea how it got there, how she sent it to you. That was my whole concern, right? Is that clearly she sent a note to you guys without us knowing. And I don't know who delivered the note or how it got to you, and that's like super dangerous, IMO, in my opinion, right? So my whole thing was, cool, like, hey, but if you don't want to tell us how it got there, fine. But that was like risky, right? Proactive, I appreciate it, but we're holding something that could be contagious, and I worry about how the note was delivered, and
I know your concern, but it is Kirschtein. Everything is loosey-goosey here.
I'm just worried that no one's taking this as seriously as I am, and I don't like to be that guy, but I
Perhaps you should be comforted by the fact that you are the most serious guy in Kirschtein.
The note was probably delivered by carrier pigeon, if I would have to take a gander.
Well, if it was by bird, then I suppose we're okay. No bird's as smart as my bird, but that's fine.
Oh, I forgot you had a bird, but yeah, I suppose. Yeah, well, maybe we should make sure that all parcels are signed off by your bird first before we send them out.
Hey,
maybe
if you want.
Well, no, I mean, I don't have control of her. It would be your call, but I think that might be a good idea. Having it sent there and back.
I just think if we're holding a certain someone hostage, more or less, until we see what happens to this person, we should be extra careful. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Hostage is a nasty word. He has not said, let me go. He said, I'm sorry.
Until he turns and until we have to kill him.
I'm almost a ghost.
He's still a person with agency.
Let me go.
We're doing our best to save this person. We don't want to just assume that he's no longer a person. Otherwise, what's the point? We'd have killed him a long time ago.
But he did not say let me go, so...
He didn't say much of anything. We're looking out for his best interest.
Exactly. So he's like,
I don't think I'm ever going to understand you. That's fine. I'm going to do the best I can here.
But it will be okay.
What time is it at this point?
It's probably like probably 3-4.
I prefer to not leave our companions alone in a cave.
I agree.
We only had one night from Frida, so I'm saying we go find them because they can't bring that potentially hazardous creature.
Money?
I have some, but I need it. Listen, I'm not about lavish things. I'm not about staying in inns, but I need the money for the things that I do, namely research.
Well, where would you like to bring these people?
I'd like to go back to the cave and make sure that they're okay. Listen, Toa and I slept in caves for months. One more night isn't a big deal.
I don't like being in the cave.
How do you think your companion feels?
I try to think about her. I try to be compassionate, but it's also pretty nice to just not have to sleep with someone on top of me. I get to eat my food first.
Okay.
I don't have to think about, what is Iris doing? What does Iris want to do?
I'm not leaving Toa alone for another evening, so I'm going to start heading back there.
Iris all of a sudden has this weird itch in the back of
Iris is burning.
for you? Toa, is the frog back?
Oh, a frog?
The one with the letter.
Oh, you mentioned the frog. No, I haven't seen any frogs with any letters.
Oh, right. Well, let's keep an eye.
You need to scratch.
And I get back to
ears?
licking my butthole.
Yeah.
Wow.
She starts over-grooming.
I mean, honestly, if you're a tabaxi,
holy hell,
your role play is licking your own butthole.
Yeah, basically.
Regardless, listen, I'm heading back. I'm sure we can get the ferry back. I'm not leaving Toa alone, and Iris certainly doesn't want to be left alone, I'm sure. So I'm going to head back. I got the information that I could get from here, and that's all there is to it. We need to move on.
So let's make our way back, but maybe just like a stop here or there. Quick stop, yeah?
We need to be back at the cave before nightfall.
How much time?
It's
Afternoon.
probably like 3-4 hours.
Do we want to figure out if there's any doctors in Kirstein that you could recommend, maybe that could come with us and take a look at him?
I spoke to the barkeep. I spoke to the monk. They don't really seem to have the science or technology.
Would I know doctors
or
in the area?
So you know that Brother Gruber has healing powers.
I was going to say.
Right, but we talked about
it. Sounds like everybody missed
Other
it.
than that.
No, but
Other than the monks.
So here's the thing. The conversation that I had with him was that it was transmutation magic. And I didn't want to be like, hey, we're going to bring this diseased guy into your monastery, right? So I personally, and this is meta out of character, would rather go back to the gang and tell Iris, especially because she seems the only one that has her head on straight, about what the deal is before we bring a diseased creature into Kirschtein. I'm not going to be like, hey, by the way, we captured this guy who has beast plague, which you've never even heard of, and we're just going to walk him into your monastery. Right? I mean, like, we did some recon. I got information that doesn't seem to be very helpful. So I want to share with what will be helpful with Toa, and potentially what will be helpful to Iris. That's my plan. Without saying all of that, I'm heading back to Toa and Iris. Okay. I understand that he's a powerful person, but he didn't seem to know much about or he said he knew something about transmutation magic, and that he would be on the lookout for this potential beast plague. That was my whole shtick.
Why leave him on the lookout when we can just show him? Like, have him come with us maybe and take a look at
because
this guy.
I know that if Iris was here, one, I don't know. I assume these monks don't often leave their monastery, and Iris would be appalled if we were to bring this potentially infected creature into Kirschtein. We can't do that. So I think that we can spare maybe one more evening, reconvene with the group, and discuss what we do from there. I listen, I know that I'm somebody who's basically said, fuck it all, I'll do what I want, but I hate to say it, but I trust Iris on this one.
Yeah, I do too. I have no idea what to
Iris
do with
feels this weird itch on the back of her neck. And she wants to go and look around for the frog.
Are you really sure you don't need a little scratch?
No, you're too drunk to touch me. Or maybe you're not drunk enough, knowing Lufti.
Either way.
No, frog's not here. Just paranoid, I guess.
And honestly, if this particular subject were to perish or we would have to kill him, it wouldn't be that hard for us to find another and capture him. I mean, these things are everywhere. We've run into them non-stop since we've all met. I'm confident we could find another one, capture it. But I'm not just going to walk some half-beast man into Kirschtein and get ripped apart by the locals.
No, I'm just trying to figure out a meet halfway sort of
solution. Of course, I completely understand.
Yeah, well, I guess the best bet we have right now is meeting up with our friends. What do you think, Capricci?
What are we talking about?
We're thinking about heading back to the cave.
We think that that Brother Gruber may potentially be able to help, but we can't walk someone with potentially beast plague through the town up to the monastery without raising a ton of alarm.
Well, then how do we sneak them?
That's what I'm saying. Let's get back to Toa and Iris. Let's discuss the situation.
And there's anything stopping us from moving them around the town?
Besides being violently attacked and ripped apart at this potential beast man that we walk through the town,
I think
no.
if we were slain him properly,
we already have. I don't want this. I don't want this being a full blown panic. I think
let's wrap him like a burrito, and we'll just walk him through town.
Mm-hmm.
Fine, but we need to get back to Toa and Iris first.
We should probably also let him know that we're going to be doing that, Gruber. Like, I feel like that would be kind of rude if we just strutted this plague.
No. Let's let the important people know what we're doing, and then let's go find Toa and Iris.
Okay, so are we going to tell
I think
Gruber?
we should do it in reverse order. But again,
I also don't think that I should go back to Iris without something pretty nice, or she's going to be mad. So I'm going to the shop.
Listen, you have a few hours, but we need to get back. I don't want to be walking around outside of Kirschtein tonight.
Go shop around. Okay. Go and find some treats or what have you.
It's out of her purse, so I'm not really concerned. But a treat's a treat's a treat.
I have some clean underwear that might fit her. That's
nice. I keep it as a backup. Persia, you're a sweet girl.
I know.
Would anybody
want to make sure you don't get
picturing a tabaxi wearing underwear, and it is the greatest mental image I've ever.
Would you guys be upset if I just head back early and you guys do your shopping and do your thing, and I'll just go meet with them and talk to them?
Sure.
Well, if you want to go by yourself,
you're
I'm
kind
not...
of a.
Go tell them what's up.
I don't want to say you're a pain in the ass, but you're kind of a pain in the ass, and people in Kirschtein don't react,
Well, then it's best I leave the town, perhaps.
Leave quietly.
Maybe we can find him some clean underwear.
I turn around and I go find good old ferryman.
So we'll just say if you're all
Conrad.
done, unless you're going to stick around or.
Herja, were you able to find any
Any clues regarding your dad here?
Yeah, you were standing right next to me when they were sharing all of that. So, well, basically,
We'll recap it afterwards.
Yeah.
And so the group, unless anyone would like to stay.
Well, it sounded like she wanted to do shopping
I'd like to cross the
in
river.
the town.
Go back
Okay.
and
But I want to leave the town once we all get to the other
We'll
side of the
just
river.
say
I know
you all
there's
meet
any
Conrad.
rest
Conrad takes you back.
Okay.
Thank you.
He lets you know that basically that because your monk is able to bring people over, and that's fine. And then you guys shop a bit, and Felix heads directly.
Yeah, I'm heading back to the cave.
I'd like to hit one of the shops like closest to the water that might have some like fresh seafood or like something.
No.
We'll just say that kind of close to the river, there's a place that has a lot of fish and fresh catches of the day. You're able to find some delicious fish that can be wrapped up and brought back to Iris.
So I would purchase whatever that would be.
We'll just say you probably spend 8 silver worth of fish and get a good, nice sampling of fish.
Okay.
And Toa and Iris, you're kind of sitting and enjoying, just kind of sitting and waiting, watching Amos just kind of, still kind of in that fever dream state, but still kind of is kind of going from thrashing and kind of growling to kind of this weird, as Felix turns the bend and joins you.
Hi, how you guys holding up?
Felix, you're back.
I'm back. I'm back, BT.
Who can cure this guy?
Well, all right. So we've got a little bit to talk about, and
All right.
and I think that we met with Brother Gruber, who I mentioned in my.
That sounds disgusting.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's an interesting fellow.
It makes me think of a large grub.
I appreciate your insight.
Just showing.
Yeah, no,
that's what he looked like.
Thank you.
In the
Was he
back
a
of your
human or
mind,
was he a
you
grub
hear.
person?
He's a human. He's
Grubber,
a human,
I
right?
don't
He's
even
a
know
big
her.
human, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's a human. He's human. Here's the thing. Unfortunately, the questions that I had, he almost had nothing to help, which is fine. I didn't really expect it, but here's the thing. He seems to have some sort of medicinal property. I told him about the dangers of beast plague and about how it seemed to be a transmutation thing, and he seemed relatively confident in the ability to be able to maybe take a look at something, but I don't necessarily, and I felt you when I thought about this was...
So you're the frog with the letter.
I'm not a frog. Oh, I don't have a letter. Sorry. I my apologies. I misunderstood. I didn't want to march this man through Kirschtein with beast plague. I felt that one, that would be stupid, and two, you'd say that was stupid.
Well, obviously that would be stupid, but what's just as stupid is having a man that could potentially help the situation and coming back without him.
Well, they don't leave their monastery, more or less.
So he told you he wouldn't come.
Well, no, I didn't want to ask. I wanted to talk to you both first.
Well, why don't we just take him in there?
We can't march this man through the city.
Couldn't you have just sent us a Twitter?
We'll just roll him up like a burrito and carry him in there.
I sent Beatrice back to you, and she didn't come back. I can't tell her to just come back. She was too far away. The distance was too far.
Oh.
Once I sent the letter...
Does she eat frogs?
She doesn't eat anything. She's
Oh, well, that's good to know.
She's more or less... She's just a magic thing. It would take a long time to explain. But the point is...
Yeah, I'm not
I
wrapping
wanted...
my head around.
One, I had to give Toa a message. And two, I wanted to get your opinion on how we get this creature to the monk. I think that Lufti may be able to talk her way in. But if we try to walk this creature through Kirschtein to the monastery, we will get torn to shreds.
Well, I think the best idea then would be to send your bird, once you find her, to this grub.
Well, Beatrice should be around here somewhere. I sent her back here to Toa, and I do a little...
It seconds, and she flaps down from the sky
of course.
and lands on your finger.
Do you think that you want to send a message to the monastery?
To grub, yes.
We could do that. Lufti and Caprice and Herja should be on their way back. I just didn't know if we all wanted to reconvene first. Listen, I'm trying to not be so opposed to the group working together, okay? I'm trying here.
I think that I would like the group to be here to vote, but then the problem is 3 of them could vote no, and then we vote yes, and then once again I'm overruled, and I really hate
Honestly,
that feels.
we just need Lufti
So
on
if
our
the 2
side.
of us are on the side, that's 2 versus 1 if Toa would be against us, but he loves you, so that's 3 against nobody. So I think we should just vote without
I think it's a pretty good idea too.
Oh, and then we have the drunk who will
But
do
we
it.
just need Lufti's blessing, because she's going to be the one who has to walk this
Darling.
thing in there.
Have you met her?
Yes.
I'm telling you, we have Lufthi's blessing. Send a little message.
All right. And
I'll give
take
her a
out some
friendship
parchment.
hug, and then she'll do anything I want.
I'll write a short letter to Gruber, basically saying, "Dear brother Gruber, speaking of beast plague and your potential ability to assess the situation and potentially do something about it, we may have some samples and a subject for you to view. We need you either to meet us outside of town or okay us bringing the subject to the monastery. Signed, Felix."
Mention that we're afraid he may carry a curse, and we don't want to infect the town with
P.S.
him.
We're worried that he may carry a curse, and we don't want the citizens of Kirschtein or the monastery to be in danger. Double Felix.
But let him know that we're all okay and we've been interacting with him for like days.
P.S.S. My friend Toa mentions that we've all been interacting with him for days. Parentheses, I haven't touched him once, I refuse to. End parentheses, and we all seem to be okay. I forget what kind of magic detect magic is. Hold on, sorry. It's not divination, is it? It's detection. I've used detection magic to make sure that none of us have had any kind of... It's a long letter. Any kind of...
penmanship is just absolutely spectacular.
Thank you. Any kind of transmutation magic on us. This is everything that we... Sorry, comma. This is everything that we know. I roll it up, and I telepathically talk to Beatrice, and I send her on her way.
You hear a voice return back to you. Don't you know tweets are supposed to be 140 characters?
280 now! 2018, bitch!
She grabs this massive roll letter in her tiny little feet, and she's like... and then she eventually takes off, kind of going a little bit slowly, and flaps off.
And I just tap Toe and say, when we have a few minutes, I've got some information for you.
Oh, you do? All right. Yeah,
Look,
that's great.
it's completely fine if you want me to go away so you can have your little power. But I have to ask you something, and you have to promise that you're not going to make fun of me, because I do not understand what you do. This bird that you have.
Sure.
Is she a real bird?
Well, again, without it getting into the deep science of it
Just
all...
a yes or no question.
Yes, she's very real.
Can you just walk up to any animal and ask it to do a thing for you?
No, it's just Beatrice.
So the frog that I gave that note to, or that I spoke to and asked to deliver a letter, is probably not going to deliver it.
You gave a note to a frog?
Well, I saw Toa do it, and Toa does not have any magical abilities, and I thought to myself, well, you're the daughter of Pharaoh, and you have magical abilities, so if he can order a bird to deliver a letter to Felix, then you can order this frog to deliver a letter to Lufti. And so far, I've been sitting here for well over half a day, almost an entire day, and this stupid frog still has not come back out of the water.
Now, I don't know much about you, and I certainly don't know too much about druids, but do you often commune with nature?
Never. But if Toa can do it, why couldn't I do it?
Well, Toa was able to do it because I told the bird to listen to Toa.
But how did you tell the bird to listen to Toa?
It's science and magic.
If we become really great friends, just show me.
I'll do what I can.
I will tell you anytime the military comes by, and you promise that someday you'll tell me how this bird works.
Deal.
Promise.
Would I have caught any of
Stupid
them
frog.
walking up?
No. You get a little bit of you got to shake hands, and as you kind of wait a little bit, probably about 15-20 minutes later, you hear the footsteps and the chatter of Caprice, Herja, and Lufti as they walk down, and now the full party is together, kind of under that little outcropping by the river.
So yeah, did you ever get her any clean underwear or anything like that? It's like I said, you got this. Me too.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. What I have for you?
Oh, hello. Who are you?
I know I've been gone for so long.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know who you are.
Oh, you'll remember when I give you this fish.
Why on earth are you putting fish in front of me?
Because you're a pretty kitty and you like.
No, honestly, darling, I don't. I've had fish every single night. What are you doing, tiefling? Oh,
It's
God.
salted.
You know that we're right by a waterfall. The only thing I've had to eat is the fish that I've had to fish from it. If you were going into town, you were going to get me something nice. Wouldn't you
Toss
give
it
me
over my shoulder.
Don't waste it. And I'm going to use my feline agility to run over and grab it.
Can you make an agility check for
Oh
me?
my god.
Acrobatics, actually, if you're proficient.
I'm not proficient.
Okay, so
in
you're
it.
right.
14.
14. You sprint over, all limbs, and you manage to barely grab onto the fish before it lands on the ground.
Don't be wasteful. What if somebody else might need this?
You grab it like the cat gif that's like. and you just grab the fish, and Iris is with the package of fish.
I pull out my viol.
While this is happening, I wanna snuggle up next to Lufti and shove my clean underwear in her hands.
Okay, you got a fistful of clean underwear.
So with that, darling, I just want to let you know that this fish
Just nodded her
has disappointed me greatly.
That's a real girl moment. That's great.
To make up for it. Well, nothing's going to make up for it, but I spoke on your behalf and I gave Felix permission to write on your behalf to the grub man from the monastery.
Oh, yeah.
And to say that we wanted him to come and look at Furboy. Yes? Great, I'm so glad that we're in accordance.
Okay.
I see
And I'll
2
accept
minutes
this
of
fish.
tone when you guys are done.
Darling, no problem. I'll entertain them. Caprice, can you play some music and entertain them? See? Problem solved.
I'm gonna
Entertain.
shake out the
Who?
underwear that Herja
Capricci.
handed me and
No,
try them on
who
over my clothes.
Persia, Lufti, and myself. I told the boys that I would entertain the group, and to do that, I'm asking you to entertain the group.
Well, it's a matter of telling a story in order to join me.
So
Everyone sit
we
in a
go to the
circle.
side, and Caprice is going to tell us a story while
I
they
tell
talk.
them an elaborate and beautiful story with passion and drama and sorrow and woe.
And every time the crying parts, you see Lufti dabbing her eyes with Hirsch's clean underwear.
Okay.
What's it about? What is it
I
about?
took them back off.
What's that?
What's the story about?
Oh, it's the story of a robotic man who travels to the plane in order to become one with humanity. And he's rejected at first, but slowly, as he makes friends with a child, he's able to eventually make friends with the various villagers and become a hero of that town.
I believe it.
And his sacrifice at the very conclusion of the story saves the town from utter disaster.
Oh, AI, artificial intelligence.
No, that's actually
the Iron
Iron Giant.
Giant.
Thank you.
So you
Come on!
you hear the story about the being
Good
from
job.
Mechanus,
Superman.
the being from Mechanus, the plane of machines, and how he learned to love. And while this is happening, Felix and Toa manage to get away. You can see Jamity kind of with her hands, her face in her enormous hands, looking very excited. So you guys manage to find some time.
So listen, I was able to get a few moments alone with Brother Gruber, and I asked him about the wind spirits, and unfortunately he didn't know anything about where you come from or these particular spirits.
I didn't expect him to, honestly.
But apparently, he described a man that looked a lot like you. Tall, 7 feet, gray, covered in tattoos, but kind of angsty and mean and looking to fight. And they had to throw his ass out of the monastery because he was trying to cause a fight with the river guy and all this stuff, and it was a mess. And honestly, I don't know many Goliaths, but it sounds like he's one of your people, and you don't act anything like that. This guy sounds like an asshole. And I
That's
don't...
who I think it is. He's an asshole.
So wait, you think there's somebody on this continent like you on a similar journey? Why didn't you tell me about this?
Did I know that he was in Trigger? At all? I did. Okay.
Yes. You were basically effectively followed.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So would he have told me that? Up to you, I guess. But is this a surprise to me that there's another Goliath that looks like you walking around Striga?
What? So I guess I'm trying to think. What would we have specifically talked about this? I don't think I would have necessarily brought this. I don't know. What do you think?
Probably, obviously it's up to you. My thing is kind of like, oh well, you never asked.
Right.
Fair enough.
That's what I thought.
My whole thing as far as our travel was that I basically told you everything,
Right.
And because you're the only person that I can trust. But if it's a, oh, you didn't ask kind of a situation, then maybe you never said. The point is, for now, at least out of character, this is the first that I'm hearing about this, and I'm relaying your questions to the Brother Gruber, so it's up to you whether or not I've even known anything about it at all.
Well, you never asked, but yes, there is this...
My apologies, I
other
didn't
Goliath.
think to.
There's this guy who's a total dick, and he's from the Makani Islands as well. His name is Makutu.
Can you spell that for me?
M-A-K...
M-A-K-U-T-U. Makutu.
And he thinks that he's trying to solve the same issue that I am, but he's obviously, in my mind, not the right person to do it, and I think he's going to cause more harm than good.
So is this like a... Then again, I don't want to assume your people and your cultures, but is this a chosen one kind of a thing? Like, what's going on here? I mean, are you? Is he going about it all wrong? Is that the idea?
He's in my mind, he's not remotely spiritual, right? This guy, he's a total meathead. He likes to beat up people and just beat them in fights. He cares nothing of the spirits. He just wants to come back and basically be the king of the chieftain.
He wants the renown.
He wants the renown.
What an asshole.
And I think he will be... I don't know, I just don't trust him. And
here's the point. The rest of the gang was asking me what I was talking to Brother Gruber about, and I told them that I didn't feel comfortable giving them that information because I was speaking on your behalf. If you want to tell the rest of them, that's fine, but I told them that I couldn't talk about it because this was your info and I didn't want to share it. So I just want to let you know. They know that I talked to Brother Gruber about something. But they don't know anything about this other Goliath. And I'm going to leave it up to you to tell the rest of the group.
maybe I will one day. I think
that's fine.
It's not, I think we'll probably eventually make it to, I assume you told me that the city and all that stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's the idea, is that I basically want to say, I described the guy, and that he said, that he didn't say where he was going, I asked. But he said he was going to the city, and in my mind, and in Lufti's mind, that's Zentra, and that's where we have to go anyway. That's where I studied. That's the best chance we have of looking up new information. And while that's basically the lion's den, right, where the military is, we got to go there eventually anyway.
All right. Well, I think we're both on the same path, and we'll see if it remains to be seen with the rest of you.
All right.
Onward.
And that's the point where the sky opens up, and the hero of this story jumps in and becomes not just a robot, but also kind of
a frog.
Exactly right.
I don't know what I missed, but okay, everyone's clapping. All right, I'm in.
Fucking thing I ever heard.
Capricci, darling, you're welcome to the entertainment. Here's a gold coin for you.
Oh yeah, really? Thank you, appreciate it.
So I'm taking a gold coin off.
And I'm
That
getting
was
a
really good.
gold coin.
That was absolutely spectacular. Anytime I need to entertain anyone in the future, including yourself, I'll just pay you to do something.
Well,
I love having a bar.
To be completely honest, I mean, I
like
spend most of my
local
time being a bard in the higher echelons, the top shelf of society. So it's really, yeah, exactly right.
No. Am I learning how to speak Caprice?
A little bit, yeah.
Perfect. I'm practicing.
That was more understandable than when he normally talks.
I like it. Great thing is when I don't understand it, I can just smile and nod like I do to most people.
That's exactly right. Also, I can't wear these glasses anymore. It's no longer light enough where I
my sunglasses at night so I can.
The real bard.
Can I walk over to the body of
He's still kind of like kind of just thrashing all about against.
Do we get any?
I let them know about the letter. She mentioned to Lufti the letter, but I let them know about the letter we sent with Beatrice to Brother Gruber. So you're aware. You're aware that
Gruber, I don't even know her. Do I get any sense of any language coming out of him at all?
It's like Old Faithful.
Are we getting even like apologies anymore, or are we getting
nothing?
Just nothing.
It's all
Make an Arcana check, please.
Oh, my pleasure.
That's a donkey.
Fucking your donkeys. Arcana, let's go with 13.
13. I would say you are starting to catch. It's mostly just grunts, but you're starting to catch the half words, half like pieces of what you recognize to be like bits, very broken abyssal.
Oh,
What's
man.
he saying, Caprice?
Listen, Herja...
Is this anything like earlier where I accompanied you to meet that goat friend of yours and then it was just all downhill from there?
Yeah, it's a little bit like that.
Oh, well, fuck.
I'll be honest. What he's saying, he's saying, I apologize. You've heard that. Over the last 24 hours, you've heard that, right?
Not from you, but yeah, I've heard it from him.
But from him. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
100%. So he's been apologizing in his own
apology
voice.
for some reason. I don't know what you did, but you might want to preemptively apologize. Anyway, I'm not going to get a bikini relationship or anything. Go on.
Ignoring Toa, I say, no, 100%. Like he seems to be apologizing in his voice. That was what I was testing 24 hours ago. It's transforming and shifting into kind of an abyss type operation.
Oh, so that's like not good.
Well, the abyss is just full of demons and goobs, you know.
But they're not like you.
Goobs, you say? Is
Not
that
like
a scientific
the good
term?
goobs.
Wait, hold
Looks
on.
like a bad goob.
It's not good. I mean, I'm not yet
Goobs,
meeting
I
a good
hardly
goob.
know her.
Aren't you a good goob?
I'm not a good goob. I'm just a
Toa,
regular person.
Toa, that was close, but as they say, no cigar.
I want to share this with Goobs. I hardly know it.
Goobs, I hardly know her.
Nice try there, big fella. Maybe next time.
He says it all the time. Everybody laughs. It's just...
Well, you know, Caprice,
Yeah?
Preachy, I don't really know what to do with him. So maybe this will help, and I pump 5 points of my lay on hands into him to try and do lesser restoration. Because I don't think I would have seen her try to do it.
Oh, on the guy.
Yeah.
On Amos, okay. You pump lesser restoration, and he seems to not have any kind of shift. He's
Rich,
still,
can you get me another angry
still
orchard?
struggling.
Yeah, so that's all I had.
I'll also have a orchard of some kind of relative.
So like maybe a
environment.
feisty orchard?
Anger.
Or you want like an
Feisty or
irritable
No,
orchard?
can you,
or chaotic, whatever you want.
Can you check for an unapologetic orchard? That's the best kind for Caprice.
Super angry.
Ah! Kels, you finally knocked it over.
What did I do?
I stacked my dice.
No, I knocked it over.
Yeah, with your cute butt.
Were you asking me?
I wasn't saying. Well,
So-
I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't really
Thank
have.
you.
So
Is
it's
my
gotta be
my
getting
weapon
pretty
of
close.
warning suggesting anything to me? Like, is it going off as I'm right next to this guy?
How does it work?
I think it's just a matter of we have to reread the nature of the weapon because it's just a matter of like who's attacking you right now as opposed to like mystery and whatnot.
Weapon of.
So anyway,
Pardon me.
Wow, the green apple's good.
Alright,
That's the
this is
Tots
me.
Grande. Oh, I thought that was my second one.
Yeah,
But I guess you can have it, that's
it's,
fine.
It's a me. Whatever you say.
It's an
Iris.
Mario.
okay. So you're all just gonna basically wait to see if you hear any word from Gruber.
I think the idea is that it's getting
We
pretty
were
late.
both genuinely investigating the dude
Okay.
and making sure that he's okay after this extended period of time of absence.
Yeah. So he's looking real bad. He's no longer saying I apologize. He's kind of thrashing about, making beastly noise.
How similar to the original group of beasties that we defeated does he look?
He's looking. He looks like he's not like awake. His eyes are still closed, and there's kind of some drool forming. The hair has covered his body. It's thick and dense now, but it's still not quite there. You can kind of sense that there's a slight difference. The horns aren't quite as protruding, and it's looking like that he's on the edge. He's no longer forming words in comment.
Who is here with me? Where's
All of
the
us.
whole party? All of us?
Yeah, we're all in the cave.
Guys, look at this guy. This is exactly what we fought 24 hours ago, but it took him many days in order to manifest in the way that we fought those dudes.
48 hours. I think maybe we're over 48. Maybe we're 2.5 days.
That's a remarkable fact. I think that we should keep note of that.
I appreciate that. And I'll be sure to write it down.
Thank you. Yes, exactly right.
So I think hopefully this Gruber guy can help.
Well,
Gruber?
We sent word to Brother Gruber, and I'm hoping that he will either come to see us or we bring the subject to him, and maybe he can do something. But I don't want to, like Iris said, risk all of Kirschtein to becoming infected.
Brother Goober's not going to come.
I think you're probably right, but I agree with Iris. We have to try.
At the end of the day, it's his town, and if he says, "Bring the infected wolf boy into our town," then I'll say, "All right, fine."
Just disregard what I asked.
So, I'm
I
however not
also
going.
wouldn't say that it's his town.
I'm not going to walk him in there and be like, "Hello, surprise! Here's the thing that might be infected," and then be arrested by a bunch of my dice. Be arrested by a bunch of people like, "Oh, how dare you bring this in here?" At
we'll be
least I'll
ripped
have
to
permission
shreds.
first.
So suppose that we're sneaking in, though.
Nope, not going to do it. Would
Why?
rather wait for permission from this grub man.
Well, I would rather ask forgiveness and
then personally, if the grub man says no, I don't want anything to do with it, then we let George kill him.
Agreed. I think we're in
Well,
agreement.
let's just kill him now,
No.
because I'm thirsty.
But are you going to drink his blood?
Who are you?
No, but
What
I
the
want to go back to the town.
You're welcome to. Nobody's
Yeah,
stopping
that's
you.
fine.
That's fair.
You could leave right now. Honestly, I would love to see this huge fucking giant of a man kill.
I just want to see
I
Iris
wouldn't
talk to
mind
Toads
seeing
again.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
I just want to see you talk to Toads again. See how you do it.
I'm not sure what you're talking
Talk to Toads.
about. I'm not sure what a tuid is.
The Toad.
Is it a form of druid? A tuid? Felix, have you heard of this? Write it down in your book.
I think she's saying
Write it down.
toad, not tuids. Toad.
Toad.
Toad, like a frog.
What about it?
Like one that you may have given
Like
a
a
letter
toad.
to.
I would never have done such a thing.
Oh, then my mistake. I apologize.
Oh, okay, never
No,
mind.
she didn't do that.
Mm.
No, she didn't do that. No.
I certainly have no knowledge of it.
We start making our way.
So, right shortly after that, Beatrice flaps back down to you, lands on your finger,
Thank you.
and communicates to you telepathically.
No letter.
No letter.
Wow.
From gone from her talons, and her little bird feet, and she.
Can you have talons if you're a little blueberry? However, talons.
Anyway,
Still have talons.
and you hear telepathically that Gruber said he'll be down to collect the patient at 10 p.m. Have someone meet him in the road so you can find where you all are.
Okay, so you're not going anywhere near the road because I'm worried for you in the military.
And I think that's fine. And you know what? Again, I'm shocked that you and I are on the same page. But one, Lufti said that he was never going to come down here, and now he is, right?
Well, Lufti's also like drunk 98% of the time.
This is true.
I've found that most of the things that she says are not credible. Those that are an accident. Or I've told them to her and she's just reiterating it verbatim.
Is there any chance, Lufti, that this guy is gonna send us down the river and basically ambush us to kill us all and this guy?
Was it Goober?
Yes. You're telling me he never leaves the monastery and now all of a sudden he's going down here to collect a patient himself?
Well, it might sound very
I haven't been
serious.
here in many years.
Yeah, it's been a decade, and I think that, it's a very serious situation. He may be very concerned. I'd be concerned.
Listen,
if I
Saying
was
I'm
him.
not surprised,
I
but I
want-
also don't think he's going to
I want to turn the
murder us.
I want to turn the subject over to him, and I think that it would be best for him to take a look and give us or at least gives me some information. But I'm worried. I'm worried about.
Can your bird, spy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I love this thing.
Okay, so this is my answer. Toa, because we've already dealt with it. We will do the meeting at 10.
Okay.
Because I'm a cleric, so I can talk to him about healing things, which you won't understand. It's fine. I don't understand what you do. And you put your little bird somewhere on Toa, because it will look like he's standing on a statue, right? Because Toa is grey.
I mean, the bird can hide amongst Toa's belongings.
Oh, that's even better.
Even better.
That way Toa can talk, and it doesn't look like I have a pet statue. So anyway, we'll be there, and we'll talk to the gentleman. The bird can snoop. You can communicate with the bird, however you do.
I have to be within 100 feet, so I'll hide in the woods nearby.
Perfect. You can hide with
The rest of the gang.
Sure. Keep these two quiet. I don't trust them. Keep these three quiet.
You want me
I
to
don't
be on
trust
the
them.
road?
No, hidden. We need to be hidden and ready to ambush.
That way.
I am
Why do you
so
want
good
to
at
ambush?
hiding.
I thought we were meeting him on the road.
They are going to meet him. We need to be extra
Felix-
careful about
Well,
this.
I'm going to meet him.
You are not going to meet him.
Why?
His message didn't. Well, maybe it didn't hurt you to
We
take
can bring
Lufti along.
Lufti. We
The
can
three of us can hide in the
Together
bush.
me.
We do not want to leave Felix alone in the woods by himself, but we also don't want him out on the road because he is wanted by the military. So if the military comes and he is out on the road, then he runs the risk of getting us all killed. So we need to keep him in the woods, but we also don't want him in
Agreed.
the woods by himself because
Agreed.
should something else terrible come along, like another person turning into a wolf beast,
so 3 and
we
3.
need people with him.
3 and 3.
Split.
Cause he's split.
Only
Yeah,
about
he's a little guy.
100 feet away.
Yep.
You can listen through Felix and his magical birdie, and we'll pass off. Oh, and you can keep the drunk.
But the drunk's definitely going to give us away. No
Well, no,
offense.
no, she's-
but, I mean,
she's
that's
very-
the best
very
way to
crafty.
get
Stealthier
drugs.
than any of you.
Perfect.
Here's
And
the only thing I ask.
If you stay very quiet and you don't make any noise, I will give you 5 gold pieces from my purse.
You want to watch this? Hold on a second.
And her massive form, she kind of like slips away into the shadows, almost like blends in immediately, and you can kind of see her form walking around through the brush, and you don't hear a single sound.
Drunk, can you come back to me, please?
And
Oh shit!
she immediately
Air
just
horn.
kind of steps into like the light. And
God bless you. That's fantastic.
I flip a gold piece up into the air and I whack it with my tail in her direction. That is for that spectacular performance. 5 gold pieces.
she
As long as you don't break their
20s
cover.
her dex check to catch it, and she just like plucks it out of the air and just,
Thank you kindly. I mean, they don't tell spooky stories about us bugbears for nothing.
The only thing that I
she
ask
sticks in her cap.
is when you turn the subject over, make sure you are very explicit with Brother Gruber that we get information back. I would like to continue doing my own research.
Of course. I'll let him know that we are looking into a lead on...
No, I said we go with them.
You are coming with me.
No, I think we should go with Gruber back to
yes,
the
why wouldn't we,
monastery.
actually?
What's the harm? I want to be with this guy.
Once we decide that he is up to no harm, then maybe we all join. But I think initially, I think the spirit is fine. Brother Gruber,
Why would you think that he is up to harm?
I don't trust anyone. If you haven't learned this by now, I trust no one.
He
Well,
seems
then
like a
maybe
good
you
guy, and
should
I've
stay
never
in the
met
cave
him.
and we should go on
No,
to town.
I'm going to hide and
It
watch.
is better safe than sorry in
Agreed.
a situation like this. It does us no harm to only have 3 of us in
To just
here
make
and
sure he
pass
doesn't roll up with the Korvakian army.
All right, then the 3 of us. Beatrice will be on me. You, the rest of you hide, and then we'll just say, "Oh, hey, the rest of us are meeting us shortly. We'll take the same road. They know which way we're going, and we'll all go together."
Deal.
Inside.
I take
Except
Beatrice.
you'll stay out here and wait for the ale. And then
I'm not letting any of those fucking people in Kirstein see me. I'm gonna be in the shadows.
I take Beatrice off my shoulder and I place Beatrice on Toa's shoulder.
Okay, little bluebird.
And I'll take some of the like
tiny compared to Toa.
dried grass and fur and like just kind of tuck her underneath so that she's comfortable.
This is like a tiny little bluebird in a massive hand, just kind of tucks. Very gentle though.
And then listen, we've only got very little time. 10 p.m. is when he said he wanted to meet. So I'll go get into position, and with Caprice and Hersha, and we'll see what happens.
And don't forget to ask about the good shit.
The what?
The good shit.
The good shit.
As opposed to the bad shit.
Okay. Well,
Make a mental note, Caprice.
good luck.
And she
Wanna be
steps
water.
away and almost just disappears into the.
That is a nifty trick and I need to learn how to do it.
Yeah, it would be quite cool if you know how to do that.
It would be a great way to get away from you in a crowd.
Yeah.
And so,
Wouldn't that be nice?
so
I've
you
never
all
had
sit
luck
and
with it
wait,
so
and
far.
so it's not much longer, and until it gets close to 10, and the 3 people all walk out into the road. Who are the 3, by the way?
The 3 of us. Iris,
And-
Toa,
and-
and Beatrice.
Hidden Beatrice, and I'm close enough where I can commune, and I'm deaf and dumb and
Okay,
blind.
so you're watching from a little pouch in Toa's person, and it all seems quiet. You kind of hear the roaring of the river not too far from you that kind of drowns out a lot of the subtle ambient noise. And you then kind of start to see like a flickering light kind of coming around a bend, and you hear the shuffling of footsteps. It sounds like, barefoot or sandals. And from around the corner, you see 3 figures. You see one in the middle is considerably larger than the other 2. The 2 on either side seem to be younger female monks of Lufti's order, and at the center is an incredibly rotund, bald man with a huge orange bushy beard, and they're all holding lanterns as they walk down. And as you see each of the younger monks has 2 small casks on either side of their head, and you can see that there's the shape of Brother Gruber is huge. On his back is a huge barrel, and he basically just has like casts all over his body, and he's kind of just shuffling onwards, and he holds up the lantern as he sees just the 2 of you, right?
3.
3.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. And then you're there, right? Luffy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Okay.
hold on. It's you.
No,
No,
it is
it's
you 3.
Felix,
Toa,
Iris,
Iris,
and Luffy.
Beatrice
So
is
he's
on
never met
toes.
us,
Yeah.
but he...
And Beatrice.
Confirm.
He said, "And that is you, my child. Very well. The note you said seemed very urgent. I had a feeling your skinny friend wanted to speak more, but I'm not the kind to pry. How bad is the situation?"
Toa, would you grab the...
Oh, right. And I go back to the
Amos.
little clearing or wherever we were, and I'll grab him, and I'll carry Amos out.
Okay.
And I will
Brace
show him.
yourself.
So
It has gotten worse over
you
the past
pull
couple of
the
days.
branch out, and you just
Oh, yeah. He's on the
step
branch,
out, and he's kind of thrashing around. Actually, make an athletics check to kind of see how you can resist his thrash.
Can't be bad.
15.
Okay, that's plenty. And so he's kind of thrashing. You're able to. You see kind of Toa flexing his muscles, trying to keep this steady as quickly as possible, far enough away, and you see Brother Gruber kind of hold up his lantern to get a look.
Oh my. This is not good.
Have you seen this before, brother?
I've seen creatures that looked like this. I was not aware their first stage was human.
Can you help him?
I can see what I can do. First, do we know if it's contagious?
In the letter that I wrote, it would have said
Oh,
that
yeah.
we did a little bit of
that's right.
research into that, and
That's right.
and none of us had been, allegedly affected by transmutation magic.
I also add that I have touched him within the last 24
Right,
hours.
right.
Oh, that
You
was in the letter. That was
you
in the
mentioned
letter.
it was in the letter, right?
Okay, and so he says,
Well, big man, would you help me out with his mouth, please?
I'm going to grab Toa's, put my hand somewhere on him. Ooh, really? Muscles. Sorry. Anubis,
Alright, that's fine.
give him your guidance. And I'm going to give him guidance. Just in case.
Like open his mouth, you mean?
Yeah, well, how else am I going to try anything?
as he's kind of gesturing to all of his
Woof.
cats that are all over him.
Oh, you brought it all with you!
Cats like
Hence the
spoon.
cast, of course. I didn't put two and two together. So, am I able to grab behind his head? Would my hand be big enough to get around my back, but like just like pry his jaw open like this.
I would say make another athletics check.
Yeah, he's a tiny dude, and you're like a Goliath.
Massive.
Yeah.
22.
Okay, yeah. So you are still holding on, and you just reach your massive hand and just kind of just force his jaw open, like when your dog gets like something on the floor. Like, what is that? What is that? Toe is doing that to Amos.
Drop.
And he's holding now hold him steady. And he's like, okay, and he grabs a cask and he uncorks it and he pulls out a funnel. And he's like, well, hold him still, and pours it, or sticks it in his mouth. And with his huge meaty fingers, he grabs the keg and pours it. And this strange liquid, it looks like a beer, but there's a very faint shimmer to it. As it pours down into a throat, and he kind of shoves the funnel down even further, just so those strings come sputtering. You get and as he's struggling, all of a sudden there's a stopping of it, and almost as if his limbs lock up, and the eyes are totally shut, and he's almost back into a fully catatonic state. And then Gruber looks and says,
Well, that should keep him stable for us now. Thank you, big man. Could you please remove your hand?
the hand opens and you see his mouth is just pried open here.
Damn.
And corks that one, kind of fastens it back on. And then he looks around and he gives him an examination and says,
Well, I can try this one as well to see what I can do.
He grabs the huge barrel off of his back, slams it down on the ground, and he rips open the top, and then pulls like a little ladle off of it, and he takes his funnel, places it in his mouth, scoops up, pours down.
I do
in.
this.
What?
So that he swallows.
Okay, so you rub his throat.
Does that particular drink look different as well, or
yes?
like...
This also seems to have a strange shimmer to it, and there's kind of like different slight hues to it, varying shades of golden and brown and kind of like amber, and all these. They all look like beer, but there's kind of this strange supernaturalness to it almost. You kind of something would remind you of, through Beatrice's eyes, the kind of shimmering effects of Iris's abilities.
Oh,
it kind of reminds you, obviously not the same like flavor of Anubis or whatever, but as far as like the general effect.
Right.
And he pours it, and then he takes another big scoop, and then he does another one.
And then for good measure,
He then takes like one off of his side, and then he pours it in. And he sits and he watches.
well, there. All we can do is wait at this point. I would recommend that he be brought to the monastery and be put under 24-hour supervision.
But you can't just take him to town. I mean, he looks a sight. You're looking at him.
When I know, like, the kind of magic, like, could I guess that he was a worshiper of Lockwood?
I would say that that's pretty. I would say that without even making a check, you would probably get that sense.
So there's like some sort of divine magic at play.
Yes, there is a divine magic at play, and how it's operating, he's doing it through brew, but it's kind of, you get the sense that it's basically that he's a cleric.
Oh, cool.
If you had to put a mechanical metagame.
I cannot speak for what you've done, but Lockwood is lucky to have a man of your caliber in his ranks.
Well, thank you, young lady.
Ladies, I'm a taxi.
It's very. I've seen one or two, but usually your kind is more for trinkets and things, and they don't want to travel this far. At least as far as I've seen.
It's
It's much too cold here.
I say that every single year that I'm sick of it and I'm too old for it, I'm going to move someplace warm. I never do, but...
And if you ever find yourself in Neckarot, you're welcome with my kind.
Maybe I shall retire. Sounds like a lovely place. I appreciate you. Are you a woman of the cloth as well?
I'm a worshipper of Anubis, the Lord of Judgment.
God
of Death.
Death, well, I'm fortunate to have a god who just lets me drink as a form of worship. I can't imagine what a death god would do. But someone who is devout, and clearly I can sense your aura, your divine aura, that you are one who takes her calling very seriously. And that's all that we can be asked to do for the gods.
Thank you for what you've done here today. It was in a communion with Anubis that he told me there was the possibility for something good to come of this, if we did not smite him where he stood. I'm glad that I listened to my companions and he found his way to you.
Do you mind if we accompany you back to the monastery? Just in case anything happens, we'd like to support you in knocking him unconscious, or worse if we need to.
Toe is wonderful at carrying him, and I'm an extra
Please
set
let
of
me
hands
hear
should
him.
you need it.
Well, I was going to have my trainees carry this person, but now that they've seen it, are you girls okay? They look absolutely ghost white, horrified, like, we'll have the big fella. Oh, you look like a fella I saw earlier, but
Would
that's
you
another
mind
story.
waiting for maybe a few minutes so the rest of our party can meet us here? They were on the way, but they got tied up with something and picking up the crowd.
No, that would be fine with me.
And I'll just kind of look at Beatrice, not really sure how to do it.
Out of the bushes. Well, that's fortunate timing, I suppose. It's good to see you again, Brother Gruber.
Hello, Felix. How are you?
Good, just traipsing through the woods with my companions, Persia and Caprice, who you met earlier.
I did.
We're all here now.
I'm glad you worked up the courage to tell me what was on your mind. I know I'm not a traditional priest, but usually we're the kind of people you tell your problems to.
I don't want you to think that I had anything to hide. It's just that we have reason to be extra careful at first, and I valued the opinion of Iris and Toa before we came back to you with the information.
I understand, and given what this creature or human is and what it seems to be related to, I'm especially concerned.
We're happy to accompany you back like they said, and if there's anything that I can do to help or anything you can teach me to help, I'm sure that Iris and I would both be interested in learning whatever you have to offer, and then be happy to offer our help.
Well, I don't think I appreciate if you would help escort me back to the monastery. Conrad will be waiting for us, and then we should be able to take it from here. Girls, you don't have to carry, but at least you can throw a tarp over it to teach you, I don't know, something. I don't know.
The same water group I remember.
I love brother.
Lessons always.
I run a tight ship. And the girls, like the girls, and as they step in the light, you get the sense that they're probably about 15, 16, and so they pull out this kind of a large burlap tarp and just throw it over the branch and the completely catatonic Amos, and it just looks like you're carrying maybe a side of elk that's been wrapped up for you at the butcher.
Toy, did you need any help, Toy?
How's it feeling?
You're getting pretty tired, so
I could use if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, we've done this
share.
before.
Yeah.
I can do it.
Would you mind heading along without me? I'm going to step to the side and need to pray to my God for a few moments. I'm very quick as a kitty. I can catch up.
Sure, as long as you feel like you'll be okay.
I will be just fine.
Just don't be too long.
And then I'm essentially just going to sneak off into the bushes, call for the Furbolg, and just kind of let her know, like, hey, we're going back. We know that you can't come with us. Stay here. Mm-hmm. If there's anything you need, find a way to get a hold of us, but we'll communicate with you through Beatrice or check on you here, there. And then I'm going to pass her a couple more gold.
Okay, so as soon as like you say that, you don't really hear anything, but all of a sudden, like right in front of you in the shadows, like two golden eyes kind of open up, and she says, "Okay, I got it over here. Don't forget to remind me about the good shit, okay?" And then she catches the gold and says, "I'll be here doing what I've been doing."
And I also, in the rough general direction, I throw one of the fish that Lufti had brought me.
You can have this for dinner, darling.
No, I'm eating like civilized folk.
And she starts, and like she can hear it's like the only sound you can hear as she creeps off. It seems.
And then I'm gonna feline agility as I can to get back to them, and then like kind of whisper to each one of them individually, letting them know what I was doing, just to make sure Brother Gruber doesn't know we have a furbolg out in the forest.
Okay. I would say that they're far enough ahead that should be easy.
Okay.
So you make your way with Brother Gruber and the monks. As soon as they see Brother Gruber, the second they realize that it's him, the sentries immediately start opening the gates, and without even a second glance. And you all walk through, make your way through the city. Even though it's probably 11 at this point, the town is actually pretty, going. You remember, Lufti, that the town goes pretty late, and everyone's at the various bars drinking and enjoying themselves. And, there's some people that may have gone to bed early to go work the fields or start, the kind of walking or training the horses. But many, many people are out. And so you kind of walk through the rowdy streets, making your way uphill until you get that familiar path upwards through the apple trees. And as you make your way up, you see, with a lantern on one of the pilings, Conrad standing next to it. And Brother Gruber stops and motions to both you, Persia and Toa.
Says, "I appreciate all that you all have done, bringing this to my attention. I must pray and send word to some of my contacts who may be able to assist me in figuring what's going on. You may place him in the boat, and we shall be able to take it from here."
Now, Father Gruber, I have a question.
Brother Gruber. My father was Father Gruber.
He holds a straight face for like 3 seconds.
Father Gruber was my father.
That's classic Brother Gruber.
No!
Incredible. I'm so sorry. Brother Gruber. Now, my concern is that you've seen many creatures like this, and that you were unaware until tonight that they were human at one point in their life. Which means that more than likely there are many, many people out there being turned into these creatures. Now, it looks like whatever ale or beer that you had on you, the blessings of Loire, were able to hold that at bay.
We will see.
Potentially. It looks like it's at least done something. Do you happen to have any kind of... I know that your alcohol is very sacred to you. My faith is very sacred to me. From one cleric to another, we more than likely will be venturing out into the wildlands of this area. Do you have any kind of alcohol of that nature that you would be able to provide to us and willing to pay for it, and willing to do whatever you need me to do? Should we run into another person in that kind of state, we will be able to at least put it in stasis to get it back to you.
I also don't want to step any bounds, but
not at all.
Is there any way that you could potentially teach Iris to harness some of the skill that you've learned in incorporating what she knows?
Only with Anubis's permission.
Again, I don't pretend to understand your religion, and I pretend to understand yours, but I'm simply a man of science, and I just. If there's knowledge to be imparted, then of course we both would like to learn what we can.
I would not begin to ask you for the secrets of your monastery.
Of course, and I've never been so much for putting bodies back together, but I'm willing to learn.
That is very ominous. However, it is with the utmost respect for your god and your beliefs in your monastery that I ask this of you. Because if there is something nefarious going on in these lands, the last thing you want is for it to reach this town. And if we have the ability to at least save some out in the field, I would not be doing justice to my God and to this life that I live if I were not to ask it.
Agreed.
He kind of thinks for a moment and nods and says, "Well, if you will be staying in town for at least one more night, you've opened my eyes to a threat that I had no idea was threatening my very people. And you've done a good thing to put your lives on the line. And for that I'm appreciative. I will put together a package of what I can do. As far as teaching you, you're a young cleric. I have no doubt that in time, as you go through your own travels and adventures in life, you'll be able to do what I can. Maybe not in the same way of having it turn into beer and wine and mead and the like. But I'm sure you will get there, and I would not want to step on the toes of a death god at the very least. But I appreciate it, and I will. Where will you be staying, and where can I send a care package for you on your travels?
Well, we've been staying just this one night at the Reconnaissance, and if they have room, it's my favorite place to be.
Tomorrow, by noon, I will have my monks deliver a package for you in case you run into this.
Thank you so much, Brother Kruger.
I thank you.
And may the scales of judgment weigh in your favor.
May you enjoy a good drink someday.
I sure need one.
Would you like some?
I would love one.
This is just regular beer here.
I would love one.
This one here, you all look like you need.
Just knock back a quick drink.
Okay, yeah. So he pours everybody's drink.
It's been a long day.
I lean over to Lufti and I say, maybe it's time to potentially pay up on your payment to a certain someone.
I don't know what you mean, but if I did know what you meant, I'd say that I'm working on it and mind your own business.
I put my head in my hands and just kind of...
We have time.
I have nothing left to say.
Well, I can say that I expected to run into such a motley crew at this point, so far away from the festival day, but I can say that strange times have come upon us, and dots are connecting in my brain even as we speak.
Lufti, do you need me to assist you with your deal that you made?
I wouldn't stop you if you wanted to roll some coin at the situation.
Brother Kruger,
Yes, Iris.
I have asked a lot of you. Lufti here is my very best friend. She has traveled with me from Nectar. She has kept me safe. And I have done my very best to keep her safe. And I know that you have a long history with her.
I thank you for that, too.
And I'm sure you know her well, far better than I do. And what I've learned is that she's a little reckless, a little careless, and she sometimes speaks out of turn.
Well, that's our little Gertie.
Gertie?
That's her name. Did she not tell you?
She did not, but I
What?
love it, darling.
That's her name.
Oh, wait. Her real name is Gertie.
Her name is Gertie.
I don't.
She was
know what you
very,
mean.
very rebellious, so she got very mad when she decided to start going by Lufti, and that's why I haven't called her, but now that I realize you probably didn't know her name was Gertie.
That is hilarious.
You know, you come all this way, it is like the second I get here, I wish I had never come.
So
It's a beautiful
look,
name.
Gertie, the thing is,
Gertrude, we named after one of the famous sisters of our order.
You know,
I have
I
never
haven't
been
had a good
more-
laugh in months.
I have never been more happy to offer my assistance to you than I am right now.
Gertie.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much for that information. So, as you know how she is, we did not know upon coming here that we would be faced with this gentleman, and or that there would be anyone in town that would have the ability to handle it. And Lufti may have made a deal with somebody who is capable of taking us. What's the name of that place? The Butcher's Block? The Butcher's
Bluff.
The Butcher's Bluff. Because apparently that is a place where people are being taken and turned into these creatures. We were being taken there in the hopes that we would be able to help stop this from happening. The person who's willing to take us there is only willing to do it if we pay them, and this is Lufti, who said she would and could, in how many casks? 2 casks of your famous ale. Now I would love just, one more for regular. We can probably pay for that. I think let's not bother any better.
I'm gonna levitate up into the forest.
We're at the monastery, right? Are we at the
Wherever I
monastery?
am, I'm
Right
going to
outside by the
levitate.
You're right.
Straight up.
Conrad is just like looking at
No.
her.
I'm just fucking out.
I don't even need to look at her to know that under that beautiful blue skin of hers, she's turning a bright crimson red. But she is in over her head.
That makes
And
purple.
now that we see... Thank you, Hershey. She's turning purple. And now that we see the severity of this, I was against going in the first place. I now think that we need to go and we need to attempt to stop this. And I would not ask, because I am a huge proponent for rituals and for tradition. Is there any chance, I will throw the coin at you, is there any chance we could get 2 casks of your ale to be able to be shown to this place?
Well, since this is all in the name of something good, I can include 2 casks of our special La Porte Revelry
What a beautiful name.
in your care package. As a personal thank you for keeping little Gertie alive.
I will make sure.
Our little rain
You hear
cloud.
groaning from
Felix is in the corner like,
Hold on, did you say little rain cloud? I'm
Our
gonna have to write
little
these
pouting
down.
rain cloud crying all the time.
With all the guidance of Anubis, I will make sure to keep her very close to heart and as safe as possible. Please.
I appreciate that. I will
Thank you
make
so
it
much.
3 of casks.
You are an absolute treasure.
Well, hopefully Lapuard agrees once I finally kick the bucket.
Well, if not, I'll make sure to put a good word
Yeah,
with
please
you
do.
before you
I
end
may
this.
be looking for, for another god after it all happens. I would never say that. The meat and wine, everyone have a
All
good
hail
drink or something.
Lapuard.
I literally, okay, I just want to say, I literally wrote it down as oats and barley, grape and vine, blank, 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 very fine, because I missed most of it.
We're really not about
So hold
prayer
on, my
here.
favorite part of this is that Derek's been asleep for like 10 minutes.
He's following the word of Lapuard. He's taking it seriously.
Nope, I'm just gonna bust out.
I was gonna say. Then I lean into Iris. I lean towards.
It's late.
I lean towards Iris and I say, well, if we don't use all 3 of those barrels, maybe we could keep one for ourselves, and maybe when we get a moment, we can kick back and try and relax a little.
I think that was the implication, and I like where your head's at.
Okay, well,
Gertie, we're gonna go now, darling. My sweet little rain cloud, please join us.
your friends are waiting, Gertie. Well, I appreciate all your help. Conrad, let us go.
And they all hop in the boat.
So we're not going. We're not staying in the monastery.
We
with them.
have it from here, and rest assured.
Please let us know what you find. I'm very interested in the knowledge, and I'd like to be able to harness that knowledge to maybe help others. So document everything and let us know and send for us immediately if you need it.
And if it gets out of our control, don't worry. There will be very well-trained killing machines in that room at all hours of the day that could kill it almost instantly.
All right. Just make sure you send for us immediately.
One day, Lufti will be one of those well-trained killing machines, but she never really was good at following directions. No, that's true. I am brother. I am your brother, and you are my sister. May you all enjoy the merriment of Lapuard. Farewell.
And then Conrad gets
Bye.
in the boat with the 2 other monks. And they're waving at you. They don't say anything, but the ship rows away.
I'm not going to lie to you. I was absolutely shaking in my knickers thinking about asking him for those casks of ale.
You're a lot braver than I was, that's for sure.
Well, if we didn't get it, we weren't going to solve this problem, so...
Well, to be honest, I thought Lufti would take care of it, and she
No,
seemed
you
to
obviously haven't spent much time with Lufti. She's all talk and no walk.
It's been like 3 days, so you're right. Do you think that your friend, whose name I wrote down, Frida, may be able to get us a couple of rooms tonight since we're without? We're willing to pay, I'm just hoping we can get a good price. I'm hoping we can get a good price!
Lufti, darling, I won't call you Gertie for at least the next 24 hours if you come down here and help us get to sleep.
Everybody has to forget that I was ever said.
That will never happen.
Forget what?
We can
Listen, I can stay up here forever and I can hold my breath too if you want me to do that.
You'll starve to death.
That would be wonderful.
That's true.
Can you talk while holding your breath?
I don't know.
I don't think so. Do you want to keep talking?
I don't know.
Well, you have a choice. Come down or never speak again.
Can I talk and hold my breath?
No, you good?
Can I talk and hold my breath?
Once you run out, you can, but once you run out of breath, you're done.
Really?
Lufti, did you know that 15 minutes can save you 15% on room
Yes, I
service?
suppose I could talk like this forever until I needed to take a deep breath, and I'm going to keep
No,
talking like this until I sleep, but eventually I'm
no.
going to run out of air, and I'm going to keep talking and talking and talking and talking, but I can do this for a pretty long time until I start to run out of air, and all of a sudden now it's starting to get tough, and I'm running out of breath, and I can't really do it any longer, and this is what's going to happen.
Oh, Felix died, and
Experiment completed! Totally, you're right, you can only drink for so long.
That's what I said.
I never thought that you'd know more about me than science.
I know, right? It's my intelligence.
I have to write about this.
Feet away from the group and walk towards the nearest inn and whistle over my shoulder and not say a word.
Okay, so you're not even going back to the rallying stallion.
No, I'm gonna walk towards the rallying stallion, but I'm gonna descend away from the group and just be like.
Okay, so you see Lufti
and then just
holding her
head
feet
down,
on a
stalk.
little tiny cloud, kind of slow falling down the.
I'll turn to Iris and I'll say, I can lead us to where we were last night, and I had a conversation with Frida, and she seemed very amenable. So, at the very least, I assume she'll give us a good price. We can perhaps get a couple of rooms.
This would be wonderful. I think that maybe 3 rooms, so one for the couple, one for the other couple, and then one for me and Lufti.
If you prefer and we can all afford it, then we'll see what Frida will have available. I don't know how busy she is, but I'll at least lead the way since your companion is pouty.
Yes, it's just another day that ends in
Yo, pouty.
And I just begin to walk off towards the rallying stallion.
Okay, so you all make your way to the rallying stallion. We'll just say, for the sake of brevity, you all check in and...
How much a room is basically what I want to talk to Frida about, because I actually care about my gold now.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
So, fine. For the sake of brevity, so she's still up. This is probably, close to, a little past 1. And she says, "Oh, well, welcome back. I thought that you would just ghost again. I'm glad that you are still among us." You're the rallying stallion, right?
Gertie's
pissed. Come here, darling. Come here, darling. Okay.
Frida, they told me. Oh, they called me the worst thing.
Oh, just say call you good.
Don't even say it.
Sorry,
I hate
I'm
it.
I'm sorry. I know you do.
It is the worst. I just forgot to
Lufti. Your
speak.
name is Lufti.
Exactly.
Yes,
and
I
don't
know.
anybody tell you different.
No. I know you're Lufti. I'm so sorry.
I just want to go to sleep.
Okay.
Maybe a little food. And maybe a little drink.
Do you have 3
Maybe a
rooms
dance.
available for us? 3 rooms.
I think we have 3 rooms, yes.
I've been playing Dungeons and Dragons for damn near 3 years now, and I still don't know what 1 room is worth. so I asked you, Frida, not to overcharge us, because now all of a sudden, after 3 years, my gold means something to me, and it's not just something I throw in a sack with everyone else's gold.
And I've been DMing for 3 years, and I still don't know what the fucking inn is worth. Hold on 1 second.
I just don't want to get fleeced here. I'm a young
Do you
wizard.
think I'm going to fleece you?
No, you seem like a very trustworthy individual. I just think you might be in league with Lufti here, and I don't want you siphoning gold to her.
Hold on 1 second.
While you're looking that up, SSJ4 Time Buster. Thank you. We appreciate that. That's very sweet of you.
Thank you.
We will have minis. We will have minis soon. I have mine. We have people ordering theirs on Hero Forge, and right now one of our USB ports is broken. So we can't
normally right there where the digits are, we have it rotating between our stats and the map.
Yeah.
But right now we don't have the map visible due to technical difficulties. It's right there over Lufti's head that I'm poking at. But yes, we will all have our custom minis at some point soon, maybe by the next session or the session after that. We're all working on it.
Soon enough.
Yes, soon enough.
Soon enough.
Well, 1 gold piece is our rate.
Per room?
Per room.
Okay, so I got this one, and I flicker a gold coin. Key, please.
Okay, two for you.
Come on, let's get out of here. Come on.
I'll give you a room for the night.
You look like you're really
Have that here. Here you go.
No
Here's 2 for you.
Thanks.
So mad.
Here, you got a room.
Yeah, I got her paid for it. It's fine.
She takes the 2 coins.
It's okay, darling. It's okay. You're Lufti.
Don't patronize me. I just need a drink and I'll be fine.
Okay, I'll get you a drink. I'll get you some coffee.
Or maybe a sausage.
Okay, I'll get you 2
Lufti,
sausages.
who is this?
It's okay.
Lufti, who's this?
And she...
Darling, who's this? Who? This woman you're talking to.
She has a big throat and stuff.
Who's this?
Oh.
Why did you hug her? Who's she?
Because she's like basically my mama. Not really.
I'm really tired, Lufti. I want to go to bed.
She's
Okay,
she's
go.
all for it.
No, I need to come with me. Darling. Oh, darling. I can't go by myself.
I need it.
I can't go by myself. I've never been here. I can't go by myself.
Can I use the full throttle now, please?
We will bring the sausages up to your room, darling. Go get some sleep with your friend.
Okay, so I'll just like trudge upstairs and like drag her behind me. Heavy sobs.
As that happens, I need. Who's still downstairs?
I guess just they're the last 2.
Can you both make perception checks?
Oh god.
Oh my god. Toe and I are in our room kicking back. This is the first time we've had a room in months.
Oh my god.
5.
1 gold
Haven't made it an in.
I believe it's a 17.
What?
9.
So Caprice, as you're getting in your room and Lufti storms up, you hear Frida very quietly under her breath say, "That's my little rain cloud."
That's all I hear.
That's all you hear.
Okay, I experienced
And then hobgoblins.
in my ear holes, and I'll continue.
And you go to your room.
Toe and I are so happy! We have a room! I had a room there. I confessed to Toe, I said, hey man, brother, I gotta be honest with you, I stayed here the other night and it was great, but this is why I brought you back! We've got a room for the first time in months!
This is amazing! Wait, were you on the floor, out of character? Were you on the floor the night before? Because you all shared a room, right?
Yes, probably I would have slept in the corner on the wood. We should just share the bed. I don't even care.
Well, there are 2 beds, right?
I know you're nearly 12 feet tall, but it's fine. We can just spoon. It's not a big deal. I don't even care. We both should experience the bed.
This is great.
The first time in months.
Thank you for paying for this. I appreciate it.
It's the least I could do. You spent the night in that cave by yourself. I didn't know what I was going to do without you.
It was very scary.
God, I haven't been apart from you for 3 months. Listen. So we sit. I sit on the floor and I ritual. I still put an alarm on the door because I'm still worried, right? And I take 10 minutes, but then I'm like, this is great, Toe. This is great. We can relax for the first time.
Yeah. What do we do? We just go to sleep, right?
I kind of want to get room service. We should order room service.
Do you think they have ice cream sundaes?
We can find out.
Yeah.
So then we run down the steps like a couple of... Frida, do you have ice cream sundaes?
Sure, yes.
Are you sure there is an inspiration in this game? Because I feel like that fucking deserves it.
You know what? Yeah, both of you take inspiration.
80 style jump in the air shot.
I'm like breaking the steps as I look at
And
it.
look, you also take inspiration from.
Oh, Lufti was so much better than us.
Look, you take the inspiration.
You get inspiration too. You get inspiration too.
Oh my god, it was brilliant.
But the best part of all of this is that I'm like a normal human being away from everyone else. They all think that I'm like super serious, and I'm like, yes! I smile, and I'm like okay and relaxed around
Sunday.
Yeah, we can get some ice cream.
Some ice cream is brought out.
How much is it? I'll pay for it. It's on me, Toa. Again, it's on me.
Man, you're just the best.
We'll
Felix.
say that's 4 silver pieces.
Oh, I can afford that as long as I stay
Or
above.
not 4
100
silver. That'd be like 2 silver pieces.
As long as I stay above 100 gold pieces, I'm good to go.
Oh,
Thank you, Andrew.
Hey, thank you for the biddies.
That's for Felix and Toa.
Felix and
Thank
Toa
you.
Friends theme music is playing in the background. So no one told you like it's gonna be this way.
So both of you enjoy ice cream sundaes.
oh, this is the greatest thing I've ever eaten.
We should get back to our room before the rest of the gang sees us.
You're right. I don't know why, but sure.
I don't want people to think that I actually smile.
So while this is happening, I'm in the room with
You know my name, bitch.
Damn, Winfrey's going through some shit.
Lufti, now that we're in the room together, I think you have some explaining to do. I didn't think you had any friends, aside from me at least.
That's kind of a harsh statement.
No, I'm sorry, hold on. Let me try that again. I don't mean any offense, but I didn't think you had any friends outside of me.
Yeah, you know, that's kind of still a harsh statement.
But I said I didn't mean any offense by it.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Which means you're not allowed to be offended, right?
Oh, yeah, no, I get what you're saying. You know, maybe they're not friends, they're just people that I have met here and there.
Oh, you looked really close with that woman downstairs.
But she's kind of like...
She looked like she liked you.
Yeah, she's like
You look like you liked her.
I did.
Why?
Because she's kind of like my mommy, you know?
No.
No?
My mother doesn't talk to me like that.
Oh. So imagine, like, if you had,
You don't get that excited when I walk into the room.
Yeah, you know, I don't.
I thought you were supposed to be my friend.
Yeah, I don't know how to describe this in a way that's not going to break your psyche.
Well, I don't think you could.
I'm not going to try.
Then I don't think we can be friends anymore.
You're my only friend and I love you the most.
Oh my god, I'm so worried that you had another friend. Lufti, I am not kidding you. I was downstairs and I was like, oh my god, I think she has another friend. Oh, that makes me feel so happy. I'm ready for bed. Darling, I am so ready for bed. I'm going to push the bed together.
Yeah.
You can have the corner of the room over there and I'm going to sleep on the bed, okay?
Yeah, you know?
Oh, darling.
You just
Darling,
Ricky Lucy that shit
honestly,
together and I'll be in the corner.
Honestly, tonight, because you confirmed that, I'm so scared. Because you can confirm that, you can leave the room tonight. And it's fine if you wake me up. I know, I'm the best. Okay, good night now. Good night now, darling.
I'm gonna
please
sneak
take
out of the
inspiration.
room.
This is definitely Rachel and Monica going on. I just want to say that right now.
Yeah, so I'm gonna push the beds together and I'm gonna go to sleep.
Okay. So, you all enjoy a long rest. Your first comfortable sleep in a long time. A very long time. Some longer for some of you. You awake. I'll say you probably maybe slept in a little bit because you were all kind of enjoying yourselves, kind of lounging about, and you knew that your care package was arriving about midday. And do you want to do anything in the morning?
Personally, I want to wait for the package and word from Brother Gruber, potentially a letter or some sort of, scientific data. I'm just wanting information. That's all I'm looking for. So I'm content to wait at the inn with Frida and wait and enjoy the time not being under assault by goatmen.
In the morning, I'm gonna wake up Lufti, probably earlier than she wants to be woken up.
Look, darling. Now that it's been confirmed you don't have any friends,
Yes, that's.
I think it's important that we take our friendship to the next level.
It's early. I haven't brushed my teeth.
Yes, I know.
I don't want to.
I'm
take
talking
things
to you. I
too
can
quick.
smell it.
Oh, okay. Okay. So if you know, you know.
Damn.
What are you doing?
Oh, so go ahead.
So, was that like physical affection that you were looking for?
No.
Is that the next level? I thought that we would just. I thought that like I would refer to you as my friend in public.
That's great. Oh, let's do that.
Okay,
Okay.
great. So in the future, so what I'm thinking is, maybe friends don't let their friends sleep on the floor while they sleep on both beds. Is that wrong? Is that right?
You know, that's a very nice thought of you.
So, like, I don't really like physical affection, but if maybe you slept at the foot of the bed.
Like a dog.
Oh my god, exactly! Exactly like that.
Yeah.
So I don't really like
your brain.
You are in my brain. Friendship. So I would push the beds together, and then I would sleep mostly on 90% of the bed. You would sleep on the bottom portion of it, but at least you won't be on the floor.
You're very giving.
Thank you.
I will write your parents and tell them.
And then the last thing I would like to give you is I have... No, well, maybe not. Yes.
What?
But you promise she's not your friend. Who? That strange woman downstairs.
Who's that?
Oh my god, I love you. Okay, so here is this ring. I don't give away trinkets often. And it's like it's a beautiful, like one of my golden rings. I take it off of my finger.
Shit.
It's got like, the Egyptian motif on it. This is for you. This is to show that we're friends, because friends give each other things. Which one?
Anyone you
They're all too flat for this one. I'll put it on the little one. And it like falls off because it's like my cat fingers are way bigger than hers.
She's completely
Way
tired.
bigger than hers. I'm like, well, don't drop it. You're going to stop it. Good. Put it on the less fat finger. Oh. Now you have one legitimate friend, right? And we don't have to have
Is this
it.
a friendship ring?
That's what he said. I'm
It's
not going
still
to
a
stick
little
it.
loose on your thumb.
Could I
I told you to put it on the one that was less fat, and I put it back on her tiny pinky finger.
I'll shove some like cotton or something. Some like
Piece of
scratch.
cloth.
Like a cloth that I
This
tore
bubble
for under there.
This is making me very uncomfortable. I don't like talking about this, so why don't we go downstairs and have breakfast?
Okay.
All right. Let's go.
So you all make your way down, eventually enjoying some breakfast. As you all convene, the party's all there, and you're all eating breakfast together, and maybe you just kind of wait until noon.
That's my plan. I just want to wait to see what Brother Gruber has for us, and honestly, I just want information about this poor creature. And then from there, I'm ready to go to the Bluffs, I suppose, if that's the name of the place, which I've forgotten because
Which is Bluff.
Yes, the Bluffs. Like I said, the Bluffs. I'm not completely insane. Yes.
So you all enjoy the morning together, kind of feeling like you've accomplished something, at least that you got Amos off of your hands, which is definitely a great boon. And a word arrives for you. Word arrives from you. Someone at the bar kind of previously seemed busy, and it's actually the bar back that you had talked to and said, "Oh, there's a package for you out front." And as you go to the front of the establishment to pick this up, you see that there are two crates of varying casks and bottles and the like. And beside it, you see three decent-sized casks of La Forge Revelry with that familiar, beautiful stamp of your monastery.
How much do each of those casks weigh? Roughly. Are these things huge?
No, they're not huge. They're
Small
casks.
casks.
Small casks. Yeah. So I don't know, probably like a couple dozen pounds.
I know that before we go through these care packages, which I think we should do, with a fine comb, I think that we should give one of the casks to either Persia or Toa to carry, because I think at some point we'd like to enjoy it, and I don't have many, not a big guy.
You
So.
don't have to carry all three, because we have to
Sure,
get two of them out to
of course,
our
and
friends.
for now I'd volunteer to carry one. It may slow me down a little, but I'm willing
Toa.
to put my back into it.
How capable of it are you to carry two?
They'll probably manage if Hasia gets the other one.
Mechanically, how does
Well, I think
encumbered?
I think we're going to have to
Strength score.
we're going to have to carry 4 in total because we're going to have to ask that woman that's not Lufti's friend if we can purchase one from her.
Oh, of the bad stuff.
Yes, the bad stuff.
But
What else
We
is
shouldn't
included?
call it that because
Agreed.
I think she might be.
Yeah,
a
What
it
else
might,
is
it might be
included?
included.
So yeah, we
Say
need to
3
go through
casks of
So
good.
3 casks of the good stuff.
and then 2 crates, which we haven't
and then
looked
2
through yet.
crates. So you kind of look around, and you get the sense, and on each of these is kind of is written a little note to describe what they are. And so you are given 6 revitalizing brew, which is basically what is it, greater healing potion?
So we each have one healing. We each have one healing potion, and now we each have one greater healing potion.
Yeah, and it's just in the form of a little small mini cask that you can just shoot.
And you, what was that? Just a regular healing potion?
Yeah, revitalizing brew.
No, you said the revitalizing was a greater healing.
Yes, so this is whatever's the
Because
step.
I gave
above
you
regular,
a regular one earlier.
Greater is
Regular-
a step above regular.
Yeah, that's my intention.
Because greater is 4d4.
Yeah.
And regular is 2d4 or something along those. I can't remember quite what it was.
I believe it is.
Thanks for letting me steal your pen.
And you then get 3 instances. These barrels are a little bit bigger of the paralyzing brew, which you get the sense was what he used.
But we have to decide how to divvy that up.
How many are there?
3 of the paralyzing.
There's 3 paralyzing, but there were 6 total greater healing potions. So we each get 1 greater healing. We each have 1 regular healing from earlier, and there are 3 paralyzing brew so far.
And then
Thank you, Hellhound Gang.
and there is 1 dispelling brew.
Oh.
You get the sense that this is the the large barrel that he kept on his back.
Interesting.
Well, if you want me to hang on to one of the paralyzing ones, I can. Otherwise, I don't think this dispelling one's going to be of much use for me.
I think that for the 3 paralyzing, you should take one. I should take one. Pleasure should take one. As we're the ones that seem to be capable of magic for the most part.
While I think
And
that
then-
I can minister it, I'm not often in the thick of things. If you would,
Maybe we should give it to Toa.
I'd be okay with that.
It seems the
Yes,
3 of
yeah.
us, Toa, myself, and Iris, it's myself. Toa, myself, and Herjo tend to be in the middle of things.
Agreed.
And if you're okay with it, I think I would like to keep the dispelling one, as I feel if we get to that point, more than likely my magic will be at use.
As long as we're all in agreement in the use, then I have no problem with you holding on to it. And,
Yeah.
and I trust your judgment as well. I mean,
So you
you're
have that in
someone
your
who knows
inventory?
what you're doing.
So I have 1 paralyzing. I'm going to remove the dispelling. I just wrote it all down. So
Yeah, I wrote what's not mine in my book, and I'm going to put them in D&D Beyond here.
So the cool thing about D&D Beyond is you can add something and then you can change its name. So like you can add a greater healing
Gotcha.
potion.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it as the original name, because otherwise I'll be like, I won't remember. So whenever you gave us like potions in Prime, I renamed them to what they were supposed to be, just to like keep it so I knew what they were.
Revitalizing, yeah.
that's fine with it.
There was no other like notes or information in the crates or anything along those
so
lines?
there was a little note that was signed from Brother Gruber and said, is the patient continues to be still, but
Thanks for the follow.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
the patient seems to be still, no sign on whether my brews had any effect of reversing his condition.
No change.
We'll pray for the best.
All right. Well,
Brother Gruber.
Well, gang, I suppose we have some decisions to make here. We can wait and see if Brother Gruber reaches out again, or we can meet up with our friend in the woods and head to the Bluffs. But you know, my vote is we don't really benefit from waiting around here, provided that, and I don't think this, provided that Brother Gruber's not up to anything nefarious, then then we can leave town and head to the Bluffs. But I know that there were some reservations amongst us regarding that move. So I don't want to speak for the group. I'm trying to be a team player.
Well, I think at this point, that's what makes sense.
Well, I think that, Felix, was there anything else we needed to do in Kirschtein to find Milo?
I unfortunately, I spoke to the monks, and they have little to no contact with the military, and I've warned Brother Gruber of the dangers, but you know, I didn't feel the need to ask specifically about my brother, because I don't think they would know anything. So I think our best bet is the Bluffs, and then if we're looking for who, we head to Zentra, as was originally the goal anyway, right? I mean, this is on the way. We figured we'd stop. I honestly, I think we got more out of this than I thought we would, honestly, and I think Zentra is the ultimate goal. But we pass through the Bluffs, we see what we can find, and with a stroke of luck, trying to look on the brighter side of things, there's a potential my brother's at the Bluffs, and I'm gonna hope for the best and try to see the bright side of things, I suppose.
All right. Well, that sounds like a plan, and I'm ready to go and at least investigate, see what's going on with these Bluffs.
So I suppose when we're all ready, no rush, we should find the bugbear.
So of these things that we've distributed, there's 3 casks of the good beer.
Two of which we are delivering.
And one I will hold on to for safekeeping. But we need to find 1 more cask to take of just...
We'll purchase it from Frida. I mean, I'm sure she's willing to sell it.
That is fine.
She's a merchant, like anyone else.
I'm a girl. I can't carry so much,
If it's a Toa, he's enormous.
We could have Toa take 2 and Hedger take 2. They're
looked at
both
the
incredibly
7-foot
strong.
monster who I've been traveling with?
Have you looked at this 5-foot monster who's followed us?
She's very... She looks like she could take a punch. That's all I'm going to say. I believe you. She can carry a lot.
There is a
She's
chance.
a sturdy gal.
There is a chance that I got drunk and punched her in the face and she's still standing.
Oh, 100%. I'm just saying it would take several punches to down a gal like that.
I've never actually.
I believe you. I'm just saying if I had to put money on it, it would be several large blows from Toa before that she fell to the ground.
Don't forget to still have underwear.
Well, that right there is all like, wait a minute, Lufti, why do you have her underwear?
She gave it to me.
Why? Are you friends with her?
I don't think so. I think
Hold on.
Do you want to smell friendship? Do you want to smell?
Do you want us both to be friends with her?
What do you want to be friends with her?
I asked you the question. Do you want to be friends with her?
Oh,
Do you
God.
both to be?
Either you want to be.
But do you want to be?
I think she's kind of cool.
So you want her to have more than one friend than me?
Hear me out.
Okay, darling.
She's pretty strong.
That's true.
She could
I don't know if they like to hear you. Speak up.
Just stage whisper.
Persia, do you want to be our friend?
I wouldn't be everybody's friend. But I mean, at the end of the
She's
day...
so good that way.
Do you want to be one of 3? Like, special girl group?
Unicorn style.
Yeah.
Unicorn
Like
Dad.
TMC.
What the hell?
Is that like ox
I'm
style
not
or...
even gonna ask.
Sure.
Oh God, Ravens, please! I apologize for this.
Sure.
I mean, sure, yeah. I mean, I thought we were friends.
Well, we weren't, but we are now.
We were like halfway to friends.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And now we can be full friends. And I'll give you your underwear back.
Do you use them?
I held on to them tightly.
Do you know what?
But
if you and I have become better friends, she could be the new Lufti.
I love this. You should definitely be our friend.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, first step.
Are you wearing that ring on your... Put it on the fat finger. Oh my God, the less fat finger.
All the fingers are fat fingers.
That's it.
Dungeons and Dragons, game of imagination, where you can go slay beasts and win treasure or talk about rings and fat fingers and beer and ice cream, because what does fantasy mean except for what comes out of your brain?
Fat finger.
Can you please do jazz hands?
Imagine you.
Hey, everybody, show us your fat fingers and do jazz hands.
Okay.
Do I just trying to recenter here? Do I feel like Zentra is on the way to the northern road outside of
The northern road could take various ways. Generally, to pass the Krolla Mountains, which basically run almost from like the coast all the way up, you would need to take that northern road to get to Zentra or really anywhere else in the continent.
So Zentra's on the way to where I need to go.
It's a major
It's in
hub.
the general direction. It's in the general
I think
direction.
Krolva.
Krolla. Yeah.
Okay, not like Adam
KRL.
Carolla.
No, Krolva. Krolla.
Let's go.
Krolva.
The man.
This is how Monica and Rachel feed into the group. I was literally thinking
Pretty word for
I was
word.
literally thinking Monica, Rachel, Phoebe, Joey, Chandler. 5,000% Chandler. 5,000% Chandler.
I'm Joey.
You're Joey.
She's
How you
Monica.
doing?
Caprice is literally like, how you doing? That's literally Caprice.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm doing fine.
Yeah. And obviously Ross.
Really?
I don't know.
Well, he's got to be
Ross is-
somebody. I don't know.
We're gonna have to end this game because none of that makes sense.
We have to start every session.
Anyway,
Sorry.
Frida.
Yeah.
Frida has cast
Toast.
normal beer for sale. Should you choose?
I think we should buy a normal cask of beer from Frida.
Let's just talk to Frida. It's fine.
Frida, can you please buy one of your blah blah blah? Speaking
Of course you
Caprice.
can. Of course you can. It's 10 gold pieces for a cask.
Are we going to split this cost?
How many gold coins?
10 gold
10.
pieces.
10.
There are 6 of us.
I can spare like maybe 2.
How about each one of you gives me 1 gold piece and I'll pay for the rest?
Alright.
I mean, I'm okay with that. It's better than
How
nothing.
much gold is
That
the
seems
total?
fair.
It's 10 gold total.
It's 10 gold pieces. What a
The
shitty cask?
whole thing?
Yes, darling.
Well, I'll just pay for the whole thing.
Do I have to
I'll
pay
put
for
10
it if I'm a
on
new
that.
friend?
What?
If I got upgraded to friend, do I still have to pay for it?
No, not
No,
if
I'll just do it. 10 gold.
Daddy
Okay,
takes
thank you very much.
Oh
Yes,
my
you
God.
cast the
Daddy's
Caprice.
gonna take care of
Caprice
us.
handle-
Daddy Joey over here is gonna
Daddy
take care
Joey.
of us.
Caprice, I appreciate your generosity. Thank you.
I mean, honestly, I completely found this on the body of the creature that we all destroyed last night. So no
Fair.
problem.
Wait.
Fair.
You looted some corpse and found gold and didn't tell us?
No, I split it all up.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure.
This is negative 10 out of the 28 that we
Well,
need.
then again, that's very generous of you, and I appreciate
Yes,
it. I
it is
just-
very generous.
Thank you.
Forget about it.
Done.
Forget about it.
Man, Joey over here, you know.
A regular Joey.
He's a regular
So,
Joey.
are you? Will you be back soon? Lufti?
It's hard to say. I don't know.
Smelly ox, smelly ox. What are you feeding me?
It's
Touche.
not your fault.
Touche.
Yeah.
Hellhound gang, you're
Smelly
cool.
ox,
Yeah.
smelly ox.
Hellhound Gang, you get chat inspiration.
I'm gonna write that
So,
down too.
you know how they always say, when you're DMing, it's intentions, epic, dark fantasy, beneath dark wings. And it's reality, fantasy, fucking friends.
I just want to say, I have tried so hard to be. I have tried so hard to be like the party pooper serious guy, and I'm just getting shit on left and right here, okay? I'm doing everything I can to ground this shit, and I'm failing.
And Iris hasn't tried to. Come on.
Except that you shit on me and call me skinny serious guy and paranoid boy and fucking whatever other shit you can come up with. Fucking Felix, he's a fucking stick in the mud.
Okay, anyway. So, Frida, oh my god.
Yeah, congratulations, you're now an elementary school teacher.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you have a non-alcoholic beverage that you can
I
have?
do.
Do you want a Coke?
Any non-alcoholic.
We've got Coke and we've got seltzer.
Yeah, Coke
Oh,
would
yeah.
be great.
Ooh, I'd love a
So-
diet Pepsi.
Frida says, well,
Can you hit me with a Coca-Cola?
You went
please?
away for 10 years.
I need some
Even if it's
caffeine.
10 years from now, I hope I see you again.
You know that Lufti is always blowing in the wind.
That one's cold.
And I hope you find what you're looking for here.
I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate your hospitality, and Lufti's been great to us, and Iris has been great to us as well. And Zentra's not very far. We're looking to go to Zentra, so there's a very real possibility we come back through this way.
Well, I hope I see you all again, and please, Iris, please take care of her.
Oh, don't worry, I will. She's my best friend.
Very good.
I just got upgraded.
Yeah, I'm her friend now.
Yes, from... Yes.
Well, you all look like very good friends, like you can handle your own, so I would say goodbye.
Are the bluffs on the way to Zentra?
Zentra's pretty far from that.
So yes,
you would have
quote,
to,
unquote.
Basically, if you were going to Zentra, they would be.
It sounds to me, if I'm guessing, not to talk over the DM because he obviously made the fucking world. There's probably multiple paths, right? Mm-hmm. And we can either take the dangerous path through the bluffs, or we can take some main road. But we're gonna go to the fucking bluffs or some shit.
Well, I'm worried that.
I'm not even gonna look over there.
We've barely spent any time in this town. I'm just worried about leaving forever.
Yeah, I'm not.
Italian judgment.
I guess
like sort of the attention that she's giving me, thinking that I'm going to leave forever, but I just got here. I don't want to leave forever.
I don't think it has to be forever. Anybody. Is there something you want to do while we're here?
No, I don't want to leave it down.
I think that
let's go to your personal conversation.
That's fine.
No, that's fine. You're from here. I think that, we just got here. There's still a lot of, information we could potentially learn, at least with that mausoleum to the Raven Queen in the middle, related to what I'm looking for.
Listen, while I worship the Raven Queen, I'm eerie around and God's forgive me, I'm eerie around the monastery just because there's always the chance that there's Kovakian military there. That's the god that they worship as well. And while the military's presence hasn't been strong here, I try to stay away from the temples. Again, gods forgive me.
But you weren't Brother Gruber.
Well, I understand, but they don't. Brother Gruber doesn't. I'm being extra careful. That's all. I'm just worried that if I put myself in a position where the Raven Queen may be, the Kovakian military may be there as well. That's all I'm saying.
That's fine. I just think that you should treat the monastery as a safe space.
I can't risk it. I value your opinion, but I'm not willing to risk it. And if that puts me
risk it.
Risk it. Oh. But if I find brisket, I'll let you know.
So you take it.
That was really
so genuine.
Never mind.
Hersha, you'll be the first to know if I find some brisket. But I did say risk it.
Okay. Thanks for clearing that.
Yeah, no, I'll let you know if that changes.
But language is important, all right? You need to really be very this
articulate.
specific.
I know. I pride myself in my. I know many languages. I don't know if you know this. I know a lot of languages. I probably I know more languages than you. But that's neither here nor there, I suppose.
Yeah, that's very braggy. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I studied in Zentra, so you may have heard of it.
I am very smart.
Yeah, I am. Thank you for that compliment. I appreciate it. I'm pretty intelligent. Like I said, a small college named Zentra, you may or may not have heard of.
I don't know if you realize he's being condescending.
Oh,
yeah, that's when people talk down to you.
No, I know what the word means. Again, I went to university.
So the thing is, I'm very blatant when I'm condescending.
Of course.
Lucy, darling.
Sorry.
Condescension. He's not so open about it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. The point is, I'm...
There's no brisket, I think.
No.
Oh, shame.
Yes, ultimately, we come full circle. There's no brisket. I'll let you know if there's any brisket.
Yeah, you should, yeah.
But in the meantime, I'm staying away from the Raven Queen temples.
Which I think is a brilliant idea. I'm also staying away from the temples of the Raven Queen for my own specific reasons.
It's for the best.
Well, before we leave, do you mind if I just run by there and just kind of take a quick look around?
That's fine.
See if we see anything?
Would you like to take Beatrice?
Actually, you know what? I will come with you. Yeah. As long as we're not going to stay long.
No, just real quick. I just want to take a look around, see if I see any
I want to
signs.
go.
I'll just summon Beatrice and again
Bluebird lands on your shoulder.
command over to Toa, and I'll try to stay nearby, but I just and again I want to make this very gods be known. I want to make this very clear. I'm not avoiding the Raven Queen. I'm just avoiding the Kravakian military. That's all there is to it.
I do want to point out, in case any of you missed it that were with me, that my dad's somewhere around the northern part. I imagine we have to go through Zentra to get there, but he took the northern road around the mountains.
He's that far north.
Yeah, he's about a week and a half to 2 weeks possibly ahead of us, but I just want to say, I'm feeling it, emotionally that you're missing your brother. But I'm also missing my dad, so the sooner we get on the road, the faster we can find both of them.
Agreed. How long do you think it will take you to go to the temple?
Just like an hour. That's it.
What time is it now? Roughly, it's the morning, right?
It's probably 1 at this point. 1 because you waited till noon.
Ah, shit.
For the thing, and then.
Well,
Let's make it 30.
I know.
How about that?
I know that the woods at night can be rough, but I'm willing to travel at night if all of you are. I don't want to put anyone out, but we either stay one more night and we leave first thing tomorrow, or we leave as soon as they're done at the temple.
No, we can travel in the night. We've got Dakota.
I agree. I think that's fine. I don't hate the idea of traveling through the evening and into the night.
I would much prefer to get the journey started sooner rather than later.
Well, then
I agree. I'm saying that if we're to never come back here, or at least not for a long time, it would be a shame for me to not at least take a quick look, 30-minute look.
What is your interest in Raven Queen?
I just...
If you don't mind me asking.
I know that she is a very powerful god in this country and continent, and I think that she is involved with death, is what I hear. Can you confirm that?
I can confirm.
So, based on my own spirituality, I believe that there may be some kind of connection between that and the spirits in my home island chain that I'm investigating.
Would there be anything that I could offer advice to them as far as behavior or offerings when they approach the temple to not be out of line or look weird?
Or anything I would know about it?
Yeah, just anything that advice.
I would
offerings.
say in this instance, it would just be kind of just show a proper amount of reverence.
Okay,
I think
which
that would be.
They understand.
Yeah.
No. Looking at Toa, having just heard his conversation and the reference to the Raven Queen, do I see any? Looking at his tattoos, do I see any spiral shapes that would cause any bit of
concern?
Would make me think about anything?
I would say that you've seen enough of Toa.
Oh yes, I have.
To notice
how much Toa is enough.
that there are kind of spirally designs,
but it doesn't seem to be the same style.
Spirally designs for sure, but you don't seem to notice any kind of the shape that you are looking for.
Thank you.
In his tattoos.
So do you mind just a quick, even 15, 20 minutes?
I just wanted to go. I'd be happy to come with you.
Anyone else want to come?
To where?
No, but
to the mausoleum in the middle of the...
We've got 28 minutes.
Well, you said 30, so I'm going to take
30
minutes.
about 2, so we need to...
Alright, let's hustle quickly.
You make your way to the mausoleum at the center of the town. You kind of pass the hustle and bustle of the general town, and as you kind of make your way down the road towards the mausoleum, people start to thin out a little bit. You occasionally see the one person walking around looking a little bit forlorn nearby, and you kind of see this large stone structure, heavy and gloomy looking. It's kind of consistent with a lot of what you've seen in the country, but Kirschtein has been a little bit different, a little bit more upbeat, and this definitely looks more like it's more of a recent addition to this town. And you see on the large stone doors, there's the emblem of the Raven Queen, that familiar raven head. And you kind of look around, and it's a large stone structure, and kind of with a a little patch of garden outside with some kind of like lilies and other flowers associated with that.
So mausoleum, you can like go in, right? And yeah, so I'll approach and just sort of silently and respectfully open the door and approach in, and I'm gonna kind of walk through briskly as fast as I can while still being respectful, and just keep an eye out for anything related to the Raven Queen in relation to like other spirits or deities or anything that would kind of spark my interest related to what I'm looking for.
And I'm going to do something similarly, that I'm going to be specifically looking for any symbols that appear to have wings and a cross.
Okay. Wings and a cross. So, you all make your way through the temple. You see the final resting places. Variety of different families that have lived here. They seem like there are a good number of natives to Kirschtein, or families at least, who worship her. You find kind of small statues and effigies to the Raven Queen, but this seems to be kind of towards the end, at the very back, you find a small shrine. There's a little bowl where coins are offered. You see a few things that kind of have a black feather or like a white lily or the like. And you look around, and there, besides kind of the occasional holy remnant effigies of the Raven Queen, you don't really get any kind of sense that there's anything showcasing anything beyond just general Raven Queen worship. More like, this is the new religion in town, we gotta build a mausoleum to it. It seems to be relatively new compared to probably some of the other ones that you would maybe encounter along your journey. And so...
It's like pretty vanilla.
It's very vanilla, basic, boilerplate, entry-level Raven.
Got it.
I guess it's entry-level normie Raven Queen stuff.
There's definitely a lot of levels.
Yeah.
This place doesn't look new. It looks like it's a sort of temporary.
Wow.
Do I have bardic inspiration?
That's basically the gist of what you see. It's kind of, you're realizing, like, you walk into, you think of a mausoleum, you're thinking of something ancient thing, and this feels, right. I mean, not that new, but like compared to like the worship and the culture of La Poire in this town, it seems relatively very new.
Okay. So nothing suspicious though, or like...
So nothing suspicious or connection. Really just is like, this is the Raven Queen, here's the Raven Queen. Nothing really elaborate, not much that you could really discern about her. Beyond that, she's about death and has ravens.
So we get the sense, like, basically they had to build this so that they don't get completely destroyed by...
Yeah, basically the state religion, you probably get the sense that this was built to appease the state government and, in order to be respectful of people who had been converted at some point in time in the town.
Okay, great.
Cool.
Okay.
I'm good.
So
you
all leave
go back.
And you join the party. And are you heading back to Jamity?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you make your way back to your favorite little outcropping, and you see kind of down in the bushes, she is laying on her back, her arms folded, some straw in her mouth, her leg kind of crossed over. There are a bunch of like remnants of fish, and like you see like a dead frog with its head bitten off. And a few crawfish.
I was just about to ask.
You didn't write a letter.
There's no letter.
I asked her to bring one back.
There's no letter there.
Shucks.
You see a turtle shell that's suspiciously empty, and she says, and you can see very clearly that the original cast that had been brought is completely empty. And so she's just kind of laying there, and as you turn the corner, she says,
"Well, I hope you got everything covered. I feel like I'm finally sobering up, so I hope you got more for me."
Yeah. Well, Jamadi, I think we have you covered.
I'll take
full payment.
The two casts that I'm carrying and slap them down in front of her.
Is that the revelry?
That is, darling, too in full.
Well, you are folk of your word.
Yeah, we hope that you are one of yours.
I may be a lot of things. I may be a thief,
Lovely.
cutthroat,
Even better. Great.
sneak,
That you are.
The best.
but
A drunk, perhaps?
a drunk. Well, I mean, that goes without saying. I mean, come on. But I am a bugbear of my word, because that's what we got is our word. So, I will, and she grabs each one. She kind of ties up the good stuff. And you big fella, can you continue carrying the regular stuff?
Thank you,
Thanks for the
big
follow,
fella.
Di
Cortana
Cortana
91.
Yes.
Dang, that was unison.
Yeah, I just wanted to prove that we hit it. I'm happy to carry one or two. That's fine.
Okay.
So I'll put one back on my back, but she's taking one.
She's taking the two revelries.
Oh, she has the two revelries.
Two revelries.
She's not going to
So what am I carrying for?
The regular one.
So we have one revelry for ourselves. And
Oh, but
then
she already
one
drank the
regular.
other regular one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Gone.
So
Got
she
it.
gets
That's
one
long
more
gone, big fella.
bad
The ones that I'm
stuff,
holding.
and we've got one
You
more
were
good
carrying
stuff for
one
ourselves.
revelry and one regular. So
She's
now
not
you
getting
and
those?
no, so
No, they're
she's getting a
hers.
regular one, and then the revelry is ours.
Yeah,
we
so I
keep-
don't give her what's with me.
No,
No,
that's
just
ours. Yours
Okay.
is ours, yeah.
Well, okay. I hope you guys are all fine traveling not on the road.
It's
Quicker
fine.
to go on a direct route, and I've been on around every single rock and down every nook and cranny of these godforsaken highlands. Let's away.
Let's away.
That's a way.
And I went to Kirstein, and I didn't get put on a fucking pike. I will say that as a
You
fucking
came out
victory.
with the revelry alcohol, and it
2
wasn't even the
kids.
festival.
2 of them.
What a story to tell your friends.
What a story to tell all of my goblin friends that are probably dead.
Well, you can tell
It's
the
fine.
ghosts.
Well,
You win some, you lose
let's
some.
go.
Yeah.
So, she leads you. The journey is not easy. You are marching at a decent pace. She tries to keep all of you on. Oh, let me adjust my music now that
I
we're
was going to
reading
say, this is
Kirstein.
just really nice, considering how rough this is.
As soon as we start to head off, Capri starts to sing, "Come, let's away, come, let's away, come, let's away." Yeah, that's all.
Come, let's away with me. And so she guides you. The rain starts picking up. It rains most of the time. It's cloudy. You rarely see the sun. It occasionally gets marshy and swampy, and the terrain gets treacherous. You're scrambling over rocks. Occasionally, and she has to kind of have you hide behind rocks in order to avoid a stalking beast or something that's roaming the plains. And as you get closer, you probably spend about 3 days traveling. So long rest, whatever, 3 days.
Hooray.
And as you are kind of making your way around, you say, "Well, the Bluff is not much longer of a journey. I think we're almost there." And so she takes you closer and closer. And so you start to hear something off in the distance. And you hear the doom, doom, doom as it echoes
Capri, shut up.
through the
I'm trying to
highlands. And it sounds like the banging of war drums. And as you get closer, this doesn't seem fucking good. And so she takes you closer and closer. And it gets louder. And as you're making your way closer to the bluff, there it is. And you can kind of see a rock formation that is kind of peeking up almost into the mountains. That seems to be in the shape of like a jagged hook. And you start to feel the ground start to shake. As you start to see kind of shapes all throughout the hills and the mountains. Shapes that are small because they're far off, but of very large creatures.
Fucking apes.
Ogres
Oh.
and hill giants. All marching, walking, heading north. You hear the loud banging of war drums of the ogres as they ride massive beasts, and the hill giants, they stomp along. all marching with some kind of distinct purpose. And that is where we'll end the session.
Oh, shit. Holy hell, that's like a whole other thing. Wait, what direction are they marching?
North.
Zentra.
Fuck me.
Ish. Zentra-ish.
Jeez.
Your illegible script you've written down 4 things this entire session. You can loan me your damn
because
pen.
I only write down mechanical things. If my brain doesn't think it's important, it's not important.
Thanks for bearing with us, guys.
Oh, wow. Thank you, guys.
I'll kill you.
Yeah.
Holy.
Thanks for staying out with us.
Yeah.
It's only 11:40. Everything's fine.
Yeah. It's early compared to last time.
Yeah, last time it was, what, 2 in the morning?
It was like,
Wait, was it really? We go that late?
2, yeah.
It was 2. We stopped.
Holy shit, I didn't think we
Is
did.
my clock wrong? What time is it now? It's 12.
Shut
right?
up.
Well,
I'm never wearing these again.
It's
This is
12:02,
a nightmare.
actually.
That's
It
what I had.
disconnects me from the
Yeah,
session
it's
in a way that I
12:02,
can't
not
describe, and
11:40.
I hate it.
You should have taken them off.
I should have taken them off like 4 hours
Felix is
ago.
agnostic and uses Twitter for talking to Toa. There's some brisket for her. Lufti has some friends, but only.
Well,
Fantastic.
hold on.
Down
Keep the
with Bluff
cliffhanger
goals.
music on.
I'm gonna allow
You
this.
should allow it, yeah.
Fantastic session.
Well, yeah, great session. Thanks for stopping
Oh,
by.
Sorry.
Join our Discord if you want to hang out with us throughout the week. We stream on Mondays and Wednesdays.
That's very good.
Esophagus.
Do we read all of that out loud?
I've not seen it.
So McBadward said, okay, to sum up the session, Felix is agnostic and uses Twitter for talking to Toa. There's no brisket for Herja. Lufti has some friends, but only Iris. Iris is down with butt cuddles if you push the beds together. And Caprice thinks Weird Al plays a dried out esophagus.
What the hell? I missed that one.
Well done, Andrew. Well done.
Cheers.
He referred to the accordion as a dried out
Oh.
esophagus. That was literally from the very beginning of our session.
Right.
Oh god.
That was amazing.
As long as we're being accurate.
Yeah, well, that was amazing. Anything? Oh, YouTube. We have our YouTube channel's up and running now, finally. So search Legends of Evantress.
Yeah, definitely check that shit
Give
out.
us a subscribe there. We're trying to hit 100 just so we can have the unique, youtube.com/Legends of Evantress. We need 100 people first.
I'll be one.
And, thanks for stopping by.
And we're back on Monday with You Will Be Witness, DM'd by Derek.
Yes.
Oh, shit.
On Monday night.
You
And
might be witness.
Yeah, you may be witness.
If you show up, you will be
If you
witness.
show up, you will. All right, exactly. Exactly. You beat me
And
to
on
it.
Wednesday, we'll be back with Legends of Evantress Prime, and then it's back to our normal schedule. And I think we're just pretty much on our normal schedule for a while here, hopefully.
Yeah, we'll get the next. We got to get the next Beneath Dark Wings on the books.
Yeah, that will be on the books. Ideally, end of October.
Yeah, agreed. I think things will slow down a little bit, so we'll get some time in October.
And now that summer's finally
We'll get October scheduled.
Well, thank you to everyone that followed us and hung out with us and dealt with all of our shenanigans. We love you very much.
There were many.
Many were had tonight.
Many.
In Evantress.
Anything else before we
No,
log
I
off?
think we're ready to sign
pretty
off.
much it. So.
Oh, thanks for tuning in, everybody.
Guys.
Thank you. See you soon.
Bye.
Bye.